Part 4.
Chapter 80 of The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties, by Fanny Burney, Chapter 80. The first months after the departure of Gabriella were passed, Juliet narrated, quietly, though far from gaily, in complete retirement. To lighten, through her cares and services, the terrible change of condition experienced by her benefactress, the Marchioness, and by her guardian, the bishop, was her unremitting and not successless endeavor. But even this sad tranquillity was soon broken in upon by an accidental interview with a returned emigrant, who brought news of the dangerous state of health into which the young son of Gabriella had fallen. Too well knowing that this cherished little creature was the sole consolation and support of its exiled mother, the Marchioness earnestly desired that her daughter should possess again her early companion. Who best could aid to nurse the child, or, should its illness prove fatal, to render its loss supportable? It was, therefore, settled that, guarded and accompanied by a faithful ancient servant, upon whose prudence and attachment the Marchioness had the firmest reliance, Juliet should follow her friend, and the benevolent bishop promised to join them both as soon as his affairs would permit him to make the voyage. To obtain a passport being then impossible, Ambrose, this worthy domestic, was employed to discover means for secretly crossing the Channel, and, as adroit as he was trusty, he found out a pilot who, though ostensibly but a fisherman, was a noted smuggler, and who passed frequently to the opposite shore, now with goods, now with letters, now with passengers. By this man the Marchioness wrote to prepare Gabriella for the reception of her friend, who was to join her at Brighthelmstone, whither, in her last letter, written, as Juliet now knew, in the anguish of discovering symptoms of danger in the illness of her darling boy, Gabriella had mentioned her intended excursion for sea-bathing. The diligent Ambrose soon obtained information that the pilot was preparing to sail with a select party. The Marchioness would rather have postponed the voyage, till an answer could have been received from her daughter. Yet this was not an opportunity to be neglected. The light baggage, therefore, was packed, and they were waiting the word of command from the pilot, when a commissary from the Convention arrived to purify, he said, and new organize the town, near which, in a villa that had been a part of her marriage portion, the Marchioness and her brother then resided. To this villa the commissary made his first visit. The bishop, by this agent of the inhuman Robespierre, was immediately seized, and, while his unhappy sister and nearly adoring ward were vainly kneeling at the feet of his condemner, not accuser, to supplicate mercy for innocence, not for guilt, the persons who were rifling the bishop shouted out, with savage joy, that they had found a proof of his being a traitor in a note in his pocket-book, which was clearly a bribe from the enemy to betray the country. The commissary, who, having often been employed as a spy, had a competent knowledge of modern languages, which he spoke intelligibly, though with vulgar phraseology and accent, took the paper and read it without difficulty. It was the promissory note of the old Earl Melbury. He eagerly demanded the citoyenne Julie, swearing that, if 6,000 pounds were to be got by marrying, he would marry without delay. He ordered her, therefore, to accompany him forthwith to the mayoralty. At her indignant refusal, he scoffingly laughed, but, upon her positive resistance, ordered her into custody. This also moved her not. She only begged to be confined in the same prison with the bishop. Coarsely mocking her attachment for the priest, and holding her by the chin, he swore that he would marry her, and her 6,000 pounds. 1,000,000 of deaths, could she die them, she resolutely replied, she would suffer in preference. Her priest then, he said, should away to the guillotine, though she had only to marry, and sign the promissory note for the dower, to set the parson at liberty. Filled with horror, she wrung her hands, and stood suspended, while the Marchioness, with anguish indescribable, and a look that made a supplication that no voice could pronounce, fell upon her neck, gasping for breath, and almost fainting. "Ah, madam," Juliet cried, "what is your will? I am yours, entirely yours. Command me." The Marchioness could not speak, but her sighs, her groans rather, were more eloquent than any words. "Bind the priest," the commissary cried. "His trial is over. Bind the traitor and take him to the cell for execution." The Marchioness sunk to the floor. "No," cried Juliet, "bind him not. Touch not his reverend and revered person. Give me the paper. I will sign what you please. I will go whither you will." "Come then," cried the commissary, "to the mayoralty." Juliet covered her face, but moved towards the door. The bishop, hitherto passive and meekly resigned, now, with a sudden effort of strength, repulsing his gaolers, while fire darted from his eyes, and a spirit of command animated his features, exclaimed, "No, generous Juliet, my own excellent child, no. Are a few years more or less, perhaps but a few minutes, worth purchasing by the sacrifice of truth and the violation of every feeling? I will not be saved upon such terms." "No preaching," cried the commissary. "Off with him at once." The men now bound his hands and arms, while, returning to his natural state of calmness, he lifted up his eyes towards heaven, and, in a loud and sonorous voice, ejaculated, in Latin, a fervent prayer, with an air so absorbed in mental and pious abstraction that he seemed unconscious what became of his person. Juliet, who had shrunk back at his speech, again advanced, and, with agony unspeakable, held out her hand in token of consent. The commissary received it triumphantly, at the moment that the bishop, upon reaching the door, turned round to take a last view of his unhappy sister, who, torn with conflicting emotions, seemed a statue of horror. But no sooner did he perceive the hand of his ward unresistingly grasped by the commissary, than again the expression of his face showed his soul brought back from its heavenly absorption, and, stopping short, with an air which, helpless and shackled as he was, overawed his fierce conductors. "Hold yet a moment," he cried. "Oh, Juliet, think, know what you are about. 'Tis not to this world alone you are responsible for vows offered up at the altar of God. My child, my more than daughter, sacrifice not your purity to your affections. Drag me not back from a virtuous death to a miserable existence by the foul crime of wilful perjury." Juliet, affrighted, again snatched away her hand, with a look at the commissary which pronounced an abhorrent refusal. The commissary, stamping with fury, ordered the bishop instantly to the cell of death. Where guilt, he said, had been proved, there was no need of any tribunal, and the execution should take place with the speed called for by his dangerous crimes. Juliet, cold, trembling, and again irresolute, was involuntarily turning to the commissary, but the bishop, charging her to be firm, pronounced a pious blessing upon her head, faintly spoke a last adieu to his miserable sister, and, with commanding solemnity, accompanied his gaolers away. The horror of that moment Juliet attempted not to describe, nor could she recur to it without sighs and emotions that, for a while, stopped her narration. Sir Jaspar would have spared her the resumption of the history, but she would not, having thus raised, trifle with his curiosity. The commissary, she continued, then took possession of all the money, plate, and jewels he could find, and pursued what he called his rounds of purification. How the Marchioness or herself outlived that torturing day, Juliet declared that she could with difficulty now conceive. She was again willing to become a victim to the safety of her guardian, but even the Marchioness ceased to desire his preservation upon terms from which he himself recoiled as culpable. Early the next morning, they were both conducted to a large house upon the market-place, where, in the most direful suspense, they were kept waiting for more than 2 hours, in which interval, such was the oppression of terror, neither of them opened their lips. The commissary, at length, broke into the room, and seating himself in an armchair, while, humbly and tremblingly, they stood at the door, demanded of Juliet whether she were become more reasonable. Her head drooped, but she would not answer. "Follow me," he cried, "to this balcony." He opened a door leading to a large apartment that looked upon the market-place. She suspected some sinister design, and would not obey. "Come you, then," he cried to the Marchioness, and taking her by the shoulder, rudely and grossly, he pushed her before him, till she entered upon the balcony. A dreadful scream, which then broke from her, brought Juliet to her side. Here again, overpowered by the violence of bitter recollections, which operated for the moment with nearly the force of immediate suffering, Juliet was obliged to take breath before she could proceed. "Oh, Sir Jaspar," she then cried, "upon approaching the wretched Marchioness, what a distracting scene met my eyes! A scaffolding, a guillotine, an executioner were immediately opposite me, and in the hand of that hardened executioner was held up to the view of the senseless multitude the ghastly, bleeding head of a victim that moment offered up at the shrine of unmeaning though ferocious cruelty. 4 other destined victims, kneeling and devoutly at prayers, their hands tied behind them, and their heads bald, were prepared for sacrifice. And amidst them, eminently conspicuous from his dignified mien and pious calmness, I distinguished my reverend guardian. The Marchioness had distinguished her beloved brother. O moment of horror exceeding all description! I cast myself, nearly frantic, at the feet of the commissary. I embraced his knees, as if with the fervor of affection. Wildly and passionately I conjured him to accept my hand and fortune, and save the bishop. He laughed aloud with triumphant derision, but gave an immediate order to postpone the execution of the priest. I blessed him, yes, with all his crimes upon his head, and even again I should bless him to save a life so precious. The Marchioness, recovering her strength with her hopes, seized the arm of the messenger of this heavenly news, hurrying him along with a force nearly supernatural, and calling out aloud herself from the instant that she entered the market-place, "En sursis! En sursis!" "Now then," cried the commissary, "come with me to the mayoralty," and was taking my no longer withheld, but shaking hand, when some soldiers abruptly informed him that an insurrection had broken out which demanded his immediate presence. I caught this moment of his engaged attention to find my way downstairs and into the market-place, but not with a view to escape. Every feeling of my soul was concentrated in the safety of the bishop. I rushed forward. I forced my way through the throng, which, though at first it opposed my steps, no sooner looked at me than, intimidated by my desperation, or affected by my agony, it facilitated my passage. Rapidly I overtook the Marchioness, whose age, whose dignified energy, and loud cries of "Reprieve!" made way for her through every impediment, whether of crowd or of guards, to the scaffolding. How we accomplished it, nevertheless, I now wonder. But a sense of right, when asserted with courage, is lodged in the lowest, the vilest of mankind. A sense of right, an awe of justice, and a propensity to sympathize with acute distress. The reprieve which our cries had anticipated, and which the man whom we accompanied confirmed, was received by the multitude, from an ardent and universal respect to the well-known excellencies of the bishop, with shouts of applause that exalted our joy at his deliverance into a felicity which we thought celestial. At his venerable feet we prostrated ourselves, as if he had been a martyr to religion, and already was sainted. He was greatly affected, though perhaps only by our emotion, for he looked too uncertain how this event had been brought to bear to partake of our happiness. And at me he cast an eye so full of compassion, yet so interrogative, that mine sunk under it. And, far from exulting that I had thus devoted myself to his preservation, I was already trembling at the acknowledgment I had to make, when I was suddenly seized by a soldier, who forced me from all the tenderest interests of my heart back to the stormy commissary. Oh, what a change of scene! He roughly took me by the arm, which felt as if it were withered, and no longer a part of my frame at his touch, and, with accusations of the grossest nature, and vows the most tremendous of vengeance, compelled me to attend him to the mayoralty, deaf to my prayers, my entreaties, my kneeling supplications that he would first suffer me to see the bishop at liberty. At the mayoralty he was accosted by a messenger sent from the convention. Ah, it seemed to me, at that moment, that a whole age of suffering could not counterbalance the delight I experienced, when, to read an order thus presented to him, he was constrained to relinquish his hard grasp. Still greater was my relief when I learnt, by what passed, that he had received commands to proceed directly to where the insurrection was become dangerous. Such a multiplicity of business now crowded upon him, that I conceived a hope I might be forgotten, or at least set apart as a future prey. But alas! The promissory note was still in his hand, and, if heart he has any, if heart be not left out in his composition, there, past all doubt, the 6,000 pounds were already lodged. All my hopes, therefore, faded away, when he had given some new directions. For seizing me again, by the wrist, he dragged me to the place I had nearly said of execution. There, by his previous orders, all were in waiting, all was ready. Oh, Sir Jaspar, how is it that life still holds, in those periods when all our earthly hopes, and even our faculties of happiness, seem forever entombed? The bitterest sighs again interrupted her narration, but neither the humanity nor the politeness of Sir Jaspar could combat any longer his curiosity, and he conjured her to proceed. The civil ceremony, dreadful, dreadful, however little awful compared with that of the church, was instantly begun. In the midst of the buzz of business, the clamor of many tongues, the sneers of contempt, and the laughter of derision, with an irreverence that might have suited a theatre, and with a mockery of which the grossest buffoons would have been ashamed. Scared and disordered, I understood not, I heard not a word, and my parched lips and burning mouth could not attempt any articulation. In a minute or two, this pretended formality was interrupted by information that a new messenger from the convention demanded immediate admittance. The commissary swore furiously that he should wait till the 6,000 pounds were secured, and vociferously ordered that the ceremony should be hurried on. He was obeyed, and though my quivering lips were never opened to pronounce an assenting syllable, the ceremony, the direful ceremony, was finished, and I was called, oh heaven and earth, his wife, his married wife. The Marchioness at the same terrible moment broke into the apartment. The conflict between horror and tenderness was too violent, and, as she encircled me, with tortured pity in her arms, I sunk senseless at her feet. Upon recovering, the first words that I heard were, "Look up, my child, look up, we are alone." And I beheld the unhappy Marchioness, whose face seemed a living picture of commiserating woe. The commissary had been forced away by a new express, but he had left a charge that I should be ready to give my signature upon his return. The Marchioness then, with expressions melting at once and exulting, condescended to pour forth the most soothing acknowledgments. Yet conjured me not to leave my own purpose unanswered by signing the promissory note, till the bishop should be restored to liberty, with a passport, by which he might instantly quit the spot of persecution. To find something was yet to be done, and to be done for the bishop, once more revived me, and when the commissary re-entered the apartment, neither order nor menace could intimidate me to take the pen, till my conditions were fulfilled. My life, indeed, at that horrible period, had lost all value but what was attached to the bishop, the Marchioness, and my beloved Gabriella. For myself, it seemed, thenceforth, reserved not for wretchedness, but despair. The passport was soon prepared, but when the bishop was brought in to receive it in my presence, he rejected it, even with severity, till he heard, from myself heard, that the marriage ceremony, as it was called, was already over. Into what a consternation was he then flung! Pale grew his reverend visage, and his eyes glistened with tears. He would not, however, render abortive the sacrifice which he could no longer impede, and I signed the promissory note, while the Marchioness wept floods of tears upon my neck, and the bishop, with a look of anguish that rent my heart, waved, with speechless sorrow, his venerable hand, in token of a blessing, over my head, and, deeply sighing, silently departed. The commissary, forced immediately away to transact some business with his successor at this place, committed me to the charge of the mayor. I was shown to a sumptuous apartment, which I entered with a shuddering dread that the gloomiest prison could scarcely have excited. The Marchioness followed her brother, and I remained alone, trembling, shaking, almost fainting at every sound, in a state of terror and misery indescribable. The commissary, however, returned not, and the mayor, to whom my title of horror was a title of respect, paid me attentions of every sort. In the afternoon, the Marchioness brought me the reviving tidings that the bishop was departed. He had promised to endeavor to join Gabriella. The rest of this direful day passed, and no commissary appeared. But the anguish of unremitting expectation kept aloof all joy at his absence, for, in idea, he appeared every moment. Nevertheless, after sitting up together the whole fearful night, we saw the sun rise the next morning without any new horror. I then received a visit from the mayor, with information that the insurrection had obliged the commissary to repair thither, and that he had just sent orders that I should join him in the evening. Resistance was out of the question. The tender Marchioness demanded leave to accompany me, but the mayor interposed and forced her home, to prepare and deliver my wardrobe for the journey. It was so long ere she returned that the patience of the mayor was almost exhausted. But when at last she arrived, what a change was there in her air! Her noble aspect had recovered more than its usual serenity. It was radiant with benevolence and pleasure, and, when we were left an instant together, "My Juliet!" she cried, while beaming smiles illuminated her fine face. "My Juliet! My other child! Blessed be heaven, I can now rescue our rescuer. I have found means to snatch her from this horrific thraldom in the very journey destined for its accomplishment." She then briefly prepared me for meeting and seconding the scheme of deliverance that she had devised with the excellent Ambrose, and we separated, with what tears, what regret, yet what perturbation of rising hope! All that the Marchioness had arranged was executed. Ambrose, disguised as an old wagoner, preceded me to the small town of, where the postilion, he knew, must stop to water the horses. Here I obtained leave to alight for some refreshment, of which an old municipal officer, who had me in charge, was not sorry in idea to partake, as he could not entertain the most distant notion that I had formed any plan of escape. As soon, however, as I was able to disengage myself from his sight, a chambermaid, who had previously been gained by Ambrose, wrapped me in a man's greatcoat, put on me a black wig and a round hat, and pointing to a back door, went out another way, speaking aloud as if called, to give herself the power of asserting, afterwards, that the evasion had been effected in her absence. The pretended wagoner then took me under his arm, and flew with me across a narrow passage, where we met, by appointment, an ancient domestic of the bishop's, who conveyed me to a small house, and secreted me in a dark closet, of which the entrance was not discernible. He then went forth upon his own affairs, into such streets and places as were most public, and my good wagoner found means to abscond. Here, while rigidly retaining the same posture, and scarcely daring to breathe any more than to move, I heard the house entered by sundry police officers, who were pursuing me with execrations. They came into the very room in which I was concealed, and beat round the wainscot in their search, touching even the board which covered the small aperture, not door, by which I was hidden from their view. I was not, however, discovered, nor was the search there renewed, from the adroitness of the domestic by whom I had been saved, in having shown himself in the public streets before I had yet been missed. In this close recess, nearly without air, wholly without motion, and incapable of taking any rest, but most kindly treated by the wife of the good domestic, I passed a week. All search in that neighborhood being then over, I changed my clothing for some tattered old garments, stained my face, throat, and arms, and, in the dead of the night, quitted my place of confinement, and was conducted by my protector to a spot about half a mile from the town. There I found Ambrose awaiting me with a little cart, in which he drove me to a small mean house in the vicinity of the sea-coast. He introduced me to the landlord and landlady as his relation, and then left me to take some repose, while he went forth to discover whether the pilot were yet sailed. He had delivered to me my work-bag, in which was my purse, generously stored by the Marchioness, with all the ready money that she could spare for my journey. For herself, she held it essential to remain stationary, lest a general emigration should alienate the family fortune from every branch of her house. Excellent lady! At the moment she thus studied the prosperity of her descendants, she lived upon roots, while deprived of all she most valued in life, the society of her only child. To repose the good Ambrose left me, but far from my pillow was repose. The dreadful idea of flying one who might lay claim to the honored title of husband for pursuing me, the consciousness of being held by an engagement which I could not fulfill, yet could not deny, the uncertainty whether my reverend bishop had effected his escape, and the necessity of abandoning my generous benefactress when surrounded by danger, joined to the affliction of returning to my native country, the country of my birth, my heart, and my pride, without name, without fortune, without friends, no parents to receive me, no protector to counsel me, unacknowledged by my family, unknown even to the children of my father. Oh, bitter, bitter were my feelings. Yet when I considered that no action of my life had offended society, or forfeited my rights to benevolence, I felt my courage revive, for I trusted in Providence. Sleep then visited my eyelids, though hard was the bed upon which I sought it, hard and cold. The month was December. Happy but short respite of forgetfulness. 4 days and nights followed, of the most terrible anxiety, ere Ambrose returned. He then brought me the dismaying intelligence that circumstances had intervened in his own affairs that made it impossible for him, at that moment, to quit his country. Yet less than ever could my voyage be delayed, the commissary having, in his fury, advertised a description of my person, and set a price upon my head, publicly vowing that I should be made over to the guillotine when found for an example. O reign so justly called of terror! How lawless is its cruelty! How blessed by all mankind will be its termination! It now became necessary to my safety that Ambrose, who was known to be a domestic of the Marchioness, should not appear to belong to me, and that, to avoid any suspicion that I was the person advertised by the commissary, I should present myself to the pilot as an accidental passenger. Ambrose had found means, during his absence, to communicate with the Marchioness, from whom he brought me a letter of the sweetest kindness, and intelligence and injunctions of the utmost importance. The commissary, she informed me, immediately upon my disappearance, had presented the promissory note to the bankers, but they had declared it not to be valid till it were either signed by the heir of the late Earl Melbury, or re-signed with a fresh date by Lord Denmeath. The commissary, therefore, had sent over an agent to Lord Denmeath to claim as my husband the £6,000 before my evasion should be known. The Marchioness conjured me, nevertheless, to forbear applying to my family, or vowing my name, or my return to my native land, till I should be assured of the safety of the bishop, whom the commissary had now ordered to be pursued, and upon whom the most horrible vengeance might be wreaked, should my escape to this happy land transpire, before his own should be effected. Though, while I was still supposed to be within reach of our cruel persecutor, the bishop, even if he were seized, might merely be detained as an hostage for my future concession, till happier days, or partial accident, might work his deliverance. Inviolably I have adhered to these injunctions. In a note which I left the Marchioness with Ambrose, I solemnly assured her that no hardships of adversity, nor even any temptation to happiness, should make me waver in my given faith, or tear from me the secret of my name and story, till I again saw or received tidings of the bishop. And oh, how light, how even blissful, in remembrance at least, will prove every sacrifice, should the result be the preservation of the most pious and exemplary of men. But alas! I have been discovered, while still in the dark as to his destiny, by means which no self-denial could preclude, no fortitude avert. The indefatigable Ambrose had learned that the pilot was to sail the next evening for Dover. I now added patches and bandages to my stained skin and garb of poverty, and stole with Ambrose to the seaside, where we wandered till past midnight, when Ambrose descried a little vessel and the pilot, and soon afterwards sundry passengers, who in dead silence followed each other into the boat. I then approached and called out to beg admission. I desired Ambrose to be gone, but he was too anxious to leave me. Faithful, excellent creature! How he suffered while I pleaded in vain! How he rejoiced when one of the passengers, open to heavenly pity, humanely returned to the shore to assist me into the boat. Ambrose took my last adieu to the Marchioness, and I set sail from my loved, long-lost, and fearfully recovered native land. The effect upon my spirits of this rescue from an existence of unmingled horror was so exhilarating, so exquisite, that no sooner was my escape assured, than, from an impulse irresistible, I cast my ring, which I had not yet dared throw away, into the sea, and felt as if my freedom were from that moment restored. And though innumerable circumstances were unpleasant in the way, I was insensible to all but my release, and believed that only to touch the British shore would be liberty and felicity. Little did I then conceive, impossible was it I should foresee, the difficulties, dangers, disgraces, and distresses towards which I was plunging. Too soon was I drawn from my illusion of perfect happiness, and my first misfortune was the precursor of every evil by which I have since been pursued. I lost my purse, and with it away flew my fancied independence, my ability to live as I pleased, and to devote all my thoughts and my cares to consoling my beloved friend. Vainly in London, and vainly at Brighthelmstone, I sought that friend. I would have returned to the capital to attempt tracing her by minuter inquiry, but I was deterred by poverty and the fear of personal discovery. I could only, therefore, continue on the spot named by the Marchioness for our general rendezvous, where the opening of every day gave me the chance of some direction how to proceed. But alas! From the respected Marchioness 2 letters only have ever reached me. The first assured me that she was safe and well, and that the bishop, though forced to take a distant route, had escaped his pursuers, but that the commissary was in hourly augmenting rage from Lord Denmeath's refusing to honor the promissory note till the marriage should be authenticated by the bride, with the signature and acquittal of the bishop. The second letter, second and last from this honored lady, said that all was well, but bid me wait with patience, perhaps to a long period, for further intelligence, and console and seek to dwell with Gabriella, or, should any unforeseen circumstances inevitably separate us, endeavor to fix myself in some respectable and happy family, whose social felicity might bring, during this dread interval of suspense, reflected happiness to my own heart, but still to remain wholly unknown, till I should be joined by the bishop. Cast thus upon myself, and for a time indefinite, how hardly and how variously have I existed! But for the dreadful fear of worse, darkly and continually hovering over my head, I could scarcely have summoned courage for my unremitting trials. But whatever I endured was constantly light in comparison with what I had escaped. Yet how I was tried, oh, Sir Jaspar, how cruelly, in resisting to present myself to my family, in forbearing to pronounce the kind appellation of brother, the soft, tender title of sister. Oh, in their sight, when witnessing their goodness, when blessed by their kindness, and urged by the most generous sweetness to confidence, how violent, how indescribable have been my struggles, to withhold from throwing myself into their arms, with the fair, natural openness of sisterly affection. But Lord Denmeath, who disputed, or denied, my relation to their family, was their uncle and guardian. To him to make myself known would have been to blight every hope of concealment from the commissary, whose claims were precisely in unison with the plan of his lordship for making me an alien to my country. What, against their joint interests and authority, would be the power of a sister or a brother under age? Often, indeed, I was tempted to trust them in secret, and oh, how consolatory to my afflicted heart would have been such a trust! But they had yet no establishment, and they were wards of my declared enemy. How unavailing, therefore, to excite their generous zeal, while necessarily forced to exact that our ties of kindred should remain unacknowledged. Upon their honor I could rely, but by their feelings, their kind, genuine, ardent feelings, I must unavoidably have been betrayed. To my Gabriella also I have forborne to unbosom my sorrows, and reveal my alarms, that I might spare her already so deeply wounded soul the restless solitude of fresh and cruel uncertainties. She concludes that though her letters have miscarried or been lost, her honored mother and uncle still reside safely together in the villa of the Marchioness, in which she had bidden them adieu, and that noble mother charged me to hide, if it should be possible, from her unhappy child, the terrible history in which I had borne so considerable a part, till she could give assurances to us both of her own and the bishop's safety. Alas! 9 months have now worn away since our separation, yet no news arrives, no bishop appears. And now, Sir Jaspar, you have fully before you the cause and history of my long concealment, my strange wanderings, and the apparently impenetrable mystery in which I had been involved. Why I could not claim my family, why I could not avow my situation, why I dared not even bear my name. All is before you. Oh, could I equally display to you the events in store, tell you whether my reverend bishop is safe, or whether his safety, his precious life, can only be secured by my perpetual captivity. One thing alone, in the midst of my complicate suspenses, one thing alone is certain. No consideration that this world can offer will deter me from going back voluntarily to every evil from which I have hitherto been flying, should the bishop again be seized, and should his release hang upon my final self-devotion. End of Chapter 80. Recording by Roxana Nazari. Chapter 81 of The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties, by Fanny Burney, Chapter 81. Sir Jasper had listened to this narrative with trembling interest, and a species of emotion that was indefinable. His head bent forward, and his mouth nearly as wide open, from the fear of losing a word, as his eyes from eagerness not to lose a look. But when it was finished, he exclaimed, in a sort of transport, "Is this all? Joy, then, to great Caesar! Why, 'tis nothing! My little fairies are all skipping in ecstasy, while the wickeder imps are making faces and wry mouths, not to see mischief enough in the wind to afford them a supper. This a marriage? Why, you are as free as air. The little birds that fly with careless ease from tree to tree are not more at liberty. Ah, fair enslaver, were I as unshackled." The smiles that, momentarily, broke their way through the tears and sadness of Juliet showed how much this declaration was in unison with her wishes. But, exhausted by relating a history so deeply affecting to her, she could enter into no discussion, and remained ceaselessly weeping, till the baronet, with an expression of surprise, asked whether the meeting that would now ensue with her own family could offer her no consolation. Rousing then from her sorrows to a grateful though forced exertion, "Oh, yes," she cried, "yes, your generous goodness has given me new existence, but horror and distress have pursued me with such accumulating severity that the shock is still nearly overpowering. Yet let me not diminish the satisfaction of your beneficence. I am going now to be happy. How big a word, how new to my feelings! A sister, a brother, have I indeed such relations?" Smiling even brightly through her tears. "And will Lady Aurora, the sweetest of human beings, condescend to acknowledge me? Will amiable Lord Melbury deign to support, to protect me? Oh, Sir Jasper, how have you brought all this to bear? Where are these dearest persons? And when and by what means am I to be blessed with their sight, and honored with the sanction to my claim of consanguinity?" Sir Jasper begged her to compose her spirits, promising to satisfy her when she should become more calm. But her thoughts having once turned into this channel, all her tenderest affections gushed forth to oppose their being diverted into any other, and the sound, the soul-penetrating sound of sister, of brother, once allowed utterance, vibrated through her frame with 1,000 soft emotions, now first welcomed without check to her heart. Urgently, therefore, she desired an explanation of the manner in which this commission had been given, of the tone of voice in which she had been named, and of the time and place destined for the precious meeting. Sir Jasper, though enchanted to see her revived, and enraptured to give ear to her thanks, and to suck in her praises, was palpably embarrassed how to answer her inquiries, which he suffered her to continue so long without interruption or reply, that, her eagerness giving way to anxiety, she solemnly required to know, whether it were by accident, or through his own information, that Lord Melbury and Lady Aurora had been made acquainted with her rights, or, more properly, with her hopes and fears in regard to their kindness and support. Still no answer was returned, but smiling looks and encouraging assurances. The most alarming doubts now disturbed the just opening views of Juliet. "Ah, Sir Jasper," she cried, "why this procrastination? Practice no deception, I conjure you. Alas, you make me fear that you have acted commission." He protested, upon his honor, that that was not the case, yet asked why she had settled that his commission came from Lady Aurora or Lord Melbury. "Good heaven!" exclaimed Juliet, astonished and affrighted. He had only, he said, affirmed that his commission was to take her to those noble personages, not that it had been from themselves that it had emanated. Again, every feature of Juliet seemed changed by disappointment, and the accent of reproach was mingled with that of grief as she pronounced, "Oh, Sir Jasper, can you then have played with my happiness, have trifled with my hopes?" "Not to be master of the whole planetary system," he cried, "with Venus in her choicest wiles at its head, I have honorably had my commission, but it has been for, not from, your honorable relations, those little invisible but active beings who have taken my conscience in charge, who have spurred and goaded me on to this deed, ever since I saw your distress at the fair Gaelic needlemongers. Night and day have they pinched me and jerked me, to see you, to find you, and to rescue you from that brawny caitiff." "Alas, to what purpose? If I have no asylum, what is my security?" "If I have erred, my beauteous fugitive," said Sir Jasper archly, "I must order the horses to turn about. We shall still, probably, be in time to accompany the happy captive to his cell." Juliet involuntarily screamed, but besought at least to know how she had been traced, and what had induced the other pursuit, or caused the seizure, which she had so unexpectedly witnessed, of her persecutor. He answered that, restless to fathom a mystery, the profundity of which left to his active imagination as much space for distant hope as for present despair, he had invited Riley to dinner upon quitting Frith Street, and through his means had discovered the pilot, whose friendship and services were secured, without scruple, by a few guineas. By this man Sir Jasper was shown the advertisement which he now produced, and which Juliet, though nearly overcome with shame, begged to read. Eloped from her husband, a young woman, tall, fair, blue-eyed, her face oval, her nose Grecian, her mouth small, her cheeks high-colored, her chin dimpled, and her hair of a glossy light brown. She goes commonly by the name of Miss Ellis. Whoever will send an account where she may be met with, or where she has been seen, to Attorney in Street, London, shall receive a very handsome reward. The pilot further acknowledged to Sir Jasper that his employer had, formerly, been at the head of a gang of smugglers and swindlers, though latterly he had been engaged in business of a much more serious nature. This intelligence, with an internal conviction that the marriage must have been forced, decided Sir Jasper to denounce the criminal to justice, and then to take every possible measure to have him either imprisoned for trial or sent out of the country by the Alien Bill before he should overtake the fair fugitive. His offenses were, it seemed, notorious, and the warrant for his seizure was readily granted, with an order for his being embarked by the first opportunity. Nevertheless, the difficulty to discover him had almost demolished the scheme, though the baronet had aided the search in person, to enjoy the bliss of being the first to announce freedom to the lovely runaway, and to offer her immediate protection. But the pilot, who, after being well paid for his information, had himself absconded, delayed all proceedings till he was found out, by Riley, upon the Salisbury road. He evaded giving any further intelligence, till the glitter of a few guineas restored his spirit of communication, when he was brought to confess that his master was in that neighborhood, where they had received assurances that the fugitive herself was lodged. Sir Jasper instantly, then, took the measures of which the result, seconded by sundry happy accidents, had been so seasonable and prosperous. "And never," said he in conclusion, "did my delectable little friend serve me so cogently as in suggesting my stratagem at your sight. If you do not directly name," they squeaked in my ear, "her brother and sister, she may demur at accompanying you. If her brother and sister honor your assertion, you will fix the matchless wanderer in her proper sphere. If they protest against it, what giant stands in the way to your rearing and protecting the lovely flower yourself?" This was the manner in which these hovering little beings egged me on. but whether with the playful philanthropy of courteous sylphs, to win me your gentle smiles, or whether with the wanton malignity of little devils, to annihilate me with your frowns, is still locked up in the womb of your countenance. He then farther added that Riley had accompanied him throughout the expedition, but that, always exhilarated by scenes which excited curiosity, or which produced commotion, he had scampered into the inn, to witness the culprits being secured, while Sir Jaspar had paid his respects at the chaise. With a disappointed heart, and with affrighted spirits, Juliet now saw that she must again, and immediately, renew her melancholy flight, in search of a solitary hiding-place, till she could be assured of the positive embarkation of the commissary. In vain Sir Jaspar pressed to pursue his design of conveying her to her family. The dread of Lord Denmeath, who was in actual communication and league with her persecutor, decided her refusal. Though, while she had believed in Sir Jaspar's commission for seeking her, neither risk nor doubt had had power to check the ardor of her impatience, to cast herself upon the protection of Lord Melbury and Lady Aurora. But she felt no courage. However generously they had succored and distinguished her as a distressed individual, to rush upon them, uncalled and unexpected, as a near relation, and one who had so large a claim, could her kindred be proved, upon their inheritance. Her most earnest wish was to rejoin her Gabriella, but there, where she had been discovered, she could least hope to lie concealed. She must still, therefore, fly in lonely silence. But she besought Sir Jaspar to take her anywhither rather than to Salisbury, where she had had the horror of being examined by the advertisement. Proud to receive her commands, he recommended to her a farmhouse about 3 miles from the city, of which the proprietor and his wife, who were worthy and honest people, had belonged formerly to his family. She thankfully agreed to this proposal, but when they arrived at the farm, they heard that the master and mistress were gone to a neighboring fair, whence they were not expected back for an hour or two, and that they had locked up the parlour. Some labourers being in the kitchen, Sir Jaspar proposed driving about in the interval, and ordered the postilion to Wilton. End of Chapter 81. Recording by Roxana Nazari. Chapter 82 of The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties, by Fanny Burney. Chapter 82. Absorbed in grief, and unable to converse, though endeavouring to listen to the baronet, Juliet was only drawn from her melancholy reverie by the rattling of the carriage upon a pavement, as it passed, through a spacious gate, into the courtyard of a magnificent country seat. She demanded what this meant. Where better, he demanded in return, could she while away the interval of waiting, than in viewing the finest works of art, displayed in a temple consecrated to their service? This was a scheme to force back all her consideration. In hearing him pronounce the word Wilton, she had merely thought of the town, not of the mansion of the Earl of Pembroke, which she now positively refused entering, earnestly representing the necessity, as well as propriety, in a situation so perilous, of the most entire obscurity. He assured her that she would be less liable to observation in a repository of the Beaux-Arts at the villa of a nobleman than by waiting in a post-chaise before the door of an inn, as he must indispensably change horses, and grant a little repose to his old groom, who had been out with him all day. This she could not dispute, convinced herself that the greatest danger lay in being recognized or remarked within the precincts of an inn. Nevertheless, how enter into such a mansion in a garb so unfit for admission? She besought him to ask leave that she might remain in some empty apartment, as an humble dependent, while he viewed the house. Extremely pleased by an idea so consonant to his fantastic taste, he answered her aloud in alighting. "Yes, yes, Mrs. Betty, if you wish to see the room, so that you may give an account of all the pretty images to my little ones, there can be no objection." She descended from the chaise, meaning to remonstrate upon this misconstruction of her request, but, not allowing her the opportunity, he gaily represented, to the person who showed him the mansion, that he was convoying a young nursery maid, the daughter of a worthy old tenant, to his grandchildren, and that she had a fancy to see all the finery, that she might make out some pretty stories to tell the little dears when she wanted to put them to sleep. Juliet, whose deep distress made her as little desire to see as to be seen, repeated that she wished to sit still in some spare room. He walked on, pretending not to hear her, addressing himself to his cicerone, whom he kept at his side, and therefore, as there was no female in view, to whom she could apply, she was compelled to follow. Not as Juliet she followed, Juliet whose soul was delightedly awake to tender strokes of art, whether in painting, music, or poetry, who never saw excellence without emotion, and whose skill and taste would have heightened their pleasure into rapture, her approbation into enthusiasm, in viewing the delicious assemblage of painting, statuary, antiques, natural curiosities, and artificial rarities of Wilton. Not as Juliet she followed, but as one to whom everything was indifferent, whose discernment was gone, whose eyes were dimmed, whose powers of perception were asleep, and whose spirit of enjoyment was annihilated. Figures of the noblest sculpture, busts of historical interest, alto and basso relievos of antique elegance, marbles, alabasters, spars, and lavers of all colors and in all forms, pictures glowing into life, and statues appearing to command their beholders. All that, at another period, would have made her forget everything but themselves, now vainly solicited a moment of her attention. It was by no means the fault of the baronet that this nearly morbid insensibility was not conquered by the revivifying objects which surrounded her. He suffered her not to pass an Aesculapius without demanding a prescription for her health, a Mercury without supplicating an ordinance for her spirits, a Minerva without claiming an exhortation to courage, nor a Venus without pointing out that perpetual beauty beams but through perpetual smiles, couching every phrase under emblematical recommendations of story subjects for the nursery. When the guide stood somewhat aloof, "What say you now?" he exultingly whispered, "to my famous little friends? Did they ever devise a more ingenious gambol? From your slave, by a mere wave of their wand, they have transformed me into your master. Ah, wicked siren! A dimple of yours demolishes all their work, and again totters me down to your feet." Nevertheless, even in this nearly torpid state, accident having raised her eyes to Van Dyck's Children of Charles I, the extraordinary attraction of that fascinating picture was exciting, unconsciously, some pleasure. When the sound of a carriage announcing a party to see the house, she petitioned Sir Jaspar to avoid, if possible, being known. All compliance with whatever she could wish, the baronet promised to nail his eyes to the lowest picture in the room, should they be joined by any stragglers, and then, relinquishing all further examination, he begged permission to wait for his horses, in an apartment which is presided by a noble picture of Salvator Rosa, to which, never discouraged, he strove to call the attention of Juliet. Nothing could more aptly harmonize, not only with his enthusiastic eulogiums, but with his quaint fancy, than that exquisite effusion of the painter's imagination, where surely, said the rapturous baronet, his pencil has been guided, if not impelled in every stroke, by my dear little cronies the fairies. and that variety of vivifying objects, that rich yet elegant scenery of airy gaiety and ideal felicity, is palpably a representation of fairyland itself. Is it thither my dear little friends will some day convey me? And shall I be metamorphosed into one of those youthful swains that are twining their garlands with such bewitching grace? And shall I myself elect the fair one, around whom I shall entwine mine? This harangue was interrupted by the appearance of a newly arrived party, but vainly Sir Jasper kept his word in reclining upon his crutches till he was nearly prostrate upon the ground. He was immediately challenged by a lady, and that lady was Mrs. Ireton. Juliet, inexpressibly shocked, hastily glided from the room, striving to cover her face with her luxuriously curling hair. She rambled about the mansion till she met with a chambermaid, from whom she entreated permission to wait in some private apartment till the carriage to which she belonged should be ready. The maid obligingly took her to a small room, and Juliet, taught by her cruel confusion at the sight of Mrs. Ireton the censure, if not slander, to which travelling alone with a man, however old, might make her liable, determined, at whatever hazard, to hang henceforth solely upon herself. She resolved, therefore, to beg the assistance of this maidservant to direct her to some safe rural lodging. But how great was her consternation when, requiring now her purse, she suddenly missed what in her late misery she had neither guarded nor thought of, her packet and her work-bag. Every pecuniary resource was now sunk at a blow. Even the deposit which she had held as sacred of Harleigh was lost. At what period of her disturbances this misfortune had happened, she had no knowledge, nor whether her property had been dropped in her distress, or purloined, or simply left at the inn. The consequence, every way, was equally dreadful. And but for Sir Jasper, whom all sense of propriety had told her, the moment before, to shun, yet to whom now she became tied by absolute necessity, her difficulties at this conjuncture would have been nearly distracting. When the carriage was returned with fresh horses, Sir Jasper found her in a situation of augmented dismay that filled him with concern, though he also saw that it was tempered by a grateful softness to himself that he thought more than ever bewitching. He assured her that Mrs. Ireton, whom he had adroitly shaken off, had not perceived her, but the moment that they were reseated in the chaise, she communicated to him, with the most painful suffering, the new and terrible stroke by which she was oppressed. Viewing this as a mere pecuniary embarrassment, the joy of becoming again useful, if not necessary to her, sparkled in his eyes with almost youthful vivacity, though he engaged to send his valet immediately to the inn to make inquiries and offer rewards for recovering the strayed goods. This second loss of her purse she suffered Sir Jasper, without any attempt at justification, to call an active epigram upon modern female drapery, which prefers continual inconvenience, innumerable privations, and the most distressing untidiness, to the antique habit of modesty and good housewifery, which, erst, left the public display of the human figure to the statuary, deeming that to support the female character was more essential than to exhibit the female form. The second loss also, by carrying back her first reflections to the first, brought to her mind several circumstances which cast a new light upon that origin of the various misfortunes and adventures which had followed her arrival. And all her recollections, now she knew the rapacity and worthlessness of the pilot, pointed out to her that she had probably been robbed at the moment when, impulsively, she was pouring forth, upon her knees, her thanks for her deliverance. Her work-bag, which, upon that occasion, she had deposited upon her seat, she remembered, though she had then attributed it to his vigilance and care, seeing in his hands when she arose. Arrived at the farmhouse, they found themselves expected by the farmer and his wife, who paid the utmost respect to Sir Jaspar, but who saw, with an air of evidently suspicious surprise, the respect which he himself paid to Mrs. Betty, the nursemaid, whose beauty, with her rustic attire and disordered hair, would have made them instantly conclude her to be a lost young creature, had not the decency of her look, the dignity of her manner, and the grief visible in her countenance, spoken irresistibly in favor of her innocence. They spoke not, however, in favor of that of Sir Jaspar, whose old character of gallantry was well known to them, and induced their belief that he was inveigling this young woman from her friends for her moral destruction. They accommodated her, nevertheless, for the night, but, whatever might be their pity, determined, should the baronet visit her the next day, to invent some other occupation for their spare bedroom. Unenviable was that night, as passed by their lodger, however acceptable to her was any asylum. She spent it in continual alarm, now shaking with the terror of pursuit, now affrighted with the prospect of being penniless, now shocked to find herself cast completely into the power of a man, who, however aged, was her professed admirer, and now distracted by varying resolutions upon the measures which she ought immediately to take. And when, for a few minutes, her eyes, from extreme fatigue, insensibly closed, her dreams, short and horrible, renewed the dreadful event of the preceding day. Again she saw herself pursued, again she felt herself seized, and she blessed the piercing streaks with which she awoke, though they brought to her but the transient relief that she was safe for the passing moment. End of Chapter 82. Recording by Roxana Nazari. Chapter 83 of The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties, by Fanny Burney, Chapter 83. Sir Jaspar arrived late the next morning, in wrath, he said, with his valet, who was not yet returned with the results of his inquiries from the inn. But before Juliet could express any uneasiness at the delay, the farmer and his wife, in evident confusion, though with professions of great respect, humbly besought that his honour would excuse their mentioning that they expected a relation to pass some days with them, who would want the spare apartment. The baronet, however displeased, humorously answered that their relation was mightily welcome to pass his days with them, provided he would be so kind as to go to the neighbouring public-house to take his dreams. But Juliet, much hurt, though with an air of dignity that made her host look more abashed than herself, desired that she might not incommode the family, and entreated Sir Jaspar to convey her to the nearest town. Sir Jaspar, rather to confound than to gratify the farmer, flung down a guinea, which the man vainly sought to decline, and then led the way to the carriage, at the door of which, stopping, he said with an arch smile that he was not yet superannuated enough to take place of a fair female, and desired that Mrs. Betty would get in first. Shocked as Juliet felt to find herself thus suspiciously situated, the affront was soon absorbed in the dread of greater evil, in the affright of pursuit, and the dismay of being exposed to improper pecuniary obligations. Not knowing the country, and not heeding the way that she went, she concluded that they were driving to some neighbouring village, in search of a new lodging, till she perceived that the carriage, which was drawn by 4 horses, was laboriously mounting a steep acclivity. Looking then around her, she found herself upon a vast plain, nor house, nor human being, nor tree, nor cattle within view. Surprised, "Where are we?" she cried. "Sir Jaspar, and whither are we going?" "To a quick meeting with his valet," he answered, "by a difficult road, rarely passed, because out of the common track." They then quietly proceeded, Juliet wrapped up in her own fears and affairs, making no comment upon the looks of enjoyment and contented taciturnity of her companion, till the groom, riding up to the window, said that the horses could go no further. Sir Jasper ordered them a feed, and inquired of Juliet whether she would choose, while they took a rest, to mount on foot to the summit of the ascent, and examine whether any horsemen were yet within sight. Glad to breathe a few minutes alone, she alighted and walked forward, though slowly, and with eyes bent upon the turf, till she was struck by the appearance of a wide ditch between a circular double bank, and perceived that she was approaching the scattered remains of some ancient building, vast, irregular, strange, and in ruins. Excited by sympathy in what seemed lonely and undone, rather than by curiosity, she now went on more willingly, though not less sadly, till she arrived at a stupendous assemblage of enormous stones, of which the magnitude demanded ocular demonstration to be entitled to credibility. Yet, though each of them, taken separately, might seem, from its astonishing height and breadth, there, like some rock, to have been placed from the beginning of things, and though not even the rudest sculpture denoted any visage of human art, still the whole was clearly no phenomenon of nature. The form, that might still be traced, of an antique structure, was evidently circular and artificial, and here and there, supported by gigantic posts or pillars, immense slabs of flat stone were raised horizontally, that could only by manual art and labor have been elevated to such a height. Many were fallen, many with grim menace looked nodding, but many, still sustaining their upright direction, were so ponderous that they appeared to have resisted all the wars of the elements in this high and bleak situation for ages. Struck with solemn wonder, Juliet for some time wandered amidst these massy ruins, grand and awful, though terrific rather than attractive. Mounting then upon a fragment of the pile, she saw that the view all around was in perfect local harmony with a wild edifice, or rather remains of an edifice, into which she had pierced. She discerned, to a vast extent, a boundless plain that, like the ocean, seemed to have no term but the horizon, but which, also like the ocean, looked as desert as it was unlimited. Here and there flew a bustard or a wheatear. All else seemed unpeopled air, an uncultivated waste. In a state of mind so utterly deplorable as that of Juliet, this grand, uncouth monument of ancient days had a certain sad, indefinable attraction, more congenial to her distress than all the polish, taste, and delicacy of modern skill. The beauties of Wilton seemed appendages of luxury, as well as of refinement, and appeared to require not only sentiment, but happiness for their complete enjoyment, while the nearly savage, however wonderful work of antiquity, in which she was now rambling, placed in this abandoned spot, far from the intercourse or even view of mankind, with no prospect but of heath and sky, blunted for the moment her sensibility, by removing her wide from all the objects with which it was in contact, and insensibly calmed her spirits, though not by dissipating her reverie. Here, on the contrary, was room for meditation even to madness. Nothing distracted the sight, nothing broke in upon attention, nor varied the ideas. Thought, uninterrupted and uncontrolled, was master of the mind. Here, in deep and melancholy rumination, she remained, till she was joined by the baronet, who toiled after his fair charge with an eager will, though with slack and discourteous feet. "Do you divine, my beauteous wanderer," he cried, "what part of the globe you now brighten, Have you developed my stratagem to surprise you by a view of what, perhaps, you thought impossible? Something curious and worthy of attention, though more antique than myself." Juliet tried, but vainly, to make a civil speech, and Sir Jaspar, after having vainly awaited it, went on. "You picture yourself, perhaps, in the original temple of Gog and Magog, for what less than giants could have heaved stones such as these? But 'tis not so, and you who are pious must view this spot with bended knees and new ideas. Dart then around the liquid luster of those eyes, so brightly mutable, so sweetly wild, and behold in each stony spectre, now staring you in the face, a petrified old druid. For, learn, fair fugitive, you ramble now within the holy precincts of that rude wonder of other days and disgrace of modern geometry, Stonehenge." In almost any other frame of mind, Juliet, from various descriptions joined to the vicinity of Salisbury, would not have required any nomenclator to have told her where she was, but she could now make no reflections, save upon her own misery, and no combinations that were not relative to her own dangers. Sir Jaspar apologized that he had not more roughly handled the farmer and his wife for their inhospitality, and frankly owned that it was not from the milkiness of his nature that he had been so docile, but from an ardent eagerness to visit Stonehenge with so fair a companion. Juliet, alarmed, demanded whether he had not taken the route by which they were to meet his valet. "I have all my life," continued he, "fostered, as the wish next my heart, the idea of being the object of some marvellous adventure. But fortune, more deaf, if possible, than blind, has hitherto famished all my elevated desires, by keeping me to the strict regimen of mere common life. Nevertheless, to die like a brute, without leaving behind me one staring anecdote to be recounted by my successors to my little nephews and nieces, no, I cannot resolve upon so humdrum an exit. Late, therefore, last night, I counselled with my tiny friends, and the rogues told me that those whom adventures would not seek, must seek adventures. They then suggested to me that to visit some romantic spot, far removed from all living ken, or a vast unfrequented plain, where no leering eye, with deriding scrutiny, no envious ear, with prepared impertinence, could peep or overhear, where not even a bird could find a twig for the sole of his paw, there to encounter a lovely nymph, to dally with her in dulcet discourse, to feast upon the sweet notes of her melodious voice, while obedient fays and sprightly elves should accoutre some chosen fragment with offerings appropriate to the place and the occasion. One of his grooms here demanded of him a private audience. He retired to some distance, and the hard-oppressed Juliet relieved her struggling feelings by weeping without control. While pondering upon her precarious destiny, she perceived, through an opening between two large stones, that Sir Jaspar had placed himself upon an eminence, where, apparently, by his gestures, he was engaged in an animated discourse. She concluded that the valet de chambre was arrived from the inn, but, soon afterwards, she was struck with motions so extraordinary, and by an appearance of a vivacity so extravagant, that she almost feared the imagination of the baronet had played him false, and was superseding his reason. She arose, and softly approaching, endeavoured to discover with whom he was conversing, but could discern no one, and was the more alarmed, though the nearer she advanced, the less he seemed to be an object of pity, his countenance being as bright with glee as his hands and arms were busy with action. After some time she caught his eye, when, ceasing all gesticulation, he kissed his hand, with a motion that invited her approach, and gallantly resigning his seat, begged her permission to take one by her side. He was all smiling good humour, and his features, in defiance of his age, expressed the most playful archness. "It is not," he cried, "for nothing. Permit me to assure you that I have prowled over this druidical spot, for though the druids have not been so debonair as to reanimate themselves to address me, they have suffered a flat surface of their petrification to be covered over with a whole army of my little frequenters, who have dragged thither a parcel, and the Lord knows what besides that they have displayed, as you see, full before me. After which, with their usual familiarity, up they have been mounting to my shoulders, my throat, my ears, and my wig, and lolling all about me, in mockery of my remonstrances, saying, 'Hark ye, old sir,' for they use very little ceremony with me, 'didst thou really fancy we would suffer the loveliest lily of the valley to droop without any gentle shade, under the blazing glare of this full light, while thy awkward clown of a valet trots to the inn for her bonnet? Or let her wait his plodding return, for what other drapery her fair form may require? Or permit her to be famished in the open air, whilst thou art hopping and hobbling, and hobbling and hopping, about these ruins, which thou art so fast ossifying to resemble? No, old sir, look what our wants have brought hither for her. Look, but touch nothing for thy life, and her own lily hands alone must develop our fairy gifts.' Juliet, who already had observed, upon the nearest flat stone, a large bandbox, and a square new trunk, placed as supporters to an elegant Japan basket, in which were arranged various refreshments, could not, however disconcerted by the attentions that she knew not how to acknowledge, prevail upon herself to damp the exaltation of his spirits by resisting his entreaty that she would herself lift up the lid of the trunk and open the bandbox. The first of these machines presented to her sight a complete small assortment of the finest linen. The second contained a white chip bonnet of the most beautiful texture. This last excited a transient feeling of pleasure in offering some shade for her face, now exposed to every eye. She looked at it, wistfully, a few minutes, anticipating its umbrageous succor, yet irresolute, and fearing to give encouragement to the too evident admiration of the baronet. Her deliberation, nevertheless, seconded by her wishes, was in his favor. She passed over, in her mind, that he knew her origin, and high natural, however disputed expectations, and that with all his gallantry, he was not only aged and sickly, but a gentleman in manners and sentiment, as much as in birth and rank of life. He could not mean her dishonor, and to shew, since thus cast into his hands, and loaded with obligations of long standing, as well as recent, a voluntary confidence in his character and intentions, might, happily, from mingling a sense of honor with a sense of shame, turn aside what was wrong in his regard, and give pride and pleasure to a nobler attachment, that might fix him her solid and disinterested friend for life. Decided by this view of things, she thankfully consented to receive his offerings, upon condition that he would permit her to consider him as the banker of Lord Melbury and of Lady Aurora Granville. Enchanted by her acceptance, and enraptured by its manner, the first sensation of the melted baronet was to cast himself at her feet, but the movement was checked by certain aches and pains, while the necessity of picking up one of his crutches, which in his transport had fallen from his hands, mournfully called him back from his gallantry to his infirmities. At this moment "Aha! Here's the demoiselle. Here she is, faith!" suddenly presented before them Riley, mounted upon a fragment of the pile, to take a view around him. Starting, and in dread of some new horror, Juliet looked at him aghast, while, clapping his hands, and turbulently approaching her, he exclaimed, "Yes, here she is, in propria persona. I was afraid that she had slipped through our fingers again. Monsieur le cher époux will have a pretty tight job of it to get her into conjugal trammels. He will, faith." To the other and yet more horrible sensations of Juliet, This speech added a depth of shame nearly overpowering, from the implied obloquy hanging upon the character of a wife eloping from her husband. Presently, however, all within was changed, reinvigorated, new-strung, and joy irresistibly beamed from her eyes, and hope glowed upon her cheeks, as Riley related that, before he had left the inn upon the road, he had himself seen the new monsieur, with poor Surly, who had been seized as an accomplice, packed off together for the sea-coast, whence they were both, with all speed, to be embarked for their own dear country. The baronet waved his hand, in act of congratulation to Juliet, but forbore speaking, and Riley went on. They made confounded wry faces and grimaces, both of them. I never saw a grimmer couple. They amused me mightily, they did, faith. But I can't compliment you, demoiselle, upon your choice of a loving partner. He has as hangdog a physiognomy as a Bow Street prowler might wish to light upon a summer's day. A most fiend-like aspect, I confess. I don't well make out what you took to him for, demoiselle. His Cupid's arrows must have been handsomely tipped with gold, to blind you to all that brass of his brow and his port. Sir Jaspar, distressed for Juliet, and much annoyed by this interruption, however happy in the intelligence to which it was the vehicle, inquired what chance had brought Mr. Riley to Stonehenge. The chance, he answered, that generally ruled his actions, namely, his own will and pleasure. He had found out, in his prowls about Salisbury, that Sir Jaspar was to be followed to Stonehenge by a dainty repast, and, deeming his news well worth a bumper to the loving sea-voyagers, he had borrowed a horse of one of Master Baronet's grooms to take his share in the feast. The baronet, at this hint, instantly, and with scrupulous politeness, did the honors of his stores, though he was ready to gnash his teeth with ire at so mundane an appropriation of his fairy purposes. "What a rare hand you are, demoiselle," cried Riley, "at hocus-pocus work. Who the deuce, with that head face of yours, could have thought of your being a married woman? Why, when I saw you at the old Bangham's concert at Brighthelmstone, I should have taken you for a boarding-school miss. But you metamorphose yourself about so, one does not know which way to look for you. Ovid was a mere fool to you. His nymphs turned into trees, and rivers, and flowers, and beasts, and fishes, make such a staring chaos of lies, that one reads them without a ray of reference to truth, like the tales of the Genji, or of old Mother Goose. He makes such a comical hodgepodge of animal, vegetable, and mineral choppings and changes, that we should shout over them as our brats do at a puppet show, when old Nick teaches Punchinello the devil's dance down to hell, or pummels his wife to a mummy, if it were not for the sly rogues tickling one's ears so cajolingly with the jingle of metre. But demoiselle here scorns all that namby-pamby work." Sir Jaspar tried vainly to call him to order. The embarrassment of Juliet operated but as a stimulus to his caustic humor. "I have met with nothing like her, Master Baronet," he continued, "all the globe over. Neither juggler nor conjurer is a match for her. She can make herself as ugly as a witch, and as handsome as an angel. She'll answer what one only murmurs in a whisper, and she won't hear a word when one bawls as loud as a speaking trumpet. Now she turns herself into a vagrant, not worth sixpence, and now into a fine player and singer that ravishes all ears, and might make, if it suited her fancy, £1,000 at her benefit. And now again, as you see, you can't tell whether she's a housemaid or a country girl. Yet a devilish fine creature, faith, as fine a creature as ever I beheld, when she's in that humour. Look but what a beautiful head of hair she's displaying to us now. It becomes her mightily. But I won't swear that she does not change it in a minute or two for a skullcap. She's a droll girl, faith. I like her prodigiously." Utterly disconcerted, Juliet, expressively bowing to the baronet, lifted up the lid of the bandbox, and, encircling her head in his bonnet, begged his permission to reseat herself in the chaise. Charmed with the prospect of another tete-a-tete, Sir Jaspar, with alacrity, accompanied her to the carriage. leaving Riley to enjoy, at his leisure, the cynical satisfaction of having worried a timid deer from the field. Still, however, Juliet, while uncertain whether the embarkation might not be eluded, desired to adhere to her plan of privacy and obscurity, and the baronet would not struggle against a resolution from which he hoped to reap the fruit of lengthened intercourse. Pleased and willingly, therefore, he told his postilion to drive across the plain to whence they proceeded post to Blandford. Great was the relief afforded to the feelings of Juliet by a removal so expeditious from the immediate vicinity of the scene of her sufferings, but she considered it, at the same time, to be a circumstance to obviate all necessity, and consequently all propriety of further attendance from the baronet. Here, therefore, to his utter dismay, with firmness, though with the gentlest acknowledgments, she begged that they might separate. Cruelly disappointed, Sir Jasper warmly remonstrated against the danger of her being left alone, but the possible hazards which might be annexed to acting right could not deter her from the certain evil of acting wrong. Her greatest repugnance was that of being again forced to accept pecuniary aid, yet that which, however disagreeable, might be refunded, was at least preferable to the increase and continuance of obligations, which, besides their perilous tendency, could never be repaid. Already, upon opening the bandbox, she had seen a well-furnished purse, and though her first movement had prompted its rejection, the decision of necessity was that of acceptance. When Sir Jasper found it utterly impossible to prevail with his fair companion still to bear that title, he expostulated against leaving her, at least in a public town, and she was not sorry to accept his offer of conveying her to some neighboring village. It was still daylight when they arrived within the picturesque view of a villa, which Juliet, upon inquiry, heard was Milton Abbey. She soon discovered that the scheme of the baronet, to lengthen their sojourn with each other, was to carry her to see the house, but this she absolutely refused, and her seriousness compelled him to drive to a neighboring cottage, where she had the good fortune to meet with a clean elderly woman who was able to accommodate her with a small chamber. Here, not without sincere concern, she saw the reluctance, even to sadness, with which her old admirer felt himself forced to leave his too lovely young friend, and what she owed to him was so important, so momentous, that she parted from him herself with real regret, and with expressions of the most lively esteem and regard. End of chapter 83. Recording by Roxana Nazari. Chapter 84 of The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties, by Fanny Burney. Chapter 84. Restless again was the night of Juliet, bewildered with varying visions of hope, of despair, of bliss, of horror, now presenting a fair prospect that opened sweetly to her best affections, now shewing every blossom blighted by a dark, overwhelming storm. To engage the goodwill of her new hostess, she bestowed upon her nearly everything that she had worn upon entering the cottage. What she had been seen and discovered in could no longer serve any purpose of concealment, and all disguise was disgusting to her, if not induced by the most imperious necessity. She clothed herself, therefore, from the fairy stores of her munificent old sylph, with whom her debts were so multiplied and so considerable, that she meant, at all events, to call upon her family for their disbursement. The quietness of this residence induced her to propose remaining here, and her new hostess, who was one of the many who, where interest preaches passiveness, make it a point not to be troublesome, consented without objection or inquiry. Hence again she wrote to Gabriella, from whom she languished for intelligence. In this perfect retirement she passed her time in deep rumination, her thoughts forever hovering around the bishop, upon whose fate her own invariably depended. Her little apartment was close and hot, unshaded by blinds, unsheltered by shutters. She went forth, therefore, early every morning, to enjoy fresh air in the cool of a neighboring wood, which, once having entered, she knew not how to quit. Solitude there had not the character of seclusion. It bore not, as in her room, the air of banishment, if not of imprisonment, and the beautiful prospects around her, though her soul, were a never-failing source of recreation. She permitted not, however, her love of the country to beguile her into danger by the love of variety. She wandered not far from her new habitation, in the vicinity of Milton Abbey, of which she never lost sight from distance, though frequently from intervening hills and trees. But no answer arrived from Gabriella, and in a few days her own letter was returned, with a line written by the postman upon the cover, to say, no, Frith Street, Soho, was empty. New sorrow now, and fearful distress, assailed every feeling of Juliet. What could have occasioned this sudden measure? Whither was Gabriella gone? Might it be happiness, or was it some new evil that had caused this change of abode? The letter sent to Salisbury had never been claimed, nor did Juliet dare demand it. But Gabriella might, perhaps, have written her new plan by the address sent from the farmhouse. It was now that she blessed the munificent Sir Jaspar, to whose purse she had immediate recourse for sending a man and horse to the cottage, with written instructions to inquire for a letter, concerning which she had left directions with the good old cottager. While, to wear away the hours devoted to anxious waiting, she wandered, as usual, in the view of Milton Abbey, from a rich valley, bounded by rising hills, whose circling slopes bore the form of undulating waves, she perceived, from a small distance, a horseman galloping towards her cottage. It could not already be her messenger. She felt uneasy, and gliding to the brow of an eminence, sat down upon the turf, as much as possible out of sight. In a short time she heard the quick-pacing step of a man in haste. She tried to place herself still more obscurely, but, by moving, caught the eye of the object she meant to avoid. He approached her rapidly, but when near enough to distinguish her, abruptly stopped, as if to recollect himself, and Juliet, at the same moment that she was herself discerned, recognized Harleigh. With difficulty restraining an exclamation, from surprise and painful emotion, she looked round to discover if it would be possible to elude him, but she could only walk towards Milton Abbey, in full view herself from that noble seat, or immediately face him by returning to her home. She stood still, therefore, though bending her eye to the ground, hurt and offended that, at such a juncture, Harleigh could break into her retreat, and grieved yet more deeply that Harleigh could excite in her even transitory displeasure. Harleigh stepped forward, but his voice, husky and nervous, so inarticulately pronounced something relative to a packet and a work-bag, that Juliet, losing her displeasure in a sudden hope of hearing some news of her property, raised her head, with a look that demanded an explanation. Still he strove in vain for sufficient calmness to speak distinctly, yet his answer gave Juliet to understand that he had conveyed her packet and work-bag to the cottage which he had been told she inhabited. "And where, sir?" cried Juliet, surprised into vivacity and pleasure at this unexpected hearing. "How and where have they been recovered?" Harleigh now blushed himself, at the blushes which he knew he must raise in her cheeks, as he replied that the packet and the work-bag which he had brought had been dropped in his room at the inn. Crimson is pale to the depth of red with which shame and confusion dyed her face, while Harleigh, recovering his voice, sought to relieve her embarrassment by more rapidly continuing his discourse. "I should sooner have endeavored to deliver these articles, but that I knew not till yesterday that they had fallen to my care. I had left the inn to follow and seek Sir Jasper Harrington, but having various papers and letters in my room that I had not had time to collect, I obtained leave to take away the key with me of the landlady, to whom I was well known, for there, or in that neighborhood, an irresistible interest has kept me, from the time that, through my groom, I had heard who had been seen at Bagshot entering the Salisbury stage. Yesterday, when I returned to the inn, I first perceived these parcels." He stopped, but Juliet could not speak, could not look up, could pronounce no apology, nor enter into any explanation. "Sir Jasper Harrington," he continued, "whom I have just left, is still at Salisbury, but setting out for town. From him I learnt your immediate direction, but not knowing what might be the value of the packets, nor—" He hesitated a moment, and then with a sigh added, "nor how to direct them, I determined upon venturing to deliver them myself." The tingling cheeks of Juliet, at the inference of the words, "nor how to direct them," seemed on fire, but she was totally silent. "I have carefully sealed them," he resumed, "and I have delivered them to the woman of the cottage for the young lady who at present sleeps there, and hearing that that young lady was walking in the neighborhood, I ventured to follow with this intelligence." "You are very good, sir." Juliet strove to answer, but her lips were parched, and no words could find their way. This excess of timidity brought back the courage of Harleigh, who, advancing a step or two, said, "You will not be angry that Sir Jasper, moved by my uncontrollable urgency, has had the charity to reveal to me some particulars—" "Oh, make way for me to pass, Mr. Harleigh," now interrupted Juliet, forcing her voice, and striving to force a passage. "Did you wish, then," said Harleigh, in a tone the most melancholy, "could you wish that I should still languish in harrowing suspense, or burst with ignorance?" "Oh, no!" cried she, raising her eyes, which glistened with tears. "No, if the mystery that so long has hung about me, by occupying your—" She sought a word, and then continued, "your imagination impedes the oblivion that ought to bury me and my misfortunes from further thought, then indeed I ought to be thankful to Sir Jasper, and I am thankful that he has let you know, that he has informed you—" She could not finish the sentence. "Yes," cried Harleigh with energy, "I have heard the dreadful history of your wrongs, of the violences by which you have suffered, of the inhuman attempts upon your liberty, your safety, your honor, but since you have thus happily—" "Mr. Harleigh," cried Juliet, struggling to recover her presence of mind, "I need no longer, I trust, now beg your absence. All I can have to say you must now understand, anticipate, acknowledge, since you are aware—" "Ah!" cried Harleigh, in a tone not quite free from reproach, "had you but, from the beginning, condescended to inform me of your situation, a situation so impossible to divine, so replete with horror, with injury, with unheard-of suffering, had you from the first, instead of avoiding, flying me, deign to treat me with some trust." "Mr. Harleigh," said Juliet, with eagerness, "whatever may be your surprise that such should be my situation, my fate, you can at least require now no explanation why I have fled you." The word "why" vibrated instantly to the heart of Harleigh, where it condolingly said, "It was duty, then, not averseness, not indifference, that urged that flight. Had she not fled, had she not deemed herself engaged—" Juliet, who had hastily uttered the "why" in the solicitude of self-vindication, shewed, by a change of complexion, the moment that it had passed her lips, that she felt the possible inference of which it was susceptible, and dropped her eyes, fearful to risk discovering the consciousness that they might indicate. Harleigh, however, now brightened, glowed with revived sensations. "Ah, be not," he cried, "be not the victim of your scruples. Let not your too delicate fears of doing wrong by others urge you to inflict wrong, irreparable wrong, upon yourself. Your real dangers are past. None now remain but from a fancied— pardon me, a fancied refinement, unfounded in reason or in right. Suffer, therefore." "Hold, sir, hold! We must not even talk upon this subject, nor at this moment upon any other." Her brow shewed rising displeasure, but Harleigh was intractable. "Pronounce not," he cried, "an interdiction. I make no claim, no plea, no condition. I will speak wholly as an impartial man. And have you not condescended to tell me that, as a friend, if to that title, so limited, yet so honorable, I would confine myself, you would not disdain to consult with me? As such, I am now here. I feel, I respect, I revere the delicacy of all your ideas, the perfection of your conduct. I will put, therefore, aside all that relates not simply to yourself and to your position. I will speak to you, for the moment, and in his absence, as Lord Mulberry, as your brother." An involuntary smile here unbent the knitting brow of Juliet, who could not feel offended or sorry that Sir Jaspar had revealed the history of her birth. She desired, nevertheless, to pass, refusing every species of discussion. "If you will not answer, will not speak," cried Harleigh, still obstructing her way, "fear not at least to hear. Are you not at liberty? Is not your persecutor gone? Can he ever return?" "Gone?" repeated Juliet. "I have myself seen him embark. I rode after his chaise. I pursued it to the sea-coast. I saw him under sail." Juliet, with uplifted eyes, clasped her hands, from an emotion of ungovernable joy, which 1,000 blushes betrayed her vain struggles to suppress. Harleigh observed not this unmoved. "Ah, madam," he cried, "since thus critically you have escaped, since thus happily you are released, since no church ritual has ever sanctioned the sacrilegious violence—" "Spare all ineffectual controversy," cried Juliet, assuming an air and tone of composure, with which her quick heaving bosom was ill in harmony. "I can neither talk nor listen upon the subject. You know now my story. Dread and atrocious as is my connection, my faith to it must be unbroken, till I have seen the bishop, and till the iniquity of my chains may be proved, and my restoration to my violated freedom may be legalized. Do not look so shocked, so angry, must I say. Remember that a point of conscience can be settled only internally. I will speak, therefore, but one word more, and I must hear no reply. Little as I feel to belong to the person in question, I cannot consider myself to be my own. 'Tis a tie which, whether or not it binds me to him, excludes me, while thus circumstanced, from all others. This, sir, is my last word. Adieu." Harleigh, though looking nearly petrified, still stood before her. "You fly us, then?" he cried resentfully, though mournfully. "Both alike? You put us upon a par." "No," answered Juliet hastily. "Him I fly because I hate. You—" The deep scarlet which mounted into her whole face finished the sentence, in defiance of a sudden and abrupt breaking off, that meant and hoped to snatch the unguarded phrase from comprehension. But Harleigh felt its fullest contrast. His hopes, his wishes, his whole soul completed it by, "You because I love." Not that he could persuade himself that Juliet would have used those words. He knew the contrary, knew that she would sooner thus situated expire. But such he felt was the impulse of her thoughts, such the consciousness that broke off her speech. He durst not venture at any acknowledgment, but, once appeased in his doubts, and satisfied in his feelings, he respected her opinions, and, yielding to her increased, yet speechless eagerness to be gone, he silently, but with eyes of expressive tenderness, ceased to obstruct her passage. Utterly confounded herself at the half-pronounced thought, thus inadvertently surprised from her, and thus palpably seized and interpreted, she strove to devise some term that might obviate dangerous consequences. But she felt her cheeks so hot, so cold, and again so hot, that she durst not trust her face to his observation. And, accepting the opening which he made for her, she was returning to her cottage, tortured, and yet soothed, by indescribable emotions, when an energetic cry of "Ellis! Harleigh! Ellis!" made her raise her eyes to the adjacent hill, and perceive Elinor. End of chapter 84. Recording by Roxana Nazari. Chapter 85 of The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties, by Fanny Burney. Chapter 85. With arms extended and a commanding air, Elinor, having made signs to the dismayed Harleigh not to move, awaited where she stood the terrified but obedient Juliet. "Avoid me not!" she cried. "Ellis, why should you avoid me? I have given you back your plighted word, and the pride of Harleigh has saved him from all bonds. Why then should you fly?" Juliet attempted not to make any answer. "The conference, the last conference," continued Elinor, "which so ardently I have demanded, is still unaccorded. Repeatedly I could have surprised it singly from Harleigh, but—" She stopped, colored, looked indignant, yet ashamed, and then haughtily went on. "Imagine not my courage tarnished by cowardly apprehensions of misinterpretation, suspicion, censoriousness. No, let the world sneer at its pleasure. Its spleen will never keep pace with my contempt. But Harleigh! I brave not the censure of Harleigh, even though prepared and resolved to quit him for evermore, and with ideas punctilious such as his of feminine delicacy, he might blame, perhaps, should I seek him alone." She blushed more deeply, and, with extreme agitation, added, "Harleigh, when we shall meet no more, will always honorably say, 'Her passion for me might be tinctured with madness, but its purity was without alloy.'" She now turned away, to hide a starting tear, but, soon resuming her usual lively manner, said, "I have traced you at last together, and by means of our caustic, bilious fellow-traveller Riley, whom I encountered by accident, and who runs, snarling, yet curious, after his fellow-creatures, working at making himself enemies, as if enmity were a pleasing or lucrative profession. From him I learnt that he had just seen you, and together, near Salisbury. I discovered you, Ellis, 2 days ago, but Harleigh, though I have been roving some time in your vicinity, only this moment." A sudden shriek now broke from her, and Juliet, affrighted and looking around, perceived Harleigh pacing hastily away. The shriek reached him, and he stopped. "Fly, fly to him!" she cried. "Ellis, assure him I have no present personal project. None. I solemnly promise, none. But I have an opinion to gather from him, of which my ignorance burns, devours me, and will not let me rest, alive nor dead." Juliet, distressed, irresolute, ventured not to move. "'Tis his duty," continued Elinor, "after his solemn declaration, to initiate me into his motives for believing in a future state. I have been distracting my burdened senses over theological works, but my head is in no condition to comprehend them. They treat also of belief in a future state as of a thing not to be proved, but to be taken for granted. Let him penetrate me with his own notions, or frankly acknowledge their insufficiency. But let him mark that they are indeed his own. Let them be neither fanatical, illusory, nor traditional." Juliet was compelled to obey, but while she was repeating her message, Elinor descended the hill, and they all met at its foot. "Harleigh," she cried, "fear me not. Do not imagine I shall again go over the same ground. At least, not with the monotonous stupidity of again going over it in the same manner. Yet believe not my resolution to be shaken. But I have some doubts, relative to your own principles and opinions, of which I demand a solution." She then seated herself upon the turf, and made Harleigh seat himself before her, while Juliet remained by her side. "Can you feign, Harleigh? Can you endure to act a part in defiance of your nobler nature, merely to prolong my detested life? Do you join in the popular cry against suicide, merely to arrest my impatient hand? If not, initiate me, I beseech, in the series of pretended reasoning, by which honor, honesty, and understanding such as yours have been duped into bigotry. How is it, explain, that you can have been worked upon to believe in an existence after death? Ah, Harleigh, could you indeed give so sublime a resting-place to my laboring ideas, I would consent to enter the ecclesiastical court myself, to sing the recantation of what you deem my errors. And then, Albert, I might learn, with all my wretchedness, to bear to live, for then I might seek and foster some hope in dying." "Dear Elinor," cried Harleigh, gently, almost tenderly, "let me send for some divine." "How conscious is this retreat," she cried, "of the weakness of your cause! Ah, why thus try to bewilder a poor forlorn traveller, who is dropping with fatigue upon her road, and to fret and goad her on, when the poor tortured wretch languishes to give up the journey altogether? Why not rather, more generously, more like yourself, aid her to attain repose, to open her burning veins, and bid her pent-up blood flow freely to her relief? Or kindly point the steel to her agonized heart, whose last sigh would be ecstasy if it owed its liberation to your pitying hand? Oh, Harleigh, what vain prejudice, what superstitious sophistry robs me of the only solace that could soothe my parting breath!" "What is it Elinor means?" cried Harleigh, alarmed, yet affecting to speak lightly. "Has she no compunction for the labor she causes my blood in thus perpetually accelerating its circulation?" "Pardon me, dear Harleigh, I have inadvertently run from my purpose to my wishes. To the point, then. Make me, if it be possible, conceive how your reason has thus been played upon, and your discernment been set asleep. I have studied this matter abroad, with the ablest casuists I have met with, and though I may not retain or detail their reasoning well enough to make a convert of any other, they have fixed forever in my own mind a conviction that death and annihilation are one. Why do you knit your brow, and see how Ellis starts? And why do you both look at me as if I were mad? Mad, because I would rather crush misery than endure it? Mad, because I would rather, at my own time, die the death of reason than by compulsion, and when least disposed of that nature? of reason that appreciates life but by enjoyment, not of nature that would make misery linger, till malady or old age dissolve the worn-out fabric. To indulge our little miserable fears and propensities would give flattering epithets to all our meannesses. For what is endurance of worldly pain and affliction but folly? What patience but insipidity? What suffering but cowardice? O suicide, triumphant antidote to woe, straightforward, unerring route to rest, to repose, I call upon thy aid, I invoke— Repose? Rest? Interrupted Harleigh. How earned? By deserting our duties? By quitting our posts? By forsaking and wounding all by whom we are cherished? One word, Harleigh, answers all that. Did we ask for our being? Why was it given us, if doomed to be wretched? To whom are we accountable for renouncing a donation made without our consent or knowledge? Oh, if ever that wretched thing called life has a noble moment, it must surely be that of its voluntary sacrifice, lopping off, at a blow, that hydra-headed monster of evil upon evil called time, bounding over the imps of superstition, dancing upon the pangs of disease, and boldly, heartily mocking the senseless legends that would frighten us with eternity. Eternity, to poor little frail finite beings like us! Oh, Albert, worldly considerations, monkish interventions, and superstitious reveries set apart, reason called forth, truth developed, probabilities canvassed. Say, is it not clear that death is an end to all, an abyss eternal, a conclusion? Nature comes but for succession, though the pride of man would give her resurrection. Mouldering all together we go, to form new earth for burying our successors. Horrible, Elinor, most horrible! Yet if, indeed, it is your opinion that you are doomed to sink to nothing, if your soul, in the full tide of its energies, and in the pride of intellect, seems to you a mere appendant to the body, if you believe it to be of the same fragile materials, how can you wish to shorten the so short period of consciousness, to abridge the so brief moment of sensibility? Is it not always time enough to think, feel, see, hear, love, and be loved no more? Yes, 'tis always too soon to lose happiness. But misery, ah, Albert, why should misery, when it can so easily be stilled, be endured? Stilled, Elinor? What do you mean by annihilation? How an infidel assumes fortitude to wish for death is my constant astonishment, to believe in the eternal loss of all he holds, or knows, or fears, to be persuaded that this sensible warm being will melt, thaw, and resolve itself into a dew, and to believe that there all ends. Surely every species of existence must be preferable to such an expectation from its cessation. Dust, literal dust, food for worms, to be trod upon, crushed, dug up, battered down. Is that our termination? That, and nothing more? 'Tis shocking, Albert, no doubt, shocking and disgusting. Yet why disguise the fact? Reason, philosophy, analogy, all prove our materialism. Even common observations, even daily experience, in viewing our natural end, where neither sickness nor accident impede, nor shorten its progress, prove it by superannuation, to show clearly that mind and body, when they die the long death of nature, gradually decline together. Were that double decay constant, Elinor, in its junction, you might thence perhaps draw that inference. But does not the body wither as completely by decay in the very prime and pride and bloom of youth, where the death is consumption, as in the most worn-out decrepitude of age? Yet the capacity is often, even to the last minute, as perfect as in the vigor of health. Were all within, as well as all without, material, would not the blight to one involve, uniformly, the blight to the other? How often, too, does age, even the oldest, escape any previous decay of intellect? There are records extant of those who, after attaining their 100th year, have been capable of bearing testimony in trials, But are there any of those who at half that age have preserved their external appearance? No. It is the body, therefore, not the soul, that, in a natural state, and free from the accelerations of accident, seems first to degenerate. The grace of symmetry, the charm of expression, may last with our existence, and delight to its latest date. But that which we understand exclusively as personal perfections, how soon is it over? Not only before the intellects are impaired, but even, and not rarely, before they are arrived at their full completion. Can mind, then, and body be but one and the same thing, when they neither flourish nor wither together? Ah, Harleigh, is it not your willing mind that here frames its sentiments from the exaltation, not your deeper understanding, that defines your future expectations from your rational belief? No, Elinor, my belief in the immortality of the soul may be strengthened, but it is not framed by my wishes. Let me, however, ask you a question in return. Your disbelief of the immortality of the soul is founded on your inability to have it visually or orally demonstrated. Let me then ask, can the nature, use, and destinations of the soul, however darkly hidden from our analyzing powers, be more impervious to our limited foresight than the narrower, yet equally to us invisible, destiny of our days to come upon earth? But does anyone, therefore, from not knowing its purposes, disbelieve that his life may be lengthened? Yet which of us can divine what his fate will be from year to year, what his actions from hour to hour, his thoughts from moment to moment? Oh, Harleigh, how fatally is that true! How little did I foresee, when I so delighted in your society, that that very delight would but impel me to burn for the moment of bidding you an eternal farewell. Harleigh sighed, but with earnestness continued. We conceive of the soul to influence, if not to direct, our whole constitution, yet we have no sensible proof of its being in any part of it. How, then, shall we determine that to be destroyed or departed, which we have never known to be created, never seen to exist? Oh, bow we down, for all is inexplicable. We can but say, the body is obvious in its perfection, and still obvious in its decay. The soul is always unsearchable. Were we sure it were only our understanding, we might perhaps develop it, or only our feelings, we might catch it, but it is something indefinable, of which the consciousness tells us not the qualities, nor the possession the attributes, of which the end leaves no trace. We follow it not to its dissolution like the body, which, after what we call death, is still as evident as when our conception of what is soul were yet lent to it. If the soul, then, be equally material, say, is it still there also? Though as unseen and hidden as when breath and motion were yet perceptible. Body and soul, Albert, come together with existence, and together are nullified by death. And are you, Elinor, aware whither such reasoning may lead? If the body, instead of being the tenement of the soul, is but one and the same with it, how are you certain, if they are not sundered by death, that they do not in death, though by means, and with effects to us unknown, still exist together, that with the body, whether animated or inert, the soul may not always be adherent? Who shall assure you, who, at least, shall demonstrate, that if the soul be but a part of the body, it may not think, though no utterance can be given to its thoughts, and may not feel, though all expression is at an end, and motion is no more? Whither may such reasoning lead? To what strange suggestions may it not conduct us? To what vain fantasies, what useless horrors? May we not apprehend that the insects, the worms which are formed from the human frame, may partake of and retain human consciousness? May we not imagine those wretched reptiles, which creep from our remains, to be sensible of their fallen state, and tortured by their degradation, to resent as well as seek to elude the ill usage, the blows, the oppressions to which they are exposed? Fie, Albert, fie! Nay, what proof, if for proof you wait, have you to the contrary? Is it their writhing, their sensitive shrink from your touch, their agonizing efforts to save their miserable existence from your grip? Harley, Harley! And this dust, Elinor, to which you settle that finally all will be mouldered or crumbled, fear you not that its every particle may possess some sensitive quality? When we cease to speak, to move, to breathe, you assert the soul to be annihilated. But why? Is it only because you lose sight of its operations? In chemistry, are there not sundry substances which, by certain processes, become invisible, and are sought in vain by the spectator, but which, by other processes, are again brought to view? And shall the chemist have this faculty to produce, and to withdraw, from our sight, and the Creator of all be denied any occult powers? Nay, Albert, how can we reason but from what we know? Will you compare a fact which experiment can prove, which reason may discuss, and which the senses may witness, with a bare possibility, a vague conjecture? Is nothing, then, credible, Elinor, that is out of the province of demonstration? Nothing probable that surpasses our understanding? Nothing sacred that is beyond our view? Are we so perfect in the knowledge, even of what we behold or possess, as to draw such presumptuous conclusions of the self-sufficiency and omnipotence of our faculties for judging what is every way out of our sight or reach? Do we know one radical point of our existence here where we live and move and have our being? Do we comprehend unequivocally our immediate attributes and powers? Can we tell even how our hands obey our will, how our desires suffice to guide our feet from place to place, to roll our eyes from object to object? If all were clear, save the existence and the extinction of the soul, then indeed we might pronounce all faith but in self-evidence to be folly. Faith, Harley, faith, the very word sense of monkish subtleties. 'Tis to faith, to that absurd idea of lulling to sleep our reason, of setting aside our senses, our observation, our knowledge, and giving our ignorant, unmeaning trust and blind confidence to religious quacks. 'Tis to that, precisely that, you owe what you term our infidelity, for 'tis that which has provoked the spirit of investigation, which has shown us the pusillanimity and imbecility of consigning the short period in which we possess our poor fleeting existence to other men's uses, deliberations, schemes, fancies, and ordinances. For what else can you call submission to unproved assertions, and concurrence in unfounded belief? And yet this faith, Elinor, which in religion you denounce, despise, or defy, because in religion you would think, feel, and believe by demonstration alone, you insensibly admit in nearly all things else. Have you it not in morals? Does society exist but by faith? Does friendship, I will not name what is so open to controversy as love, but say, has friendship any other tie? Has honor any other bond than faith? We have no proofs, no demonstrations of worth that can reach the regions of the heart. We judge but by effects. We believe but by analogies. We love, we esteem, we trust but by credulity, by faith. For where is the mathematician who can calculate what may be pronounced of the mind from what is seen in the countenance, or uttered by speech? Yet is any one therefore so wretched as not to feel any social reliance beyond what he can mathematically demonstrate to be merited? And to what but that, Albert, precisely that, do we owe being so perpetually duped and betrayed? To what but building upon false trust, upon appearance, and not certainty? Certainly, Elinor. Where and in what is certainty to be found? If you disclaim belief in immortality upon faith, as insufficient to satisfy reason, what is the basis even of your disbelief? Is it not faith also? When you demand the proofs of immortality, let me demand in return, what are your proofs of materialism? And, till you can bring to demonstration the operations of the soul while we live, presume not to decide upon its extinction when we die. Of the corporal machine, on the contrary, speak at pleasure. You have before you all your documents for ratiocination and decision. But, life once over, when you have placed the limbs, closed the eyes, arranged the form, can you arrange the mind, the soul? Excite no doubts in me, Harleigh. My creed is fixed. When sleep overtakes us, he continued, and all to the beholder looks the picture of death, save that the breath still heaves the bosom, what is it that guards entire uninjured the mind, the faculties? It is not our consciousness. We have none. Where is the soul in that period? Gone it is not, for we are sensible to all that had preceded its suspension the moment that we awake. Yet, in that state of periodical insensibility, what but experience could make those who view us believe that we could ever rise, speak, move, or think again? How inert is the body, how helpless, how useless, how incapable! Do we see who is near us? Do we hear who addresses us? Do we know when the most frightful crimes are committed by our sides? What I demand is our consciousness. We have not the most distant of anything that passes around us, yet we open our eyes, and all is known, all is familiar again. We hear, we see, we feel, we understand. Yes, but in that sleep, Harleigh, that mere mechanical repose of the animal, we still breathe. We are capable, therefore, of being restored to all our sensibilities by a single touch, by a single start. 'Tis but a separation that parts us from ourselves, as absence parts us from our friends. We yet live, we yet, therefore, may meet again. And why, when we live no longer, may we not also, Elinor, meet again? Why? Do you ask why? Look round the old churchyards. See you not there the dispersion of our poor mouldered beings? Is not every bone the prey, or the disgust of every animal? How, when scattered, commixed, broken, battered, how shall they ever again be collected, united, arranged, covered and colored so as to appear regenerated? But what, Elinor, is the fragility or the dispersion of the body to the solidity and the durability of the soul? Why are we to decide that to see ourselves again, and again to view each other, such as we seem here, substance, or what we understand by it, is essential to our reunion hereafter? Do we not meet, act, talk, move, think with one another in our dreams? What is it which, then, embodies our ideas? Which gives to our sight, in perfect form and likeness, those with whom we converse? Which makes us conceive that we move, act, speak, and look ourselves with the same gesture, mien, and voice as when awake? Dreams! Foh! They are but the nocturnal vagaries of the imagination. And what, Elinor, is imagination? You will not call it a part of your body. No, but the blood which still circulates in our veins, Harleigh, gives imagination its power. But does the blood circulate in the veins of our parents, of our friends, of our acquaintances, and of strangers whom we equally meet? Yet we see them all, we converse with them all, we utter opinions, we listen to their answers, and how ably we sometimes argue, how characteristically those with whom we dispute reply, yet we do not imagine we guide them. We wait their opinions and decisions in the same uncertainty and suspense that we await them in our waking intercourse. We have the same fears of ill fortune, the same horror of ill usage, the same ardor for success, the same feelings of sorrow, of joy, of hope, or of remorse, that animate or that torture us in our daily occurrences. What new countries we visit, what strange sights we see, what delight, what anguish, what alarms, what pleasures, and what pains we experience. Yet in all this variety of incident, conversation, motion, feeling, we seem, to those who look at us, but unintelligent and senseless, though still breathing clay. Ay, but after all those scenes we awake, Albert, we awake. But when do we awake from death? Death, the same experience tells us, is sleep eternal. But in that sleep also are there no dreams? Are you sure of that? If in our common sleep there still subsists an active principle, that feels, speaks, invents, and only by awaking finds that the mind alone, and not the body, has been working, how are you so sure that no such active principle subsists in that sleep which you call eternal? Who has told you what passes where experience is at an end? Who has talked you of that bourne whence no traveller returns? With the cessation indeed of warmth, with the stillness of those pulses which beat from circulating blood, all seems to end. But seems it not also to end when we fall into apoplexies, when we faint away, when we appear to be drowned, or when by any means life is casually suspended? Yet when those arts, that skill of which even the success teaches not the principle, even the process discovers not the secret resources, draw back, by means intelligible and visible, but through causes indefinable, the fleeting breath to its corporeal habitation, animation instantly returns, and the soul, with all its powers, revives. Ay, there, Albert, is the very point. If the soul were distinct from the body, why should not those who are recovered from drowning, suffocation, or other apparent death, be able to give some account of what passed in those periods when they seem to be no more? And who has done it? No one, Harleigh, not a single renovated being, has explained away the doubts to which those suspensions of animation give rise. And has anyone explained, Elinor, why, though sometimes we had such wonders to relate of the scenes in which we have borne a part in our dreams, we open our eyes at other times with no consciousness whatever, that we have anyway existed from the moment of closing them? The wants of refreshment and recruit of our corporeal machine we all feel and know. Those of that part which is intellectual, who is able to calculate? What, except the powers, can be more distinct than the exercises of the mind and of the body? Yet though we see not the workings of what is intellectual, though they are known only by their effects, does the student by the midnight oil require less rest from his mental fatigues, whether he take it or not, than a ploughman from his corporeal labor? Is he not as wearied, as exhausted, after a day consigned to serious and unremitting study and reflection, as the laborer who has spent it in digging, paving, hewing, and sawing? Yet his body has been perfectly at peace, has not moved, has not made the smallest exertion. And why, Harleigh? What is that but because— Hasten not, Elinor, thence to your favorite conclusion, that soul and body, if wearied or rested together, are therefore one and the same thing. Observation and reflection, turned to other points of view, will show you fresh reasons and objects every day to disprove that identity. Show you, on one side, corporal force for supporting the bitterest grief of heart, with uninjured health, and mental force on the other side for bearing the acutest bodily disorders with unimpaired intellectual vigor. How often do the most fragile machines enwrap the stoutest minds? How often do the halest frames encircle the feeblest intellects? All proves that the connection between mind and body, however intimate, is not blended. Though where its limits begin or where they end, who can tell? But who, also I repeat, can explain the phenomenon by which in the dead of the night, when we are completely insulated and left in utter darkness, we firmly believe, nay, feel ourselves shone upon by the broadest beams of day, and surrounded by society, with which we act, think, and reciprocate ideas? Dreams, I must own, Albert, are strangely incomprehensible. How bodies can seem to appear, and voices to be heard, where all around is empty space, it is not easy to conceive. Let this insolvable and acknowledged difficulty, then, Elinor, in a circumstance which, though daily recurring, remains inexplicable, check any hardy decision of the cause why, after certain suspensions, the soul may resume its functions to our evident knowledge, yet why we can neither ascertain its departure, its continuance, nor its return after others. O Elinor, mock not, but revere the impenetrable mystery of eternity. Ignorance is here our lot, Presumption is our most useless infirmity. The mind and body after death must either be separate or together. If together, as you assert, there is no proof attainable that the soul partakes not of all the changes, all the dispersions, all the sufferings, and all the poor enjoyments of what to us seems the lifeless, but which, in that case, is only the speechless carcass. If separate, as I believe, whither goest thou, O soul? To what regions of bliss, or what abysses of woe? Harley, you electrify me. You convulse the whole train of my principles, my systems, my long-cherished conviction. Say rather, Elinor, of your faith in infidelity. O Elinor, why call you not rather upon faith to aid your belief? Faith and revealed religion, the limited state of our positive perceptions, grants us no means for comparison, for judgment, or even for thought, but by analogy. Ask yourself then, Elinor, what is there, even in immortality, more difficult of comprehension than that indescribable daily occurrence, which all mankind equally, though unreflecting experience of a total suspension of every species of living knowledge, of every faculty, of every sense, called sleep. A suspension as big with matters for speculation and wonder, though its cessation is visible to us as that last sleep, of which we view not the period. Albert, should you shake my creed, shall I be better contented, or but yet more wretched? Can Elinor think, yet ask such a question? Can a prospect of a future state fail to offer a possibility of future happiness? Why wilfully reject a consolation that you have no means to disprove? What know you of this soul which you settle to be so easily annihilated? By what criterion do you judge it? You have none, save a general consciousness, that a something there is within us that mocks all search, yet that always is uppermost, that anticipates good or evil, that outruns all events, that feels the blow ere the flesh is touched, that expects the sound before the ear receives it, that unseen, untraced, unknown, pervades, rules, animates all, that harbors thoughts, feelings, designs which no human force can control, which no mortal, unaided by our own will, can discover, and which no aid whatever, either of our own or of others, can bring forward to any possible manifestation. Alas, Harley, you show me nonentity itself to be as doubtful as immortality. Of that wretched stuff are we composed. Which way must I now turn, lost and bewildered in my fruitless search? Which way must I turn to develop truth, to comprehend my own existence? Oh, Albert, you almost make me wish to rest my perturbed mind where fools alone, I thought, found rest, or hypocrites have seemed to find it, on religion. The feeling mind, dear Elinor, has no other serious serenity, no other hold from the black, cheerless, petrifying expectation of nullity. If then even a wish of light break through your dark despondence, read, study the evangelists, and truth will blaze upon you, with the means to find consolation. Albert, I know now where I am. You open to me possibilities that overwhelm me. My head seems bursting with fullness of struggling ideas. Give them, Elinor, fair play, and they will soon, in return, give you tranquillity. Reflect only that that quality, that faculty, be its nature, its durability, and its purpose what they may, which the world at large agrees to call soul, has its universal comprehension from a something that is felt, not that is proved. Yet who and where is the atheist, the deist, the infidel of any description, gifted with the means to demonstrate that, in quitting the body with the parting breath, it is necessarily extinct, that it may not, on the contrary, still be, when speech and motion are no more, when our flesh is mingled with the dust, and our bones are dispersed by the winds, and be, as while we yet exist, no part of our body, no single of our senses, never while we seem to live, visible, yet never when we seem to die, perishable? May it not, when with its last sigh it leaves the body, mingle with that vast expanse of air which no instrument can completely analyze, and which our imperfect sight views but as empty space? May it not mount to upper regions, and enjoy purified bliss? May not all air be peopled with our departed friends, hovering around us, as sensible as we are unconscious? May not the unencumbered soul watch over those it loves, find again those it had lost, be received in the heaven of heavens, where it is destined, not, O wretched idea, to eternal sleep, inertness, annihilating dust, but to life, to joy, to sweetest reminiscence, to tenderest reunions, to grateful adoration, to intelligence never ending? O Elinor, keep forever in mind that if no mortal is gifted to prove that this is true, neither is anyone empowered to prove that it is false. "Oh, delicious idea!" cried Elinor, rising. "Oh, image of perfection! Oh, Albert, conquering Albert! I hope, my soul may be immortal. Pray for me, Albert. Pray that I may dare offer up prayers for myself. Send me your Christian divine to guide me on my way, and may your own heaven bless you, peerless Albert, forever. Adieu, adieu, adieu." Fervently then, clasping her hands, she sunk, with overpowering feelings, upon her knees. Juliet came forward to support her, and Harleigh, deeply gratified, though full of commiseration, eagerly undertook the commission, and echoing back her blessing, without daring to utter a word to Juliet, slowly quitted the spot. End of chapter 85. Recording by Roxana Nazari. Chapter 86 of The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties, by Fanny Burney. Chapter 86. Elinor, for a considerable time, remained in the same posture, ruminating in silent abstraction, yet giving, from time to time, emphatic, though involuntary utterance, to short and incoherent sentences. "A spirit immortal, resurrection of the dead, a life to come. Oh, Albert, is there, then, a region where I may hope to see thee again?" Suddenly, at length, seeming to recollect herself, "Pardon," she cried. "Albert, my strangeness, queerness, oddity, what will you call it? I am not the less, oh no, penetrated by your impressive reasoning. Albert!" She lifted up her head, and, looking around, exclaimed with an air of consternation, "Is he gone?" She arose, and with more firmness said, "He is right. I mean not, and I ought not, to see him any more. Though dearer to my eyes is his sight than life or light." Looking then earnestly forwards, as if seeking him, "Farewell, O Albert," she cried. "We now indeed are parted forever. To see thee again would sink me into the lowest abyss of contempt, and I would rather bear thy hatred. Yet hatred from that soul of humanity, what violence must be put upon its nature, and how cruel to reverse such ineffable philanthropy! No, hate me not, my Albert. It shall be my own care that thou shalt not despise me." Slowly she then walked away, followed silently by Juliet, who durst not address her. Anxiously she looked around, till, at some distance, she descried a horseman. It was Harleigh. She stopped, deeply moved, and seemed inwardly to bless him. But when he was no longer in sight, she no longer restrained her anguish, and casting herself upon the turf, groaned rather than wept, exclaiming, "Must I live yet behold thee no more? Will neither sorrow nor despair nor even madness kill me? Must nature in her decrepitude alone bring death to Elinor? Rising then, and vainly trying again to descry the horse, all is gone, she cried, and I dare not even die. All is gone from the lost, unhappy Elinor, but life and misery. Turning then with quickness to Juliet, while pride and shame dried her eyes, Ellis, she said, let him not know I murmur. Let not his last hearing of Elinor be disgrace. Tell him, on the contrary, that his friendship shall not be thrown away, nor his arguments be forgotten, or unavailing. No, I will weigh every opinion, every sentiment that has fallen from him, as if every word, unpolluted by human ignorance or informity, had dropped straight from heaven. I will meditate upon religion. I will humble myself to court resignation. I will fly hence, to avoid all temptation of ever seeing him more, and to distract my wretchedness by new scenes. O Albert, I will earn thy esteem by acquiescence in my lot, that here, even here, I may taste the paradise of alluring thee to include me in thy view of happiness hereafter. Her foreign servant, then, came in view, and she made a motion to him with her hand for her carriage. She awaited it in profound mental absorption, and when it arrived, placed herself in it without speaking. Juliet, full of tender pity, could no longer forbear saying, Adieu, madam, and may peace revisit your generous heart. Elinor, surprised and softened, looked at her with an expression of involuntary admiration as she answered, I believe you to be good, Ellis. I exonerate you from all delusory arts, and internally I never thought you guilty, or had never feared you. Fool, mad fool that I've been, I am my own executioner. My distracting impatience to learn the depth of my danger was what put you together, taught you to know, to appreciate one another. With my own precipitate hand I have dug the gulf into which I am fallen. Your dignified patience, your noble modesty, oh, fatal Ellis, presented a contrast that plunged a dagger into all my efforts. Rash, eager idiot, I conceived suspense to be my greatest bane. Oh, fool, eternal fool, self-willed and self-destroying. For the single thrill of one poor moment's returning doubt, I would not suffer martyrdom. She wept, and hid her face within the carriage, but holding out her hand to Juliet, Adieu, Ellis, she cried. I struggle hardly not to wish you any ill, and I have never given you my malediction. Yet, oh, that you had never been born. She snatched away her hand, and precipitately drew up all the blinds to hide her emotion, but presently, letting one of them down, called out with resumed vivacity and an air of gay defiance, Marry him, Ellis, marry him at once. I have always felt that I should be less mad if my honor called upon me for reason, my honor and my pride. The groom demanded orders. Drive to the end of the world, she answered impatiently, so you ask me no questions. And forcibly adding, Farewell, too happy Ellis. She again drew up all the blinds, and in a minute was out of sight. Juliet deplored her fate with the sincerest concern, and ruminated upon her virtues and attractive qualities, till their drawbacks diminished from her view, and left nothing but unaffected wonder that Harleigh could resist them. 'Twas a wonder, nevertheless, that every feeling of her heart, in defiance of every conflict, rose imperiously to separate from regret. At the cottage she found her recovered property, which she now concluded, for her recollection was gone, that she had dropped upon her entrance into the room occupied by Harleigh, before she had perceived that it was not empty. Here, too, almost immediately afterwards, her messenger returned with a letter, which had remained more than a week at the post office, whither it had been sent back by the farmer, who had refused to risk advancing the postage. The letter was from Gabriella, and sad, but full of business. She had just received a hurrying summons from Mr. her husband, to join him at Teignmouth, in Devonshire, and, for family reasons which ought not to be resisted, to accompany him abroad. Mr. had been brought by an accidental conveyance to Torbay, whence, through a particularly favourable opportunity, he was to sail to his place of destination. He charged her to use the utmost expedition, and to spare the expense of a double journey and the difficulties of a double passport for and from London. He should procure permission to meet her at Teignmouth, where they might remain till their vessel should be ready. The town of Brixham, within Torbay, being filled with sailors, and unfit for female residence. Gabriella owned that she had nothing substantial, nor even rational, to oppose to this plan, though her heart would be left in the grave, the English grave of her adored child. She had relinquished, therefore, her shop, and paid the rent and her debts, and obtained money for the journey by the sale of all her commodities. She then tenderly entreated, if no insurmountable obstacles forbid it, that Juliet would be of their party, and gave the direction of Mr. at Teignmouth. Not a moment could Juliet hesitate upon joining her friend, though whether or not she should accompany her abroad, she left for decision at their meeting. She greatly feared the delay in receiving the letter might make her arrive too late, but the experiment was well worth trial, and she reached the beautifully situated small town of Teignmouth the next morning. She drove to the lodging of which Gabriella had given the direction, where she had the affliction to learn that the lady whom she described, and her husband, had quitted Teignmouth the previous evening for Torbay. She instantly demanded fresh horses for following them, but the postilion said that he must return directly to Exeter with his chaise, and inquired where she would alight, where she might most speedily, she answered, find means to proceed. The postilion drove her then to a large lodging-house, but the town was so full of company, as it was the season for bathing, that there was no chaise immediately ready, and she was obliged to take possession of a room till some horses returned. As soon as she had deposited her baggage, she resolved upon walking back to the late lodging of Gabriella, to seek some further information. In repassing a gallery, which led from her chamber to the stairs, she perceived, upon a bandbox, left at the half-closed door of what appeared to be the capital apartment, the loved name of Lady Aurora Granville. Joy, hope, fondness, and every pleasurable emotion danced suddenly in her breast, and chasing away, by surprise, all fearful caution, irresistibly impelled her to push open the door. All possibility of concealment was, she knew, now at an end, and with it finished her long forbearance. How sweet to cast herself, at length, under so benign a protection, to build upon the unalterable sweetness of Lady Aurora for a consolatory reception, and openly to claim her support. Filled with these delighting ideas, she gently entered the room. It was empty, but the door to an inner apartment being open, she heard the soft voice of Lady Aurora giving directions to some servant. While she hesitated whether at once to venture on, or to send in some message, a chambermaid, coming out with another bandbox, shut the inner door. The dress of Juliet was no longer such as to make her appearance in a capital apartment suspicious, and the chambermaid civilly inquired whom she was pleased to want. "Lady Aurora Granville," she hesitatingly answered, adding that she would tap at her ladyship's door herself, and begging that the maid would not wait. The maid, busy and active, hurried off. Quickly then, though softly, Juliet stepped forward. But at the door, trembling and full of fears, she stopped short, and the sight of pen, ink, and paper upon a table determined her to commit her attempt to writing. Seizing a sheet of paper, without sitting down, and in a hand scarcely legible, she began. "Is Lady Aurora Granville still the same Lady Aurora, the kind, the benignant, the indulgent Lady Aurora?" When the sound of another voice, a voice more discordant, if possible, than that of Lady Aurora had been melodious, reached her ear from under the window. It was that of Mrs. Howell. As shaking now with terror, as before she had been trembling with hope, she rolled up her paper, and was hurrying it into her work-bag, which had been returned to her by Harleigh, when the chambermaid, re-entering the room, stared at her with some surprise, demanding whether she had seen her ladyship. "No, I believe she's occupied," Juliet, stammering, answered, and flew along the gallery back to her chamber. That Lady Aurora should be under the care of Mrs. Howell, who was the nearest female relation of Lord Denmeath, could give no surprise to Juliet. But the impulse which had urged her forward had only painted to her precious interview with Lady Aurora alone, for how venture to reveal herself in presence of so hard, so inimical a witness? The very idea, joined to the terrible apprehension of irritating Lord Denmeath, to aid some new attack from her legal persecutor, so damped her rising joy, so repressed her buoyant hopes, that, to avoid the insupportable repetition of injurious interrogatories, painful explanations, and insulting incredulity, she decided, if she could join Gabriella at Torbay, to accompany her to her purposed retreat, and there to await either intelligence of the bishop or an open summons from her own family. She hastened, therefore, to the late lodging of Gabriella, where, upon a more minute investigation, she found that a message had been left, in case a lady should call to inquire for Madame de, to say that the small vessel in which Monsieur de and herself were humanely to be received as passengers was ready to sail, and to promise to write upon their landing, and to endeavour to fix upon some means of reunion. The lady, the lodging people said, had lost all hope of her friend's arrival, but had left that message in case of accidents. More eagerly than ever, Juliet now inquired for any kind of carriage, but the town was full, and every vehicle was engaged till the next morning. The next morning opened with a new and cruel disappointment. The chambermaid came with excuses that no chaise could be had till towards evening, as the Honourable Mrs. Howell had engaged all the horses to carry herself and her people to Chudleigh Park. Dreadful to the impatience of Juliet was such a loss of time, yet she shrunk from all appeal, upon her prior rights, with Mrs. Howell. Still, not to render impossible, before her departure, an interview after which her heart was sighing, with Lady Aurora, she addressed to her a few lines. To the Right Honourable Lady Aurora Granville. Brought hither in search of the friend of my earlier youth, what have been my perturbation, my hope, my fear at the sound of the voice of her whom, proudly and fondly, it is my first wish to be permitted to love, and to claim as the friend of my future days. Ah, Lady Aurora, my inmost soul is touched and moved. Nevertheless, not to press upon the difficulties of your delicacy, nor to take advantage of the softness of your sensibility, I go hence without imploring your support or countenance. I quit again this loved land, scarcely known, though devoutly revered, to watch and wait, far, far off, for tidings of my future lot. I go to join the generous guardian of my orphan life, till I know whether I may hope to be acknowledged by a brother. I go to dwell with my noble adopted sister, till I learn whether I may be recalled, to be owned by one still nearer, and who alone can be still dearer. She gave this paper sealed for delivery to the chambermaid, saying that she was going to take a long walk, and desiring, should there be any answer, that it might carefully be kept for her return. This measure was to give Lady Aurora time to reflect whether or not she should demand an explanation of the note, rather than to surprise the first eager impulse of her kindness. She then bent her steps towards the seaside, but though it was still very early, there was so much company upon the sands, taking exercise before or after bathing, that she soon turned another way, and, invited by the verdant freshness of the prospects, rambled on for a considerable time, at first with no other design than to while away a few hours, but afterwards to give to those hours the pleasure ever new, ever instructive, of viewing and studying the works of nature, which, on this charming spot, now awfully noble, now elegantly simple, where the sea and the land, the one sublime in its sameness, the other exhilarating in its variety, seemed to be presented, as if in primeval lustre, to the admiring eye of a meditative being. She clambered up various rocks, nearly to their summit, to enjoy, in one grand perspective, the stupendous expansion of the ocean, glittering with the brilliant rays of a bright and cloudless sky. Dazzled, she descended to their base, to repose her sight upon the soft yet lively tint of the green turf, and the rich yet mild hue of the downy moss. Almost sinking now, from the scorching beams of a nearly vertical sun, she looked round for some umbrageous retreat, but refreshed the next moment by salubrious sea breezes, by the coolness of the rocks, or by the shade of the trees, she remained stationary and charmed, a devoutly adoring spectatress of the lovely yet magnificent scenery encircling her, so vast in its glory, so impressive in its details of wild, varied nature, apparently in its original state. When at length she judged it to be right to return, upon coming within sight of the lodging-house, she saw a carriage at the door, into which some lady was mounting. Could it be Lady Aurora? Could she so depart after reading her letter? She retreated till the carriage drove off, and then, at the foot of the stairs, met the chambermaid, of whom she eagerly asked whether there were any letter or message for her from Lady Aurora. The maid answered no, her ladyship was gone away without saying anything. The words "gone away" extremely affected Juliet, who, in ascending to her room, wept bitterly at such a desertion, even while concluding it to have been exacted by Mrs. Howell. She rang the bell, to inquire whether she might now have a chaise. The chambermaid told her that she must come that very moment to speak to a lady. "What lady?" cried Juliet, ever awake to hope. "Is Lady Aurora Granville come back?" No, Lady Aurora was gone to Chudleigh. "What lady, then?" "Mrs. Howell," the maid answered, who ordered her to come that instant. "'Tis a mistake," said Juliet with spirit. "You must seek some other person to whom to deliver such a message." The maid would have asserted her exactitude in executing her commission, but Juliet, declining to hear her, insisted upon being left. Extremely disturbed, she could suggest no reason why Mrs. Howell should remain when Lady Aurora was gone, nor divine whether her letter were voluntarily unanswered, or whether it had even been delivered, nor what might still instigate the unrestrained arrogance of Mrs. Howell. In a few minutes the chambermaid returned, to acquaint her that, If she did not come immediately, Mrs. Howell would send for her in another manner. Too indignant now for fear, Juliet said that she had no answer to give to such a message, and charged the maid not to bring her any other. Another, nevertheless, and ere she had a moment to breathe, followed, which was still more peremptory, and to which the chambermaid sneeringly added, "You want to let me look into your work-bag, will you?" "Why should you look into my work-bag?" "Nay, it ben't I as want to do it, it be Madam Howell." "And for what purpose?" "Nay, I can't say, but I do say I lost a banknote." "And what have I or my work-bag to do with that?" "Nay, I don't know, but it ben't I a taken it, and it ben't I—" She stopped, grinning significantly, but finding that Juliet deigned not to ask an explanation, went on, "It ben't I as ustled Zomat into my work-bag in such a peck o' trouble for to hide it. It ben't I, for there be no mortal mon, nor woman neither, I be afeard of, for I do teak no mon's goods but my own." Juliet now was thunderstruck. If a banknote were missing, appearances, from her silently entering and quitting the room, were certainly against her. And though it could not be difficult to clear away such a suspicion, it was shocking, past endurance, to have such a suspicion to clear. While she hesitated what to reply, the maid, not doubting but that her embarrassment was guilt, triumphantly continued her own defense, saying, whoever might be suspected, it could not be she, for she did not go into other people's rooms, not she, to peer about and see what was to be seen, nor say she was going to call upon grand gentlefolks, when she was not going to do any such thing, not she, nor tear paper upon other people's tables, to roll things up and poke them into her work-bag, not she. She had nothing to hide, for there was nothing she took, so there was nothing she had to be ashamed of, not she. She then mutteringly walked off, but almost instantly returned, desiring to know, in the name of Mrs. Howell, whether Miss Ellis preferred that the business of her examination should be terminated before proper witnesses in her own room. Juliet, thus assailed, urged by judgment and a sense of propriety, struggled against personal feelings and fears, and resolved to rescue not only herself, but her family, from the disgrace of a public interrogatory. She walked, therefore, straight forward to the apartment of Mrs. Howell, determined to own, without delay, her birth and situation, rather than submit to any indignity. At the entrance she made way for the chambermaid to announce her, but when she heard that voice, which, to her shocked ears, sounded far more hoarse, more harsh, and more coarse than the raven's croak, her spirits nearly forsook her. To cast herself thus upon the powerful enmity of Lord Denmeath, with no kind Lady Aurora at hand to soften the hazardous tale by her benigned pity, no generous Lord Milbury within call to resist perverse incredulity, by spontaneous support and promised protection. 'Twas dreadful, yet no choice now remained, no possible resource. She must meet her fate, or run away as a culprit. The latter she utterly disdained, and at the words, loudly spoken, from the inner room, "Order her to appear!" she summoned to her aid all that she possessed of pride or of dignity, to disguise her apprehensions, and obeyed the imperious mandate. Mrs. Howell, seated upon an easy-chair, receiving her with an air of prepared scorn, in which, nevertheless, was mixed some surprise at the elegance yet propriety of her attire. "Young woman," she sternly said, "what part is this you are acting, and what is it you suppose will be its result? Can you imagine that you are to brave people of condition with impunity? You have again dared to address, clandestinely and by letter, a young lady of quality, whom you know to be forbidden to afford you any countenance. You have entered my apartment under false pretenses. You have been detected precipitately quitting it, thrusting something into your work-bag, evidently taken from my table." Juliet now felt her speech restored by contempt. "I by no means intended, madam," she dryly answered, "to have intruded upon your benevolence. The sheet of paper which I took was to write to Lady Aurora Granville, and I imagined, mistakenly it seems, that it was already her ladyship's." The calmness of Juliet operated to produce a storm in Mrs. Howell that fired all her features, though, deeming it unbecoming her rank in life to show anger to a person beneath her, she subdued her passion into sarcasm, and said, "Her ladyship, then, it seems, is to provide the paper with which you write to her, as well as the clothes with which you wait upon her. That she refuses herself whatever is not indispensable in order to make up a secret purse has long been clear to me, and I now, in your assumed garments, behold the application of her privations." "Oh, Lady Aurora, lovely and loved Lady Aurora, have you indeed this kindness for me, this heavenly goodness?" interrupted, from a sensibility that she would not seek to repress, that penetrated Juliet. "Unparalleled assurance!" exclaimed Mrs. Howell. "And do you think thus triumphantly to gain your sinister ends? No, Lady Aurora will never see your letter. I've already dispatched it to my Lord Denmeath." The spirit of Juliet now instantly sunk. She felt herself again betrayed into the power of her persecutor, again seized, and trembled so exceedingly that she with difficulty kept upon her feet. Mrs. Howell exultingly perceived her advantage. "What," she haughtily demanded, "has brought you hither, and why are you here? If indeed you approach the seaside with a view to embark, and return whence you came, I am far from offering any impediment to so befitting a measure. My Lord Denmeath, I have reason to believe, would even assist it. Speak, young woman, have you sense enough of the unbecoming situation in which you now stand, to take so proper a course for getting to your home?" "My home?" repeated Juliet, casting up her eyes, which, bedewed with tears at the word, she then covered with her handkerchief. "If to go thither be your intention," said Mrs. Howell, "the matter may be accommodated. Speak, then." "The little, madam, that I meant to say," cried Juliet, "I must beg leave to address to you when you are alone." For the waiting-woman still remained at the side of the toilet table. "At length, then," said Mrs. Howell, much gratified, though always scornful, "you mean to confess?" And she told her woman to hasten the packing up, and then to step into the next room. "Think, however," she continued, "deliberate in this interval upon what you think you are going to do. I have already heard the tale which I have seen by your letter you hint at propagating, heard it from my Lord Denmeath himself, but so idle a fabrication, without a single proof or document in its support, will only be considered as despicable. If that, therefore, is the subject upon which you propose to entertain me in this tete-a-tete, be advised to change it untried. Such stale tricks are only to be played upon the inexperienced. You may well blush, young woman. I am willing to hope it is with shame." "You force me, madam, to speak," indignantly cried Juliet, "though you will not thus publicly force me to an explanation. For your own sake, madam, for decency's, if not for humanity's sake, press me no further till we are alone, or the blush with which you upbraid me now may hereafter be yours, and not a blush like mine from the indignation of innocence injured, yet unsullied, but the blush of confusion and shame, latent yet irrepressible." Rage, now, is a word inadequate to express the violent feelings of Mrs. Howell, which, nevertheless, she still strove to curb under an appearance of disdain. "You would spare me, then," she cried, "this humiliation, and you suppose I can listen to such arrogance? Undeceive yourself, young woman, and produce the contents of your work-bag at once, or expect its immediate seizure for examination by an officer of justice." "What, madam, do you mean?" cried Juliet, endeavoring, but not very successfully, to speak with unconcern. To allow you the choice of more or fewer witnesses to your boasted innocence. If your curiosity, madam, said Juliet, more calmly, yet not daring any longer to resist, is excited to take an inventory of my small property, I must endeavor to indulge it. She was preparing to untie the strings of her work-bag, when a sudden recollection of the banknotes of Harley, for the possession of which she could give no possible account, checked her hand and changed her countenance. Mrs. Howell, perceiving her embarrassment, yet more haughtily said, "Will you deliver your work-bag, young woman, to Rollins?" "No, madam," answered Juliet, reviving with conscious dignity. "I will neither so far offend myself at this moment, nor you for every moment that shall follow. I can deliver it only into your own hands." "Enough!" cried Mrs. Howell. "Rollins, order Hilson to inquire out the magistrate of this village, and to desire that he will send to me some peace officer immediately." She then opened the door of a small inner room, into which she shut herself, with an air of deadly vengeance. Mrs. Rollins, at the same time, passed to the outer room, to summon Hilson. Juliet, confounded, remained alone. She looked from one side to the other, expecting either that Mrs. Howell would call upon her, or that Mrs. Rollins would return for further orders. Neither of them reappeared, or spoke. Alarmed now, yet more powerfully than disgusted, she compelled herself to tap at the door of Mrs. Howell, and to beg admission. She received no answer. A second and a third attempt failed equally. Affrighted more seriously, she hastened to the outer room, where a man, Hilson she supposed, was just quitting Mrs. Rollins. "Mrs. Rollins," she cried, "I beseech you not to send anyone off till you have received fresh directions." Mrs. Rollins desired to know whether this were the command of her lady. "It will be," Juliet replied, "when I have spoken to her again." Mrs. Rollins answered that her lady was always accustomed to be obeyed at once, and told Hilson to make haste. Juliet entreated for only a moment's delay, but the man would not listen. Though from justice Juliet could have nothing to fear, the idea of being forced to own herself, when a peace officer was sent for, to avoid being examined as a criminal, filled her with such horror and affright that, calling out, "Stop! Stop! I beseech you, stop!" she ran after the man, with a precipitate eagerness that made her nearly rush into the arms of a gentleman, who, at that moment, having just passed by Hilson, filled up the way. Without looking at him, she sought to hurry on, but upon his saying, "I ask pardon, ma'am, for barricading your passage in this sort," she recognized the voice of her first patron, the Admiral. Charmed with the hope of succor, "Is it you, sir?" she cried. "Oh, sir, stop that person, call to him, bid him return, I implore you." "To be sure I will, ma'am," answered he, courteously taking off his hat, though appearing much amazed, and hallooing after Hilson, "Harkee, my lad, be so kind to veer about a bit." Hilson, not venturing to show disrespect to the uniform of the Admiral, stood still. The Admiral then, putting on his hat, and conceiving his business to be done, was passing on, and Hilson, grinning at the short-lived impediment, was continuing his route, but the calls and pleadings of Juliet made the Admiral turn back, and in a tone of authority, and with the voice of a speaking trumpet, angrily cry, "Halloo there! Tack about and come hither, my lad. What do you go the other way for when a lady calls you? By George, if they had you aboard, they'd soon teach you better manners." Juliet, again addressing him, said, "Oh, sir, how good you are! How truly benevolent! Detain him but till I speak with his lady, and I shall be obliged to you eternally." "To be sure I will, ma'am," answered the wondering Admiral. "He shan't pass me, you may depend upon that." Juliet, meaning now to make her sad and forced confession, re-entered the first apartment, and was soliciting, through Mrs. Rawlins, for an audience with Mrs. Howell, when Hilson, surlily returning, preceded the petitioner to his lady, and complained that he had been set upon by a bully of the young woman's. Mrs. Howell, coming forth, with a wrath that was deaf to prayer or representation, gave orders that the master of the house should be called to account for such an insult to one of her people. The master of the house appearing, made 1,000 excuses for what had happened, but said he could not be answerable for people's falling to words upon the stairs. Mrs. Howell insisted upon reparation, and that those who had affronted her people should be told to go out of the house, or she herself would never enter it again. The landlord declared that he did not know how to do such a thing, for the gentleman was his Honour the Admiral, who was come to spend 2 or 3 days there from the shipping at Torbay. If it were a general officer who had acted thus, she said, he could certainly give some reason for his conduct, and she desired the landlord to ask it of him in her name. In vain, during this debate, Juliet made every concession, save that of delivering her work-bag to the scrutiny of Mrs. Rawlins. Nothing less would satisfy the enraged Mrs. Howell, who resisted all overtures for a tete-a-tete, determined publicly to humble the object of her wrath. The Admiral, who was found standing sentinel at the door, desired an audience of the lady himself. Mrs. Howell accorded it with readiness, ordering Hilson, Mrs. Rawlins, and the landlord to remain in the room. End of Chapter 86. Recording by Roxana Nazari. Chapter 87 of The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties, by Fanny Burney, Chapter 87. Mrs. Howell received the Admiral, seated, with an air of state, upon her armchair, at one side of which stood Mrs. Rawlins, and at the other Hilson. The landlord was stationed near the door, and Juliet, indignant, though trembling, placed herself at a window, determining rather, with whatever mortification, to seek the protection of the Admiral, than to avow who she was thus publicly, thus disgracefully, and thus compulsorily. The Admiral entered with the martial air of a man used to command, and whose mind was made up not to be put out of his way. He bestowed, nevertheless, 3 low bows, with great formality, to the sex of Mrs. Howell, to the first of which she arose and curtsied, returning the 2 others by an inclination of the head, and bidding Hilson bring the Admiral a chair. The Admiral, having adjusted himself, his hat, and his sword to his liking, said, "I wish you good morning, ma'am. You won't take it amiss, I hope, that I make free to wait upon you myself, for the sake of having a small matter of discourse with you about a certain chap that I understand to be one of your domestics, a place whereof, if I may judge by what I have seen of him, he is not over and above worthy." "If any of my people, sir," answered Mrs. Howell, "have forgotten what is due to an officer of your rank, I shall take care to make them sensible of my displeasure." The Admiral, much gratified, made her a low bow, saying, "A lady, ma'am, such as I suppose you must be, can't fail having a right way of thinking. But that sort of gentry, as I have taken frequent note, have an ugly kind of a knack of treating people rather short that have got a favour to ask, the which I don't uphold. And this is the main reason that I think it right to give you an item of my opinion upon this matter respecting that lad, who just now, in my proper view, let a young gentlewoman call and squall after him, till she was black in the face, without so much as once veering round to say, Pray, madam, what do you please to want?" Hilson now, triumphant that he could plead his haste to obey the commands of his lady, was beginning an affronted self-defence, when the Admiral, accidentally perceiving Juliet, hastily arose, and, in a fit of unrestrained choler, clenching his double fist at Hilson, cried, "Why, what sort of a fellow are you, sir, to bring me a chair while you see a lady standing? Which do you take to be the strongest, an old weather-beaten tar such as I am, or a poor weak female that could not lend a hand to the pump of a vessel were going to the bottom?" Approaching Juliet, then with his own armchair, he begged her to be seated, saying, "The lad will take care to bring another to me, I warrant him. A person who has got a scrap of gold lace sewed upon his jacket is seldom overlooked by that kind of gentry, for which reason I make no great account of complaisance when I am dizened in my full dress uniform, which, by the way, is a greater ceremony-monger than this, by thus much," measuring with his finger, "more of tinsel." Juliet, gratefully thanking him, but declining his offer, thought this an opportunity not to be missed, to attempt, under his courageous auspice, to escape. She curtsied to him, therefore, and was walking away, but Mrs. Howell, swelling with ire, already at such civility to a creature whom she had condemned to scorn, now flamed with passion, and openly told the landlord to let that young woman pass at his peril. Juliet, who saw in the anger which was mixed with the amazement of the Admiral that she had a decided defender at hand, collected her utmost presence of mind, and advancing to Mrs. Howell, said, "I have offered to you, madam, any explanation you may require alone, but in public I offer you none." "If you think yourself still dealing with a novice of the inexperience of 16, answered Mrs. Howell, "you will find yourself mistaken. I will neither trust to the arts of a private recital, nor save your pride from a public examination." Then, addressing the Admiral, "All yesterday morning, sir," she continued, "I had sundry articles, such as rings, banknotes, and letters of value, dispersed in my apartment, from a security that it was sacred, but the chambermaid informs me that she caught this young woman entering it, under pretence of waiting upon a young lady then in the inner room, and the same chambermaid, an hour after, found that she was still here, and endeavoring to conceal in her work-bag something that she had wrapped into a sheet of paper, that was confessedly pilfered from my table." The Admiral, observing in the midst of the disturbance of Juliet at this attack an air of offended dignity, which urged him to believe that she was innocent, unhesitatingly answered, "'Tis an old saying, madam, and a wise one, that standers-by see the most of the game, and I have taken frequent note that we are all of one mind, till we have heard two sides of the question, for which reason I hold it but fair that the young gentlewoman should be asked what she has to say for herself." "Can you suppose, sir," said Mrs. Howell, the veins of whose face and throat now looked bursting, "that I mean to canvass this matter upon terms of equality? That I intend to be my own pleader against a pauper and an impostor?" Juliet here held her hand upon her forehead, as if scarcely able to sustain the indignant pain with which she was seized, and the fierce frown of the Admiral showed his gauntlet not merely ready to be flung on the ground, but almost in the face of her adversary. Mrs. Howell, however, went on, "I do not pretend to affirm that anything has been purloined, but the circumstances of the case are certainly extraordinary, and I should be sorry to run the risk of wrongfully suspecting, should something hereafter be missing, any of my own people. I demand, therefore, immediately an explanation of this transaction." The Admiral, full of angry feelings as he looked at the panting Juliet, replied himself, "To my seeming, madam, the short cut to the truth in this business would be for you to cast an eye upon your own affairs, which I doubt not but you will find in very good trim, and if you should like to know what passes in my mind, I must needs make bold to remark that I think the doing so would be more good-natured by a fellow creature than putting a young gentlewoman out of countenance by talking so high, which moreover proves no fact. I am infinitely indebted to you, sir, for the honor of your reprimand, Mrs. Howell, affectedly bowing, answered, which I should not have incurred, had it not appeared to me that it would be far more troublesome to my people to take an exact review of my various and numerous trinkets and affairs, than for an innocent person to display the contents of a small work-bag. Nay, that is but reasonable, said the Admiral. I won't say to the contrary, and I make small doubt but that the young gentlewoman desires, in like manner with ourselves, that all should be fair and above board. The work-bag, I'll bet you all I'm worth, has not a gimcrack in it that is not her own. Juliet, to whom the consciousness was ever uppermost of the suspicious banknotes, felt by no means inclined to submit to an examination. Again, therefore, and with firmness, she declined giving any communication but in a private interview with Mrs. Howell. Mrs. Howell now had not a doubt remaining that something had been stolen, and still more desirous to disgrace the culprit than to recover her property, she declared that she was perfectly ready to add to the number of witnesses, but resolutely fixed not to diminish it, public shame being the best antidote that could be offered against those arts by which youth and credulity had been duped. Juliet now looked down, embarrassed, distressed, yet coloring with resentment. The Admiral, not conceiving her situation, nor being able to comprehend the difficulty of displaying the contents of a work-bag, approached her and strove to give her courage. "Come," he cried, "young gentlewoman, don't be faint-hearted. Let the lady have her way. I always like to have my own, which makes me speak up for others. Besides which, I have no great opinion of quarrelling for straws. We are none of us the nearer the mark for falling to loggerheads, for which reason I make it a rule never to lose my temper myself, except when I am provoked. So untie your work-bag, young gentlewoman. I'll engage that it will do you no discredit by the very turn of your eye, for I don't know that, to my seeming, I ever saw a modester look of a face." This harangue was uttered in a tone of good-humoured benevolence, that seemed seeking to raise her spirits, yet with an expression of compassion that indicated a tender feeling for her disturbance, while the marked integrity and honest frankness of his own character, with a high sense of honour and a sincere love of virtue, beamed benignly, as he looked at her, in every feature of his kind, though furrowed face. Juliet was sensibly touched by his goodness and liberality, which surprised from her all precaution, and the concession which she had refused to arrogant menace, she spontaneously granted, to secure the goodwill of her ancient, though unconscious friend. Raising, therefore, her eyes, in which an expression of gratitude took place of that of sadness, "I will not, sir," she said, "resist your counsel, though I have in nothing forfeited my inherent right to the inviolability of my property." She then put her work-bag into his own hands. He received it with a bow down to the ground, while joy almost capered in his old eyes, and, exultingly turning to Mrs. Howell, "To my seeming, madam," he said, "this young gentlewoman is as well-behaved a girl as a man might wish to meet with, from one side the globe to the other, and I respect her accordingly. And if I were to do so unhandsome a thing as to poke and peer into her baggage, after seeing her comport herself so genteelly, I won't deny but I should merit a cat o' nine tails, better than many an honest tar that receives them. And therefore I hope now, madam, you will give back to the young gentlewoman your good opinion, in like manner as I, here, give her back her work-bag." And then, with another profound bow, and a flourish of his hand, that showed his pleasure in the part which he was taking, he was returning to Juliet her property, when he was startled by an ungovernable gust of wrath from the utterly enraged Mrs. Howell, who exclaimed, If you dare take it, young woman, unexamined, 'tis to a justice of the peace, and not to a sea officer, that you will deliver it another time. Juliet, certain, whatever might be her ultimate fate, that her birth and family must, inevitably, be soon discovered, revolted from this menace, and determined, rather than submit to any further indignity, to risk casting herself at once upon the gentlemanlike humility of the Admiral. Unintimidated, therefore, by the alarming threat, which heretofore had appalled her, she steadily held out her hand, and received from the old officer, in graceful silence, the proffered work-bag. There is nothing which so effectually oversets an accusing adversary as self-possession. Self-possession which, if unaffected, is the highest attribute of fearless innocence. If assumed, the most consummate address of skilful art. Called, therefore, from rage to shame, by the calmness of Juliet, Mrs. Howell constrained herself to resume her air of solemn importance, and perceiving the piqued look of the Admiral at her slighting manner of naming sea officers, she courteously said, "Permit me, sir, as you are so good as to enter into this affair, to state to you that this young woman comes from abroad, and has no ostensible method of living in this country. Would it not, then, be more consonant to prudence and decorum that she should hasten to return whence she came?" "Madam," answered the Admiral coldly, "I never give advice upon the onset of a question. That is to say, never till I see that one thing had better be done than another. I have no great taste for groping in the dark. Wherefore, when I don't rightly make out what a person would be at, I think the best mode to keep clear of a dispute is to sheer off, whereby one avoids, in like manner, either to give or take an affront. Two things not much more to my mind the one than the other. And so, madam, I wish you good day." He then, with a formal bow, left the room, Juliet gliding out by his side, while Mrs. Howell, powerless to detain her, wreaked her pent-up wrath upon the bell, which she rang, till every waiter in the house came to hear that she was now ready to set off for Chudleigh Park. End of Chapter 87. Recording by Roxana Nazari. Chapter 88 of The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties, by Fanny Burney. Chapter 88. The kind looks and determined approbation of the Admiral gave Juliet now courage to address him with a petition for his advice, how she might arrive most expeditiously at Torbay. "Torbay?" he repeated. "Why, I could send you in my boat. But what," his brow overclouding, "what has a modest girl to do at Torbay?" Juliet answered that she should join there a friend whom she meant to accompany to the Continent. Every mark of favor was now changed into disdainful displeasure, and turning abruptly away from her, he muttered to himself, though aloud, that the woman's going abroad, to outlandish places, whereby they learnt more how to dizen themselves and cut capers, than how to become good wives and mothers, was what he could not uphold, and he would not lend a hand to. And then, without looking at her, he sullenly entered his own apartment. The disappointed Juliet, utterly overset, was still dejectedly ruminating in the corridor, when she heard the servants of Mrs. Howell announce that their lady's carriage was ready. She then recovered her feet, to escape any fresh offence by regaining her apartment. Her situation appeared to her now to be as extraordinary as it was sad and difficult. Entitled to an ample fortune, yet penniless, indebted for her sole preservation from insult and from famine to pecuniary obligations from accidental acquaintances, and those acquaintances men, pursued with documents of legal right by one whom she shuddered to behold, and to whom she was so irreligiously tied that she could not, even if she wished it, regard herself as his lawful wife, though so entangled that her fetters seemed to be linked with duty and honor, unacknowledged, perhaps disowned by her family, and though born to a noble and yet untouched fortune, consigned to disguise, to debt, to indulgence, and to flight. While mournfully taking this review of her condition, and seeking but vainly to form some plan for its amelioration, she heard the potent voice of the Admiral call out, "To Powderham Castle," as a carriage drove from the door. But ere she had time to lament the mortifying error of her benevolent, though ill-judging friend, the approach to the door of some other vehicle announced a fresh arrival, and presently all difficulties were absorbed in immediate terror, as again she heard that sound which, of all others, most severely shocked her nerves, the voice of Mrs. Howell. What could cause this abrupt return? Had she received the directions of Lord Denmeath? Was a new persecution arranged? Or, more horrible than all, had means been devised for casting again the most wretched of victims into the hands of the most terrific of her foes? Tremblingly she listened to every noise. A general commotion, with quick pacing feet, spoke the entrance into the house of sundry servants, and presently she distinctly heard the apartment of Mrs. Howell taken possession of by that lady, and by some person with whom she was discoursing. All now, for about a quarter of an hour, was still. She was then alarmed by a rustling sound and a single footstep in the corridor. It approached, stopped, seemed turning back, approached again, and after a few minutes she was startled by a tapping at her door. She stood. She was all dismay and apprehension. She hesitated whether to bolt herself in, or to accord admission. But a second tap bringing to her reflection how short, how futile, how ineffectual would be any resistance, she turned the key, opened her door, and her room was instantly entered. Often, in the course of her long struggles and difficulties, had Juliet been struck with astonishment, but never had she known surprise that could bear any comparison with that which she experienced at this moment, when, expecting to see Mrs. Howell or Lord Denmeath, when, prepared for reproach, for menace, and for insult, she saw, as she fearfully raised her eyes, instead of all that she dreaded and loathed, all that she thought most sweet, most lovely, most perfect upon earth, in the elegant form and softly expressive face of Lady Aurora Granville, who, with eyes glistening and arms opening, gently ejaculated, "My sister!" and fell, weeping, upon her neck. Juliet nearly ceased to breathe. Wonder, yet incredulity, took possession of her faculties, and she knew not whether it were possible that this could be reality till the big surprise, mingled with the almost too powerful delight of her bosom, found some vent in a violent burst of tears. Tender embraces, fond and open on the part of Lady Aurora, transported, yet fearful and doubtful, on that of Juliet, kept them for some minutes weeping in each other's arms. "Can you, then," cried the penetrated Juliet, "may I believe in such felicity? Can you condescend so far as not to disdain, disclaim, and turn away from so unhappy a relation, so distressed, so helpless, so desolate an object?" "Oh, hush, hush, hush!" cried Lady Aurora, putting her hand upon the mouth of Juliet. "You must not break my heart by any such idea, such a profanation, by making me apprehend that you could ever think me such a monster. Did I wait till I knew your rights to my affection before I loved you? Did I not divine them from the moment I first conversed with you?" Folding, then, her white arms around Juliet with redoubled tenderness, "Oh, my sweet Miss Ellis," she cried, "let me call you still a little while by that dear name. I have loved it so fondly that I can hardly love more even to call you my dearest sister. How you have engaged my thoughts, rested upon my imagination, occupied my ideas, been ever uppermost in my memory, and always highest, oh, higher than anyone in my esteem and admiration. Long, long before this loved moment, when Sir Jasper Harrington's letter makes my enthusiasm but a tender duty." "Ah, Lady Aurora," cried Juliet, "what sufferings are not repaid by a moment such as this, by a blessing so superlative, as thus to be acknowledged, thus to be received, by a person whose virtues and sweetness would have made me delight in her favor, had I never wanted protection, had my lot in life been the most brilliant." "Oh, hush, sweet sister, hush," interrupted Lady Aurora, again stopping her mouth. "What words are these? Favor, Lady Aurora! Ah, never let me hear them more, if you love me. What have we to do with such phrases? Are we not sisters? Shall I use such to you? Would you love me if I did? Would you rather not chide me?" Juliet could only shed tears, though tears so delicious that it was luxury to shed them. Lady Aurora would have kissed them from her cheeks, but her own mingled with them so copiously that it was not possible. And though these smiles of expressive joy that brightened each countenance showed their sensibility to be but fullness of happiness, the meeting, the acknowledgment, with the throbbing recollection of all that was past, so touched each gentle heart that they could but weep and embrace and weep alternately. "I have coveted," at length cried Juliet, "almost beyond light or life. I have coveted this precious moment. When I first heard you named, you and Lord Melbury, on the evening of the play at Mrs. Maple's, oh, what were my emotions, my satisfaction, my apprehensions, my hopes, and my solicitude, when I saw two beings so sweet, so formed to create esteem and love, so innocent, so unassuming, so attractive, and whispered to myself, are these my nearest relations? Is this my sister? Is this my brother? How did my heart expand with joy and pride! How did I long to cast off all dispute, all reserve, and cry, own me, amiable beings, sweet sister, loved brother, pure, kind, and good, own your unhappy sister, take to your pitying protection the distressed, persecuted, insulated daughter of your father." "Ah, why," cried Lady Aurora, "did you not speak? Why not indulge the impulse of nature and of kindness? Your talents, your acquirements, your manners, won instantly all our admiration, enchanted, bewitched us. But how wide we were from thinking, at that first moment, that we had any tie to a mutual regard with the accomplished Miss Ellis. Our first notion of that happiness, though still far from the truth, was after that cruel scene, which must forever be blotted from all our memories, when my poor brother was urged on, so unhappily, to forget himself. The knowledge of that disgrace, from some listening servants, reached Mrs. Howell. She communicated it to my uncle Denmeath. No wonder he was alarmed. Still, however, he told us not the story, though to stop the progress of what he feared, he acquainted us that a report had formerly been spread that we had a distant relation abroad. Not, he said, forgive him if possible, not in a right line related, and never by my father meant to be any way acknowledged. Oh, how little he knew my father, or let me say either of his daughters. But having put my brother upon his guard, by suggesting that it was possible that you might be this distant and unhonored relation. Ah, my Miss Ellis, if you had seen our indignant looks when we heard such phrases! He promised to seek you himself, and to examine into the affair, and exacted, forced from us both a promise, in return, that we would never either meet or write to you, till he had ascertained what was the truth. The unfortunate scene at Mrs. Howell's alone made my brother submit, for he feared misconstruction, and his submission of course included mine. Ah, had you spoken at the time! Had you revealed! Alas, my distresses were so complicated. What I most wished upon earth was constantly counteracted by what I most dreaded. I could not make myself known to my friends, in the soothing supposition that such I should find, without betraying myself to my enemy, for Lord Denmeath would assuredly have made me over to my persecutor. How then, in a situation so critical, yet so helpless, could I selfishly involve in my wretchedness, my perplexity, and my concealment, the kindest and tenderest of human hearts? Frequently, said Lady Aurora, we have considered and consulted together what steps we ought to take, but the fear of some mistake, some imprudence, some offence, in a point so doubtful, so delicate, made us always decide that it was for you to speak first. And when I pressed so earnestly for your confidence, it was in the hope, the flattering hope, that I should prove my title to taking such a liberty. I had not else been so importunate, so inconsiderate. My brother, too, actuated by the same hope, urged you, perhaps even more precipitately, but in all honour, with all respect, with no view, no thought, but to cement our regard by the ties of kindred. My brother can scarcely yet know our beloved acquisition, but Sir Jasper tells me that he has sent a duplicate letter to him, with the same precious history that he has written to me. Oh, how fervent will be his delight! She then related, to the grateful, but joy-overpowered Juliet, that she had herself but just acquired this information, through the letter of which she had spoken, and which had been put into her hands as she was setting out for Chudleigh Park, to which place Mrs. Howell had, hastily, asked her to set off first with her maid, promising to overtake her by the way. The letter from Sir Jasper, Lady Aurora continued, changed the whole system of her conduct. When she learnt that Miss Ellis, instead of being either an adventurer or a distant and unhonoured relation, was the daughter of her own father, by a first, a lawful though a secret marriage, all difficulty and irresolution vanished. Her first duty, she now thought, was the duty of a daughter, and the acknowledgment of a sister. She gave orders that her chaise should be driven back instantly to Teignmouth, but before she reached that village, she met Mrs. Howell, with whose woman she immediately changed place, and then communicated the interesting intelligence that she had just received. Mrs. Howell was utterly confounded, having either never conceived the truth, or been of opinion, with Lord Denmeath, that the interest and the dignity of his lordship's nephew and niece demanded its disavowal or concealment. But when Lady Aurora openly protested that she must instantly address her sister, through the medium of Sir Jasper Harrington, Mrs. Howell, to stop any written acknowledgment, confessed that the young person was at Teignmouth, earnestly, however, insisting that no measures should be adopted till the arrival of Lord Denmeath, to whom she had already sent an express. But Lady Aurora no sooner heard this welcome news than, stimulated by conceiving that her inclinations and her sense of right were now one, she grew inflexible in her turn, and resolved to acknowledge and embrace her sister, without any other permission than the law of nature. Mrs. Howell, conscious, Lady Aurora thought, that should the business take a new turn, from the interference of Sir Jasper Harrington, she might already have gone too far, was fain to accompany her back to the lodging-house, and, after giving many admonitions, to submit to the irrepressible impatience which sunk the niece and the sister. Lady Aurora solicited, now, to know for what reason the name of Ellis had been taken, and learnt that, in the terrible perturbation in which Juliet had parted from the Marchioness, they had hastily agreed upon 2 initial letters for their correspondence, reserving some better adoption to a consultation with Gabriella. To have used the name of Granville would have been courting danger and pursuit, but the embarrassed avowal of Juliet, that had been surprised from her at Dover, by by the abrupt interrogatory of Elinor, that she knew not herself what she ought to be called, stood ever after in the way of any regulation upon that difficult point. She had been glad, therefore, to subscribe to the blunder of Miss Bydel, which seemed, in some measure, retaining an appellation, at least a sound, designed for her by the Marchioness, and which could not be called a deception, since all who then knew her knew also its origin. Lady Aurora acknowledged that, even from their childhood, both Lord Melbury and herself had heard, though secretly and vaguely, of a suspected elder born, not of a prior marriage, and they had often wished to meet with Miss Powell, for calumny and mystery, while they had hidden the truth, had not concealed the attachment of Lord Granville, nor the suspicious disappearance of its object, and her mother. Innumerable plans now, varying and short-lived, because unsanctioned by any authority, succeeded to one another, of what measures might be adopted for their living together immediately. "For how," cried Juliet, "could I henceforth sustain an insulated life? How bear to look around me again, and see no one whose kindness I could claim? Oh, how support so forlorn a state, after feeling every sorrow subside on the bosom, may I indeed say so, on the loved bosom of a sister?" Thus, in the grateful transports of sensations as exquisite as they were sudden and unexpected, Juliet, acknowledged as her sister by Lady Aurora Granville, and with hopes all alive of the tender protection of a brother, felt every pulse once again beat to happiness, while every fear and foreboding, though not annihilated, was set aside. End of chapter 88. Recording by Roxana Nazari. Chapter 89 of The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties, by Fanny Burney. Chapter 89. While time was yet a stranger to regulation, and ere the dial showed its passage, when it had no computation but by our feelings, our weariness, our occupations, or our passions, the sun which arose splendid upon felicity must have excited, by its quick parting rays, a surprise nearly incredulous, while that which gave light but to sorrow may have appeared, at its evening setting, to have revolved the whole year. This period, so long past, seemed now present to Lady Aurora and to Juliet. So uncounted flew the minutes, so unconscious were they that they had more than met, more than embraced, more than reciprocated their joy in acknowledged kindred, that each felt amazed, as well as shocked, when a summons from Mrs. Howell to Lady Aurora told them that the day was fast wearing away. Lady Aurora reluctantly obeyed the call, and in thanksgiving, pious and delighted, Juliet spent the interval of her absence. It was not long. She returned precipitately, but colorless, trembling, and altered, though making an effort to smile. But the struggle against her feelings ended in a burst of tears, and again falling upon the neck of Juliet. "Oh, my sweet sister," she cried, "is your persecution never to end?" Juliet, though quickly alarmed, fondly answered, "It is over already, while that precious appellation comes from your lips, sweet title of tenderness and affection, I feel above every danger." Lady Aurora, bitterly weeping, was compelled then to acknowledge that she had been hurried away by Mrs. Howell, to be told that a foreigner, ill-dressed and just arrived from the Continent, was demanding, in broken English, of everyone that he met, some news of a young person called Miss Ellis. The exultation of Juliet was instantly at an end, and, in an accent of despair, she uttered, "Is it so soon? than over my transient felicity. Whether this foreigner were her persecutor himself, escaped undisguised, or some emissary employed to claim or to entrap her, was all of doubt by which she was momentarily supported. For she felt as determined to resist an agent as she thought herself incapable to withstand the principal. Mrs. Howell, who had heard of the search, represented to Lady Aurora the extreme impropriety of her ladyship's intercourse with a person thus suspiciously pursued, at least till the opinion of Lord Denmeath could be known. But Lady Aurora, fully satisfied that this helpless fugitive was her half-sister, was now as firm as she had hitherto been facile, and declared that, though her personal inclinations should still yield to her respect for her uncle, her sense of filial duty to the memory of her father must bind her, openly and unreservedly, to sustain his undoubted daughter. A waiter now interrupted them to demand admission to Miss Ellis for a foreigner. "She is not here! There is no Miss Ellis here! No such person!" precipitately cried Lady Aurora. But the foreigner himself, who stood behind the waiter, glided into the room. Lady Aurora nearly fainted. Juliet screamed and hid her face. The foreigner called out, "Ah, Mademoiselle Juliette, c'est donc vous, et vous ne me reconnaissez pas?" "Ah, heaven!" cried Juliet, uncovering her face. "Ambrose, my good, my excellent Ambrose, is it you, and only you?" Turning then, enraptured, to Lady Aurora, "Kindest," she cried, "and tenderest of human beings, condescend to receive and to aid me to thank the valuable person to whom I owe my first deliverance." Lady Aurora, revived and charmed, poured forth the warmest praises, while Juliet, eagerly demanding news of the Marchioness, and whether he could give any intelligence of the bishop, saw his head droop, and, seized with terror, exclaimed, "Oh, Ambrose, I am miserable forever!" He hastened to assure her that they were both alive and well, and, in the ecstasy of her gratitude, upon the cessation of her first direful surmise, she promised to receive all other information with courage. He shook his head, with an air the most sorrowful, and then related that the bishop, after delays, dangers, fruitless journeys, and disasters innumerable, which had detained him many months in the interior, had at last, and most fortunately, reached a port, whence he was privately to embark for joining his niece, just as some commissary, upon returning from his abortive expedition, was relanded. By some cruel accident, the voice of the prelate reached his ear. Immediate imprisonment, accompanied by treatment the most ignominious, ensued. Ambrose, who, for the satisfaction of the Marchioness, had attended the bishop to the coast, was seized also, and both would inevitably have been executed, had not a project occurred to the commissary of employing Ambrose to demand and recover his prey, and her dowry. Ambrose stopped and wept. Bloodless now became the face of Juliet, though with forced, yet decided courage. "I understand you," she cried, "and oh, if I can save him, by any sacrifice, any devotion, I am contented, and I ought to be happy." "Ah, cruel sister!" cried Lady Aurora, "would you kill me?" Juliet, shedding a torrent of tears, tenderly embraced her. "The bishop," Ambrose continued, "no sooner comprehended than he forbade the attempt, but he was consigned, unheard, to a loathsome cell, and Ambrose was almost instantly embarked, with peremptory orders to acquaint la citoyenne Julie that unless she returned immediately to her husband in order to sign and seal, by his side, and as his wife, their joint claim to her portion, upon the terms that Lord Denmeath had dictated, the most tremendous vengeance should fall upon the hypocritical old priest by every means the most terrible that could be devised. "I am ready, quite ready," cried the pale Juliet with energy. "I do not sacrifice. I save myself by preserving my honored guardian." This eagerness to rescue her revered benefactor, which made her feel glorious, though transiently, the exaltation of willing martyrdom, soon subsided into the deepest grief upon seeing Lady Aurora, shivering, speechless, and nearly lifeless, sink despondingly upon the ground. Juliet, kneeling by her side, and pressing her nearly cold face to her bosom, bathed her cheeks, throat, and shoulders with fast-falling tears, but felt incapable of changing her plan. Yet all her own anguish was almost intolerably embittered by thus proving the fervor of an affection, in which almost all her wishes might have been concentrated, but that honor, conscience, and religion united to snatch her from its enjoyment. The news that Lady Aurora was taken ill spread quickly to Mrs. Howell, and brought that lady to the apartment of Juliet in person. Lady Aurora was already recovered, and seated in the folding arms of Juliet, with whom her tears were bitterly but silently mingling. Mrs. Howell, shocked and alarmed, summoned the female attendants to conduct her ladyship to her own apartment. Lady Aurora would accept no aid save from Juliet, fondly leaning upon whose arm she reached a sofa in her bedchamber, where she assumed, though with cruel struggles against her yielding nature, voice and courage to pronounce, "My dear Mrs. Howell, you have always been so singularly good to me, you have always done me so much honor, that you must not, will not refuse to be kinder to me still, and to permit me to introduce to you Miss Granville. For this young lady, Mrs. Howell, is my sister, my very dear sister." Utterly confounded, Mrs. Howell made a slight inclination of the head, with eyes superciliously cast down. The letter of Sir Jasper Harrington had not failed to convince her that this was the real offspring of Lord Granville, whose existence had never been doubted in the world, but whose legitimacy had never been believed. Still, however, Mrs. Howell, who was now, from her own hard conduct, become the young orphan's personal enemy, flattered herself that means might be found to prevent the publication of such a story, and determined to run no risk by appearing to give it credit, at the same time that, in her uncertainty of the event, she softened the austerity of her manner, and gave orders to the servant to shew every possible respect to a person who had the honor to be admitted to Lady Aurora Granville. Juliet was in too desperate a state for any thought or care relative to Mrs. Howell, and having soothed Lady Aurora by promises of a speedy return, she hastened back to Ambrose. She earnestly besought him, since her decision would be immutable, to make immediate inquiries whence they might embark with the greatest expedition. Sadly, yet so circumstanced, not unwillingly he agreed, and gave to her aching heart nearly the only joy of which it was susceptible, in the news that the Marchioness was already at the seaside, awaiting the expected arrival of her darling daughter. Ambrose had been entrusted, he said, by the commissary with this cruel office, from his well-known fidelity to the Marchioness and to the bishop, which, where the alternative was so dreadful, would urge him, whatever might be his repugnance, to its faithful discharge. His orders had been to proceed straight to Salisbury, whence, under the name of Miss Ellis, he was to seek Juliet in every direction, and her various adventures had made so much noise in that neighborhood that she had been traced, with very little difficulty, to Teignmouth. Her terrible compliance being thus solemnly fixed, she left him to prepare for their departure the next morning, and returned to the afflicted Lady Aurora, by whose side she remained till midnight, struggling to sink her own sufferings, and to hide her shuddering disgust and horror, in administering words of comfort, and exhibiting an example of fortitude to her weeping sister. But when, early the next morning, with the dire idea of leave-taking, she revisited the gentle mourner, she found her nourishing a hope that her Juliet might yet be melted to a change of plan. "Oh, my sister," she cried, "my whole heart cannot thus have been open to affection, to confidence, to fondest friendship, only to be broken by this dreadful separation. Our souls cannot have been knit together by ties of the sweetest trust, only to be rent forever asunder. You will surely reflect before you destroy us both, for do you think you can now be a single victim?" Dissolved with tenderness, yet agonized with grief, Juliet could but weep, and ejaculate half-pronounced blessings, while Lady Aurora, with renovating courage, said, "Ah, think, sweet Juliet, think if our father, was he not ours alike, had lived to know the proud day of receiving his long-lost and so accomplished daughter, such as I see her now, would he not have said to me, 'Aurora, this is your sister, you are equally my children. Love her then tenderly, and let there be but one heart between you.' And will you then, Juliet, deliver us both up to wretchedness, lest I see you no more, and only have seen you now to embitter all the rest of my life?" "Oh, resistless Aurora," cried the miserable Juliet, "rend not thus my heart. Think for me, my Aurora, think as well as feel for me, and then dispose of me as you will. I accept being the umpire, my Juliet, my tenderest sister. I accept it, and you are saved. We are both saved, for this would be a sacrifice beyond any call of duty," cried Lady Aurora, instantly reviving, not simply to serenity, but to felicity, to rapture. Her tears were dried up, her eyes shone with delight, and smiles the softest and most expressive dimpled her chin, and played about her cheeks and mouth, while, with a transport new to her serene temperament, she embraced the appalled Juliet. "'Tis now indeed," she continued, "I feel I have a sister. 'Tis now I feel the force of kindred fondness. If you had not loved me with a sister's affection, you would not have listened to my solicitations. And if you had not listened, such a disappointment, and your loss together, do you think I should have been strong enough to survive them?" But this enchantment lasted not long. She soon perceived it was without participation, and her joy vanished, like the baseless fabric of a vision. Anguish sat upon the brow of Juliet. Fits of shuddering horror shook every limb, and her only answer to these tender endearments was by tears and embraces, while she strove to hide her altered and nearly distorted face upon Lady Aurora's shoulder. "Speak to me, my sister," cried Lady Aurora. "Tell me that your pity for the good bishop is not stronger than all your love for me, than all your value for your own security from barbarous brutality, than your trust in Providence that will surely protect so pious and exemplary a person." "No, heaven forbid," answered Juliet. "But when Providence permits us to see a way, when it opens a path to us by which evil may be avoided, by which duty may be exerted, ought the difficulties of that way, the perils of that path, to make us recoil from the attempt? When the natural means are obvious, ought we to wait for some miracle?" "Ah, my sister," cried Lady Aurora, "would you, then, still go? Have you yielded in mere transient compassion?" "No, sweet Aurora, no. To ruin your peace would every way destroy mine. Yet what a fatality to fear the very enjoyment of the family protection for which I have been sighing my whole life, lest I can enjoy it but by a crime. I abandon the post of honor, in leaving the benefactor, the supporter, the preserver of my orphan existence, to perpetual chains, if not to massacre. or I break the tender heart of the gentlest, purest, and most beloved of sisters." Lady Aurora now looked all consternation, and, after a disturbed pause, "If you think it wrong," she cried, "not to sacrifice yourself, oh, my sister, let not mere commiseration for my weakness lead you astray. We all know there is another world in which we yet may meet again." "Angel, angel!" cried Juliet, pressing Lady Aurora to her bosom. "You will aid me, then, to do right. By nobly supporting yourself, you will help to keep me from sinking. Religion will give you strength of mind to submit to our worldly separation, and all my sufferings will be endurable, while they open to me the hope of a final reunion with my angel sister." They now mutually sought to reanimate each other. Piety strengthened the fortitude of Juliet, and supplied its place to Lady Aurora, and, in soft pity to each other, each strove to look away from, and beyond, all present and actual evil, and to work up their minds, by religious hopes and reflections, to an enthusiastic foretaste of the joys of futurity. End of Chapter 89. Recording by Roxana Nazari. Chapter 90 of The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties, by Fanny Burney. Chapter 90. This tenderly touching intercourse was broken in upon by a summons to Ambrose, whom Juliet found waiting for her in the corridor, where he was beginning to recount to her that he had met with a sea officer, who had promised him a letter of recommendation for procuring a passport, if he could bring proof that he was a proper person for having one, when the Admiral issued abruptly from his apartment. He took off his hat, though with a severe air, to Juliet, who, abashed, passed on to her chamber, but stopping and bluffly accosting Ambrose, "Harkee," he cried, "my lad, a word with you. Pray, what business have you with that girl? I have, I know, as good as promised to help you off. But let all be fair and above board. I don't pretend to have much taste for any person who would go out of old England when once he's got a footing into it. Though if I had had the misfortune to be born in France, there's no being sure that I might not have liked it myself, from knowing no better. For which reason I think nothing narrower than holding a man cheap for loving his country, be it ever so bad a one. Therefore, if you have a mind, my lad, as far as yourself goes, to sheer off, as you are neither a sailor nor a soldier, nor moreover a prisoner, I will lend you a hand and welcome. But no foul play. If there's any person of your acquaintance that, after being born in old England, wants to go flaunting and jiggetting to outlandish countries, you'll do well to give her a hint to keep astern of me, for I shall never uphold a person who behaves o' that sort." Ambrose, in broken English, earnestly entreated him not to withdraw his promised protection, and Juliet, desirous to obtain his counsel for the execution of her perilous enterprise, ventured back and joined to petition for instructions where she might embark most expeditiously, endeavoring to make her peace with him by solemnly avowing that necessity, not inclination, urged her to undertake this voyage, and claiming assistance a second time from his tried benevolence. The words tried benevolence and a second time, which inadvertently escaped her, from eagerness to interest his attention, struck him forcibly with ire. "Avast!" he cried. "None of your flummery. You think, belike, because you've got a pretty face, to make a fool of me, but that's sooner thought than done. You'll excuse me for speaking my mind a little plainly, for how the devil, asking your pardon for such a word, should I do anything for you a second time, when I have never seen or thought of you up to this moment a first? Please to tell me that." Juliet, looking round, and seeing that no witnesses were by, gently inquired whether he had no remembrance of a poor voyager whom he had had the charity to save the preceding winter, from immediate destruction by admitting into a boat. What, a swarthy minx, with a sooty sort of skin, and all over rags and jags? Yes, I remember her well enough. I thank her, but I don't much advise her to come in my way. She turned out a mere impostor. She was probably French. I gave her a guinea and paid her for a place to town and her entertainment. She took my guinea and eat and drink, and then made off by some other way, and has never been heard of since. I described her to all the Dover stages and diligences, for I intended to give her a trifle more to help her find her friends, for fear of her falling into bad hands. But I could never get any tidings of her. She was a mere cheat. How did you come to know the jade? Juliet blushed violently, and with some difficulty stammered out, "Kind as you are, sir, good and charitable, you have not well judged that young person." "By all that's sacred," cried he, striking his cane upon the ground. "If it were possible for a girl to be painted to such a pitch of nicety, I should swear you were that very mamselle yourself. Though if you are, I should take it as a favor if you would tell me how the devil it came into your head to let me pay for your stagecoach when you never made use of your place. Where the fun of that was, I can't make out." "I am but too sensible, sir, that everything seems against me," said Juliet in a melancholy tone. "Yet the time, probably, is not very far off when I may be able sufficiently to explain myself, to cause you much regret. So generous seems your nature, should you refuse me your services in my very great distress." The Admiral now looked deeply perplexed, yet evidently touched. "I should be loath, madam," he said, "very loath indeed, for the matter of that. There is something so agreeable in you, to think you know better than you should be. Not that one ought to expect perfection, for a woman is but a woman, which a man, as her native superior, ought always to keep in mind. However, don't take it amiss that I throw out that remark, for I don't mean it to dash you." Juliet, too much shocked to reply, cast up her eyes in silent appeal to heaven, and entering her room, resolved to fold 2 guineas in a small packet, and to send them to the Admiral by Ambrose, for an immediate acquittal of her double pecuniary debt. But the Admiral, struck by her manner, looked thoughtful and dissatisfied with himself, and again calling to Ambrose, said, "Hark ye, my lad, I should not be sorry to know who that young gentlewoman is. I am afraid she thinks me rather unmannerly, and the truth is, I don't know that I have been over and above polite, which I take shame to myself for, I give you my word, for I am always devilish bad company with myself when I have misbehaved to a female. Because why? She has no means to write herself, so I beg you to make my excuse to the gentlewoman, and please to tell her that, though I am no great friend to ceremony, I am very sorry if I have affronted her." Ambrose said that he was sure the young lady would think no more of it, if his honour would be but kind enough to give the recommendatory letter. "Why, with regard to that," said the Admiral, after some deliberation, "I would do her any service whereby I might show my goodwill, after having been rather over-rough, be her class what it may, considering she's a female, and moreover seems somewhat in jeopardy, if I were not so cursedly afraid of being put upon. You, that are but an outlandish man, though I can't say but you've as good a look as another man, a very honest look, if one might judge by the face, which made me take to you, without much thinking what I was about, I can tell you." Ambrose, bowing low, hoped that he would not repent his goodness. "You, I say, being more in the use of being juggled, begging your pardon, from its being more the custom of foreign parts, can have no great notion, naturally, how little a British tar, a person you don't know over much about, I believe," smiling, "there not being a great many such, as I am told, off our own shores. You, as I was remarking, can't be expected to have much notion how little a British tar relishes being overreached. But the truth, sir, is we are set afloat upon the wide ocean before we have well done with our slavering bibs, which makes us the men we are. But then all we know of the world is only by bits and scrapes, except mayhap what we can pick out of books. And that's no great matter, for the chief of a seaman's library is most commonly the history of cheats and rogues, so that we are always upon the lookout, d'ye see, for fear of false colors. Ambrose began a warm protestation of his honesty. "Not but that, let me tell you, sir," the Admiral went on, "we have as many good scholars upon quarter-deck, counting such as could pay for their learning when they were yonkers, as in any other calling. But this was not the case with myself, who owe nothing to birth nor favor, whereof I am proud to be thankful. For, from 10 years old, when I was turned adrift by my family, I have had little or no schooling, except by the buffets of the world." Then, after ruminating for some minutes, he told Ambrose that he should not be sorry to make his apologies to the gentlewoman himself, adding, "For I could have sworn, when I first met her in the gallery, I had seen her somewhere before, though I could not make out how nor when. But if she's only that black mademoiselle washed white, I should like to have a little parley with her. She may possibly do me the service of helping me to find a friend, and if she does, I shan't be backward, God willing, to requite her. And hark ye, my lad, I should be glad to know the gentlewoman's name. What's she called?" "She's called Mademoiselle Juliette, monsieur." "Juliette? Are you sure of that?" cried the Admiral, starting. "Juliette? Are you very sure, sir?" "Oui, oui, monsieur." "Hark ye, sirrah, if you impose upon me, I'll trounce you within an inch of your life. Juliette, you say? Are you sure it's Juliette?" "Oui, monsieur, Mademoiselle Juliette." "Why, then, as I am a living man, and on this side the other world, I must speak to her directly. Tell her so this instant." Ambrose tapped, and Juliette opened the door. But when he would have spoken, the Admiral, taking him by the shoulders, and turning him round, bid him go about his business, and entering the room, shut the door, and flung himself upon a chair. Rising, however, almost at the same instant, though much agitated, he made sundry bows, but tried vainly to speak, while the astonished Juliette waited gravely for some explanation of so strange an intrusion. "Madam," he at length said, "that Frenchman there, who, it's like enough, don't know what he says, pretends your name is Juliette." "Sir?" "If it be so, ma'am, you'll do me a remarkable piece of service, if you'll be so complaisant as to let me know how you came by that name." Juliette now felt alarmed. "It's rather making free, ma'am, I confess, but I shall take it as a special favor if you'll be pleased to tell me what part of the world you come from." "Sir, I... If you think my inquisitiveness impertinent, ma'am, which it's like enough you may, I shall beg leave to give you an item of my reason for it, and then it's odds but you'll make less scruple to give me the reply. Not that I mean to make conditions, for binding people down only hampers goodwill, but when you have heard me, you may be glad, perchance, to speak of your own accord. For I don't know, I give you my solemn word, but that at this very moment you are talking to one of your own kin." He fixed his eyes upon her, then, with great earnestness. "My own kin? What, sir, do you mean?" "I'll tell you out of hand, ma'am, if I may be so bold as to sit down, for whether we happen to be relations or no, there can be no law against our being friends." Juliette hastily presented him a chair, and scarcely breathed from eagerness to reciprocate the inquiry. She had never heard the Admiral mentioned but by his military title. Seated now by her side, he looked at her for some instants, smilingly, though with glistening eyes. "Madam," he said, "I had a sister whose name was Juliette, and the name is dear to my soul for her sake, and it's no common name, so that I never hear it without being moved. She left a child, ma'am, who for some unnatural reasons, that I shan't enter upon just now, was brought up in foreign parts. This child had her own sweet name, and her own sweet character, too, I make small doubt, as well as her own sweet face." He stopped, and again more earnestly looked at Juliet, but, seeing her strongly affected, begged her pardon, and brushing a tear from his eye, went on. "When I came home from my last station in the East Indies, I crossed over the Channel to see after her. A great proof of my goodwill, I can tell you, for no little thing would have carried me to that lawless place, and from the best land upon God's earth. But I got nothing for my pains, except a cursed bad piece of news, which turned me upside down, for I was told that she was married to a French monsieur, upon which I swore, God willing, never to see her face to the longest day I had to live, and I came away with that resolution. However, a Christian is never so perfect himself as not to look over a flaw in his neighbor. Wherefore, if I could get any item of the poor girl's repentance, I don't think for my dear sister's sake, but I could still take her to my bosom, yea, to my very heart of hearts." "Tell me, sir," cried Juliet, rising, with clasped hands, and eyes fast filling with tears. "Tell me, for I have never heard it, your name." "By all that's holy," cried he, rising too, and trembling, "you make my heart beat all over my body. My name is Powell. In the name, then, of the Most High, are you not my niece yourself?" Juliet dropped at his feet. "Oh, heavenly Providence!" she ejaculated. "You are then my poor mother's brother." Speech now, for a considerable time, was denied to both. Strong emotions, though of joy, nearly suffocated Juliet, while the Admiral sobbed over her as he pressed her in his arms. "My girl," he cried, when a little recovered, "my sister's daughter, daughter of the dearest of sisters. I have found, then, at last, something appertaining to my poor sister. You shall be dear to my soul for her sake, whatever you may be for your own. And moreover, as to what you may have done up to this time, whereof I don't mean to judge uncharitably, every one of us being but frail, I shall let it all pass by. So hold up your head, and take comfort, my girl, and don't be shy of your old uncle, for whatever may have slipped from him in a moment of choler, he'll protect you, God willing, to his last hour, and never come out with another unkind word upon what is past and gone." The heart of Juliet was too full to let her offer any immediate vindication. She could but pronounce, "My uncle, when I can be explicit, you will not, I hope and trust, have cause to blush for me." "Why, then you are a very good girl," cried he, well pleased. "An excellent girl, in the main, I make small doubt." He then demanded, though not, he protested, to find fault with what was past, what had brought her over to her native land in such a ragged, mauled, and black condition, which had prevented the least guess of who she was. "For if, when I saw you off the coast," he continued, "you had shown yourself such as you are now, you have so strong a look of my dear sister, that I should have hailed you out of hand. Though when I saw you here, it never came into my head, because why? I believed you to be there. And yet, instinct is made powerful, whereof I am a proof, for I took a fancy to you, even when I thought you an old woman, and which is worse, a Frenchwoman. Coming away from those shores gave me a good opinion of you at once." He then made many tender inquiries concerning the last illness and the death of Mrs. Powell, his mother, whom it was now, he said, 21 years since he had seen, as, upon his poor father's insolvency, he had been taken from the Royal Navy, and sent out, in the company's service, to the East Indies. Juliet, after satisfying his filial solicitude, ventured to express her own, upon every circumstance of her mother's life, which had fallen to his knowledge. An insolvency, the Admiral replied, had soon been succeeded by the death of his father, and then his poor mother and sister had been driven to a cheap country residence in the neighborhood of Melbury Hall. There, before he set out for the East Indies, he had passed a few days to take leave, in which time Lord Granville, the Earl of Melbury's only son, who had met them, it seems, in their rural strolls, had got such a footing in their house that he called in both morning and evening, and stayed sometimes for hours, without knowing how time went. Uneasy upon remarking this, he counselled his sister to keep out of the young nobleman's way, and advised his mother to change her house. They both promised so to do, but for all that, before he set sail, he determined to wait upon his lordship himself, which he did accordingly, and made free to tell him that he should take it but kind of his lordship if he would not be quite so sweet upon his sister. His lordship made fair promises, with such a genteelness that there was no help but to give him credit, and this being done, he went off with an easy heart. He remained in the company's service some time, during which the letters of his mother brought him the sorrowful tidings of his sister's death, followed up afterwards by an account that, for her own health's sake, she was gone over to reside in France. "This was a bit of news," he continued, "which I did not take quite so kindly as I ought. Mayhap to have done, it not appertaining to a son to have the upper hand of his mother, but having been from the first somewhat of a spoiled child, whereby my poor mother made herself plenty of trouble, I was always rather over-choleric when I was contradicted. Taking it, therefore, rather amiss her going out of old England, no great matter of letter-writing passed between us from that time to my return to my native land. It was then I was told the worst tiding that ever I wished to hear. One came, and t'other came, and all had some fuel to make the fire burn fiercer, to give me an item that Lord Granville had over-persuaded my sister to elope with him, and that she died of a broken heart, leaving a child, that my mother, for my sister's reputation's sake, had gone to bring up in foreign parts. My blood boiled so, then in my veins, that how it ever got cool enough not to burn me to a cinder is a main wonder. But I vowed revenge, and that, I take it, sustained me. Revenge being, to my seeming, a noble passion, when it is not to spite those who have done an ill turn to ourselves, but to punish those who have oppressed the helpless. What grieved me the more was hearing that he was married, and had 2 fine children, who were dawdled about every day in his coach, while the child of my poor sister was shut up, immured nobody knew where, in an outlandish country. I called him, therefore, to account, and bid him meet me at 5 o'clock in the morning at a coffee-house. We went into a private room. I used no great matter of ceremony in coming to the point. "You have betrayed," I cried, "the unprotected. You have seduced the forlorn. You have sold yourself to the devil. And as you have given him of your own accord your soul, I am come to lend a hand to your giving him your body." "Shocking! Shocking!" interrupted Juliet. "Oh, my uncle!" "Why, it was not over mannerly, I own, but I was too much aggrieved to stand upon complimenting. I loved her, said I, with all my heart and soul, but I bore patiently with her death, because I am a Christian, and I know that life and death come from God. But I scorn to bear with her dishonor, for that comes from a man. For the sake of your wife and children, as they are not in fault, I would conceal your unmanly baseness. But for the sake of my much injured sister, who is dearer to me than all your kin and kind, I intend, by the grace, and with the help of the Most High, to take a proper vengeance for her wrongs, by blowing out your brains, unless by the law of chance you should blow out mine, which, however, I should hold myself the most pitiful of cowards to expect in so just a cause." I then presented him my pistols, and gave him his choice which he would have. "Oh, my poor father!" cried Juliet. "Go on, my uncle, go on." He heard me to finish without a word, and with a countenance so sad, yet so firm, and which had so little the hue of guilt, that I have thought since, many a time and often, that, If color had not blinded me, I should have stopped halfway, and said, "This is purely an innocent man." "Oh, blessed be that word!" cried Juliet, clasping her hands. "And blessed be my uncle for so kindly pronouncing it." With what temper he answered me. If I insisted, he said, upon satisfaction, he would not deny it me. And I ought indeed, he said, after an attack so insulting, to demand it for myself. But you are in an error, and your cause seems so completely the cause of justice and virtue that I cannot defend till I have cleared myself. The sister whom you would avenge was the beloved of my soul. Never will you mourn for her as I have mourned. I neither betrayed nor seduced her. The love that I bore her was as untainted as her own honor. The immovable views of my father to another alliance kept our connection secret. But your sister, your unspotted sister, was my wedded wife. The joy of my heart at that moment, my dear girl, made me forget all my mishaps. I jumped, for I was but a boy then to what I am now, and I flung my arms about his neck and kissed him, which his lordship did not seem to take at all unkindly. "Since she is not dishonored," I cried, "I can bear all else like a man. She is gone indeed, my poor sister, but 'tis to heaven she is gone, and I can but pray that we may both, in our due time, go there after her." And upon that, if I were to tell you the honest truth, we both fell a-blubbering. But she was no common person, my dear sister. Juliet wept with varying emotions. His lordship, the Admiral continued, then recorded the whole history of his marriage, the birth of his child, and the loss of his poor wife. That the child, accompanied by her grandmother, who scarcely breathed out of its sight, was gone to be brought up in a convent, under the care of a family of quality that had a grand castle in its neighborhood, and under the immediate guidance of a worthy old parson, that, as soon as she was educated, he should go over to fetch her, and write a letter to his father to own his first marriage. But he begged me, for family reasons, to agree to the concealment, till I returned home for good, and had a house of my own in which I could receive the child, in the case the second lady and his father should behave unhandsomely. I had no great taste for a hiding scheme, but I was so overcome with joy to think my sister had been always a woman of honor, that I was in no cue for squabbling. And moreover, I gave way with the greater complaisance, from the fear of seeing the child fall into the hands of people who would be ashamed of her, whereby her spirit might be broken. And moreover, I can't say but I took it kind of his lordship the thought of letting her come to a house of mine, for I had already returned to his majesty's service, which, God willing, the devil himself shall never draw me from again. And I was a post-captain, and in pretty good circumstances. So I thought I had as well not meddle, nor do mischief, and the more, as his lordship, who was so honorable as to entrust to me a copy of a codicil to his will, written all in his own hand, and duly signed and sealed, wherein he owns his lawful marriage with my poor sister, and leaves her child the same fortune that he leaves to his daughters by his wife of quality.
"Is it possible? How fortunate! And have you still, my dear uncle, this codicil?"
"Have I? Ay, my girl, I would sooner part with my right hand. It's the proof and declaration of my sister's honor, and I would not change it against all the diamonds, and all the pearls, and all the shawls of all the nabobs of all Asia. It has been my whole comfort in all my difficult voyages and hard services."
"Ah,"
thought Juliet,
"were my revered bishop safe, I might now be every way happy."
What passed in my mind at that time was to cross over the channel, to get my dear mother's blessing, and to give my own to my little niece. But it's of no great consequence what we plan, if it is not upheld by the Most High. I was all prepared, but I wrote never a word, for the sake of giving my mother a surprise, when all at once I had a sudden promotion, with orders to return to the East Indies, and there I was stationed, on and off, in and out, till the other day, as one may say. And when at last I got home again, meaning to marry Jenny Barker, as pretty a girl as ever came into the world, and to set her at the head of my house, and equip her handsomely, I found everything turned upside down. Lord Granville had been dead 5 months, and his father about as many weeks. I had already heard in the Indies that my poor mother was dead, and when I went to get a little comfort with Jenny Barker, and to give her the baubles I had got together for her in the Indies, always priding myself in thinking how smart she'd look in this, and how pretty her face would peep out of that, I found her so mortally changed that I took her for her own mother, who I had left to the full as well looking 20 years before, for after my first voyage, by ill luck, I had not seen Jenny, who was down in the country.
But if she is amiable, uncle, and worthy—
You have a right way of thinking, my dear, and I honor you for it. But the disappointment came upon me so slapdash, as one may say, for want of a little forethought, that I let out what passed in my mind with too little ceremony for making up again. However, I gave her the baubles, which she accepted out of hand, and made free to ask me to add something more, to make her amends for waiting for nothing, which was but fair, though it showed me that when she had lost her pretty face, she had no great matter to boast of in point of a noble way of thinking. I hope else I should have been above playing her false, without which I should be little to choose from a scoundrel. But she was in such a main hurry to secure herself the rhino, that it's my brief that her inside, if I could have got a look at it, was but little short, in point of ugliness, to her outside. Howbeit, I used her handsomely, and we parted friends. The Admiral here walked about the room, a little disturbed, and then continued his narrative. He crossed the straits, having always preserved the direction of the lady of the castle near the convent. But the revolution was then flaming. The castle had been burnt. All the family was dispersed, and he was warned not to make any inquiry even after the parson. But he grew sick of the whole business, and not sorry to cut it short, upon hearing that his niece, who was known by the appellation of Mademoiselle Juliette, was married to a French monsieur. He was coming away, in deep disgust and burning wrath, when he was seized himself, and put into prison by order of Mr. Robespierre. But this durance did not last long, for he joined a party that was just getting off, and returned to Great Britain, and moreover, though little enough to his knowledge, in the very same vessel that brought over his niece. And here, my dear girl, is the finish of all I have to recount. But what I observe, with no great pleasure, if I should tell you my remark, is that while for so many years I have given up my head to nothing but thinking of my niece, to the exception of poor Jenny Barker, she does not seem so much as ever to have heard or thought about her uncle. Juliet assured him, on the contrary, that her grandmother Powell had talked unceasingly of her son, but that, tender-hearted, timid, and devoted to Lord Granville, she had never ventured to trust to a letter a secret that demanded so much discretion, and had therefore postponed all communication to their meeting, of which she had lived in the constant hope. And Juliet herself, since the afflicting loss of that excellent lady, always believing him to be in the East Indies, had never dared claim his parentage, nor solicit his favor, her peculiar and unhappy situation making all written accounts, not only of her affairs, but of her name and her residence, dangerous. This brought the conversation back to herself. "'Tis remarkable enough," said the Admiral, "that, in all this long parley, we have not yet said an item about the worst part of the job, your marriage. How came you here without your husband? For all I have no great gouse to your marrying in that sort, God forbid I should uphold a wife in running away from her lawful spouse, even though he be a Frenchman. We should always do right for the sake of shaming wrong. A man, being the higher vessel, may marry all over the globe and take his wife to his home, but a woman, as she is only given him for his helpmate, must tack about after him and come to the same anchorage. Sadness now clouded the skin and dimmed the eyes of Juliet. The story which she had to reveal, the hard necessity of separating herself from so near a relation and so kind a protector, at the very moment of an apparent union, joined the obstacles which his prejudices and feelings might put in the way of her decided sacrifice, made the avowal of her intention seem almost as difficult as its execution. "Don't be cast down, however, my girl," continued the Admiral, "for when things are come to the worst, as I have taken frequent note, they often veer about, nobody knows how, and turn out for the best. I should as lieve you had not tied such an ugly knot. I won't say to the contrary. Howbeit, as the thing is done, we may as well make the best of it. The man may be a tolerable good Christian, mayhap, for a papist. And indeed, to tell you the truth, though it is a thing I'm not over fond of speaking about, I have seen some Frenchmen I could have liked mightily myself, if I had not known where they came from. I had some prisoners once aboard, that were as likely men, and as much of gentlemen, and as agreeable behaved, and had as good sense, too, of their own, as if they had been Englishmen. Perhaps your husband may be one of them. If so, let him come over here, and he shall want for nothing. I am always proud to show old England, so invite him, my dear, to come."
"Alas! Alas!"
cried Juliet, weeping. "What? He is but a sorry dog, then? Well, I can't pretend to be surprised at that. However, I'll tie up your fortune, and won't let him touch a penny of it, but upon condition that you come over for it yourself once a year. And now I have you safe and sure, I shall carry my codicil to Lord Denmeath, a fellow of steel, they say, and get you your 30,000 pounds. For that, I am told, is the portion of the Lady of Quality's daughter. But all I shall give you myself shall only be bit by bit, till I know how that sorry fellow uses you. It's a main pity you threw yourself away in such a hurry, but I suppose he's a fine likely young dog."
"Hideous! Hideous!"
"Awful guard," exclaimed the shuddering Juliet. "Why then, most like, you only married him for the sake of a little palaver. Poor girl. However, it's done, and a husband's a husband, so I'll ask no more questions." Kissing her then very kindly, he said he would go and suck in a little fresh breeze upon the beach to calm his spirits, for he felt as if he had been steering his vessel in a hurricane. He asked her to accompany him, but she desired a little stillness and rest. He shook hands with her, and, with a look of concern, said, "My sister did but a foolish thing, after all, in marrying that young lord, however the world may judge it to have been an ambitious one. You would never have been smuggled out of your native land in that fashion, if she had taken up with a man in her own rank of life, some honest tar, for example. For, to my seeming, there is not an honester person in the whole world, nor a person of more honor, than a British tar. And yet, see the difference of those topsy-turvy marriages. A worthy tar would have been proud of my sister for his wife, while your lord was only ashamed of her. For that's the bottom of the story. Put what dust you will in your eyes for the top." End of chapter 90. Recording by Roxana Nazari. Chapter 91 of The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties, by Fanny Burney, Chapter 91. Juliet, left alone, again vented her full heart by tears. Happiness never seemed within her reach, but to make her feel more severely the hard necessity that it must be resigned. All her tenderest affections had been delighted, and her most ardent wishes surpassed, in being recognized as his niece by a man of so much worth, honor, and benevolence as the Admiral. And her heart had been yet more exquisitely touched by acknowledged affinity with so sweet a character as that of Lady Aurora. Her portion, by the duplicate codicil, flattered and gave dignity to her softest feelings. Nevertheless, the cruelty of her situation was in nothing altered. The danger of the bishop was still the same. The same, therefore, was her duty. Even for deliberation she allowed herself no choice, save whether to confess to the Admiral the dreadful nature of her call to the Continent, or to go thither simply as a thing of course, to join her husband. For the latter, his approvance was declared. For the former, even his consent might be withdrawn. To spare, therefore, to his kind heart the unavailing knowledge of her misery, and to herself the useless conflicts that might ensue from the discovery, she ultimately decided to set out upon her voyage, with her story and misfortunes unrevealed. This plan determined upon, she struggled to fortify her mind for its execution, by endeavoring to consider as her husband the man to whom, in any manner, she had given her hand, since so only could she seek to check the disgust with which she shrunk from him as her deadliest foe. She remembered, and even sought to call back, the terrific scruples with which she had been seized, when, while striving to escape, she heard him assert that she was his wife, and felt powerless to disavow his claim. Triumphant, menacing, and ferocious, she had fled him without hesitation, though not completely without doubt. But when she beheld him seized in custody, and heard him call her husband, and saw herself considered as his wife, duty for that horrible instant seemed in his favor, and, had not Sir Jaspar summoned her by her maiden name, to attend her own nearest relations, all her resistance had been subdued by an overwhelming dread that to resist might possibly be wrong. Recollection also told her that, at the epoch when, with whatever misery she had suffered him to take her hand, no mental reservation had prepared for future flight and disavowal. She labored, therefore, now, to plead to herself the vows which she had listened to, though she had not pronounced, and to animate her sacrifice by the terror of perjury. Nevertheless, all these virtuous arguments against her own freedom were insufficient to convince her that her marriage was valid. The violent constraint, the forced rites, the interrupted ceremony, the omission of every religious form, no priest, no church to sanctify even appearances. "No," she cried, "no, I am not his wife, even were it my wish, even were he all I prize upon earth. Still I should fly him till we were joined by holier bands. Nevertheless, for the bishop I meant the sacrifice, and, since so only he can be preserved, for the bishop I must myself invite its more solemn ratification." Satisfied that this line of conduct, well dictated by tender gratitude, was confirmed by severe justice, she would not trust herself again with the sight of Lady Aurora, till measures were irreversibly taken for her departure. And upon the return of the Admiral from his walk, she communicated to him, though without any explanation, her urgent desire to make the voyage with all possible expedition. The Admiral, persuaded that her haste was to soften the harsh treatment of a husband who had inveigled her into marriage by flattery and falsehood, forbore either questions or comments, though he looked at her with commiseration, often shaking his head, with an expression that implied, "What pity to have thrown yourself thus away!" His high notions, nevertheless, of conjugal prerogative, made him approve and second her design, and saying that he saw nothing gained by delay, but breeding more bad blood, he told her that he would conduct her to himself the next morning, and stay with her till he could procure her a proper passage, engaging to present her wherewithal to ascertain for her a good and hearty reception, with an assurance to her husband that she should, at any time, have the same sum, only for fetching it in person. This promising opening to occasional reunions gave her now more fortitude for announcing to her gentle sister the fixed approaching separation. But though these were softening circumstances to their parting, Lady Aurora heard the decision with despair, and though the discovery of an uncle, a protector, and so excellent a man as the Admiral, offered a prospect of solid comfort, still she could dwell only upon the forced ties, the unnatural connection, and the brutal character to which her unhappy sister must be the victim. Each seeking, nevertheless, to console the other, though each herself was inconsolable, they passed together the rest of the melancholy yet precious day, uninterrupted by the Admiral, who was engaged to dine out in the neighborhood, or even by Mrs. Howell, who acquiesced perforce to the pleadings of Lady Aurora in suffering her ladyship to remain in her own room with Juliet. They engaged to meet again by daybreak the next morning, though to meet but to part. The next morning, however, when summoned to a post-chaise by the Admiral, the courage of Juliet, for so dreadful a leave-taking, failed, and, committing to paper a few piercingly tender words, she determined to write, more at length, all the consolation that she could suggest from the first stage. But when, in speechless grief, she would have filled her little billet in the anteroom, she found Lady Aurora's woman already in attendance, and heard that Lady Aurora, also, was risen and dressed. She feared, therefore, now, that an evasion might rather aggravate than spare affliction to her beloved sister, and, repressing her own feelings, entered the chamber. Lady Aurora, who had scarcely closed her eyes all night, had now, in the fancied security of a meeting, from having placed her maid as a sentinel, just dropped asleep. Her pale cheeks, and the movement of sorrow still quivering upon her lips, showed that she had been weeping, when overpowering fatigue had induced a short slumber. Juliet, in looking at her, thought she contemplated an angel. The touching innocence of her countenance, the sweetness which no sadness could destroy, the grief exempt from impatience, and the air of purity that overspread her whole face, and seemed breathing round her whole form, inspired Juliet, for a few moments, with ideas too sublime for mere sublunary sorrow. She knelt with tender reverence by her side, inwardly ejaculating, "Sleep on, my angel sister, recruit your harassed spirits, and wake not yet to the woes of your hapless Juliet." Then, placing gently upon her bosom the written farewell, she softly kissed the hem of her garments, and glided from the room. She made a sign to the maid, for she had no power of utterance, not to awaken her lady, and hurried downstairs to join the Admiral, attended by the faithful Ambrose. She was spared offering any apologies for detaining her uncle, by finding him preparing to step down to the beach with a spying-glass, without which he never stirred a step, to take a view, before they set off, of a sail, which his servant, an old seaman, had just brought him word was in sight. He helped her, therefore, into the chaise, begging her patience for a few minutes. Juliet was not sorry to seize this interval for returning to the anteroom, to learn whether Lady Aurora were awake, and by her resignation or emotion, to judge whether a parting embrace would prove baneful or soothing. As she was re-entering the house, a vociferous cry of "Stop! Stop!" issued from a carriage that was driving past. She went on, desiring Ambrose to give her notice when the Admiral came back, but had not yet reached the gallery, when the stairs were rapidly ascended by 2 or more persons, one of which encircled her in his arms. She shrieked with sudden horror and despair, strenuously striving to disengage herself, though persuaded that the only person who would dare thus to assail her was him to whom she was intentionally resigning her destiny. But her instinctive resistance was short. A voice that spoke love and sweetness exclaimed, "Miss Ellis! Sweet, lovely Miss Ellis! You are then my sister!" "Ah, heavens! Kind heaven!" cried the delighted Juliet. "Is it you, Lord Mulberry? And will you, and thus kindly own me?" "Own? I am proud of you. My other sister alone can be as dear to me. What two incomparable creatures has heaven bestowed upon me for my sisters? How hard I must work not to disgrace them. And I will work hard, too. I will not see two such treasures, so near to me, and so dear to me, hold down their sweet heads with shame for their brother. Come with me, then, my new sister. You need not fear to trust yourself with me now. Come, for I have something to say that we must talk over together alone." Putting, then, her willing arm within his, he eagerly conducted her downstairs, made her pass by the astonished Ambrose, at whom she nodded and smiled in the fullness of her contentment, and led her towards the beach, her heart exulting, and her eyes glistening with tender joy, even while every nerve was affected, and all her feelings were tortured by a dread of quick approaching separation and misery. "I am come," cried he, when they were at a little distance from the houses, "to take the most prompt advantage of my brotherly character. I have travelled all night not to lose a moment in laying my scheme before you." "What kindness! Oh, my lord, and where did you hear? Where did Sir Jasper's letter reach you?" "Sir Jasper? I have received no letter from Sir Jasper. I have seen no Sir Jasper." "How, then, is it possible you can know?" "Oh-ho! You think you have no friend, then, but Sir Jasper, and you suppose, perhaps, that you have no admirer but Sir Jasper." "Well, I am sure, at least, there is no other person to whom I have revealed my name." "Then he must have betrayed it to some other himself, my sweet sister. For 'tis not from him I have had my intelligence. Be less sure, therefore, for the future of an old man, and trust a younger one more willingly. However, there is no time now for raillery. A messenger is waiting the result of our conference. I am fully informed, my precious sister, of your terrible situation. I will not stop now to execrate your infernal pursuer, though he will not lose my execrations by the delay. I know, too, your sublime resolution to save our dear guardian, for yours is ours, that good and reverend bishop, and to look upon yourself to be tied up as a bondwoman till you are formally released from those foul shackles. Do I state the case right?" "Oh, far, far too accurately. And even now, at a moment so blessed, I must tear myself away, by my own will, with whatever horror, from the sweetest of sisters, from you, my kindest brother, and from the most benevolent of uncles, by a separation 1,000 times more dreadful than any death." "Take comfort, sweet sister, take comfort, loveliest Miss Ellis, for I can't help calling you Miss Ellis now and then a little while longer. I have a plan to make you free, to set you completely at liberty, and yet save that excellent bishop." "Oh, my lord, how heavenly an idea! But how impossible!" "Not at all. 'Tis the easiest thing in the world. Only hear me. That wretch who claims you shall have the portion he demands, the 6,000 pounds, immediately upon signing your release, sending over the promissory note of Lord Denmeath, and delivering your noble bishop into the hands of the person who shall carry over the money, which, however, shall only be paid at some frontier town, whence the bishop may come instantly hither." Struck with rapturous surprise, Juliet scarcely restrained herself from falling at his feet. She pressed his arm, she kissed the edge of his coat, and while striving, inarticulately, to call for blessings upon his head, burst into a passion of tears, though tears of ecstatic joy, that nearly deprived her of respiration. "My sister, my dear sister," tenderly cried Lord Mulberry, "how ashamed you make me! Could you then expect less? What a poor opinion you have entertained of your poor brother! I give you nothing. I merely agree that you shall possess what is your due. Know you not that you are entitled to 30,000 pounds from our estate, to the same fortune that has been settled upon Aurora? 'Tis from your own portion only, my dear sister, that this 6,000 will be sunk.
Can you then, generous, generous Lord Melbury, can you see thus, without regret, without murmur, so capital a sum suddenly and unexpectedly torn from you?
I have not yet enjoyed it, my dear sister. I shall not therefore miss it. But if I had possessed it always, should I not be paid, 10,000,000 of times paid, by finding such a new sister? I shall be proud to show the whole world I know how to prize such a relation, and I will not have them think me such a mere boy, because I am still rather young, as to be at a loss how to act by myself. I shall not therefore consult my uncle, for I am determined not to be ruled by him. I will solemnly bind myself to pay your whole fortune the moment I am of age. It is my duty, and my pride, and at the same time my delight, to spare your delicacy, as well as my own character, and our dear father's memory, any process or any dispute. Then, opening his arms, with design to embrace her, but checking himself upon recollecting that he might be observed, he animatedly added, Yes, my dear father, I will show how I cherish your memory, by my care of your eldest born, by my care of her interests, her safety, and her happiness. As to her honor, he added, with a conscious smile, she has shown me that she knows how to be its guardian herself. The grateful Juliet frankly acknowledged that both the thought and the wish had frequently occurred to her of rescuing the bishop through her portion, without herself, but she had been utterly powerless to raise it. She was under age, and uncertain whether her rights might ever be proved, and the 6,000 pounds proffered by Lord Denmeath, she was well aware, would never be accorded but to establish her as an alien. Her generous brother, by anticipating as well as confirming her claims, alone could realize such a project. With sensations, then, of unmixed felicity, that seemed lifting her, while yet on earth, into heaven, she was flying to call for the participation of Lady Aurora, and of her uncle, in her joy, when Lord Melbury, stopping her, said that all was not yet prepared for communication. You clearly, he continued, agree to the scheme?
With transport, she cried, and with eternal thankfulness.
Without delay, then, he said they must appoint a person of trust, who knew the French language well, and to whom the whole history might be confided, to carry over the offer and the money, and to bring back the bishop. And I have a friend, he continued, now ready for the enterprise, one equally able and willing to claim the bishop, and to give undoubted security for the 6,000 pounds. Can you form any notion who such a man may be? He looked at her gaily, yet with a scrutiny that made her blush. One person only could occur to her, but occurred with an alarming sense of impropriety in allowing him such an employment that instantly dampened her high delight. She dropped her eyes, an unrepressed sigh broke from her heart, but secret consciousness hushed all inquiry into the truth of her conjecture. In silence, too, for a moment, Lord Melbury contemplated her. Struck with her sudden sadness, and uncertain to what it might be attributed, affectionately then taking her hand, I must come, he cried, to the point, or my messenger will lose his patience. Proposals of marriage the most honourable have been made to me, such, my dear sister, as merit my best interest with you. The person is unexceptionable, high in mind, manners, and family, and has long been attached to you. Juliet here, with dignity, interrupted him.
My lord, I will not ask who this may be. I even beg not to be told. I can listen to no one. Till the bishop is released and safe, I hold myself merely to be his hostage, and till my freedom, atrociously as it has been violated, shall be legally restored to me, I cannot but feel hurt, for I will not say offended where the intention is so kind and so pure, that any proposals of any sort, and from any person, should be addressed to me."
Lord Melbury, prepared for expostulation, was beginning to reply, but she solemnly besought him not to involve her in any new conflicts. She then asked his permission to introduce him to her uncle, Admiral Powell, whom she desired to join upon the beach. "No, no," he answered. "Other business, still more urgent, must have precedence." And holding both her hands, he insisted upon acquainting her that it was Mr. Harleigh who had been his informant of her history and situation, and that she was the undoubted and legitimate daughter of Lord Granville, all which he had learnt from Sir Jasper Harrington. "And Mr. Harleigh has begged my leave," continued his lordship, smiling, "though I am not, you may think, perhaps, very old for judging of such matters, to make his addresses to you. Now don't put yourself into that flutter till you hear how he arranged it, for he knows all your scruples and reveres them. Or, rather, he reveres you, my sweet sister, for your scruples we both think a little chimerical. Don't be angry at that. We honor you all the same for having them, and Mr. Harleigh seems to adore you only the more. So I make no doubt as Aurora. And I too, my dear sister, only I can't see you sacrificed to them. But Mr. Harleigh has found a way to reconcile all perplexities. He will save you, he says, in honor as well as in person, for the wretch shall still have the wife whom he married if he will restore the bishop."
"What can you mean?"
"His 6,000 pounds, my dear sister. That sum in full he shall have, for that, as Harleigh says, is the wife that he married." Smiles now again, irresistibly, forced their way back to the face of Juliet, as she bowed her full concurrence to this observation. "Harleigh, therefore," continued Lord Melbury, "for this very reason will go himself to make the arrangement, to the end that, if the wretch refuses to take the 6,000 without you, he may offer 1,000 or 2 over. For, enraged as he is to enrich such a scoundrel, he would rather endow him with your whole 30,000, and, for aught I know, with as much more of his own, than let you fall into his clutches." The eyes of Juliet again swam in tears.
"Noble, incomparable Harleigh!"
she irresistibly ejaculated, but checking herself,
"My lord," she said, "my thanks are still all that I can return to Mr. Harleigh, yet I will not deny how much I am touched by his generosity. But I have insurmountable objections to this proposition. Now, indeed, I ought to cast upon any other the risks of an engagement which honor and conscience make sacred to myself."
"Poor Harleigh," said Lord Melbury. "I have been but a bad advocate, he will think. You will at least see him."
"See him?"
"Yes, he came with me hither. 'Twas he descried you first, as you got out of the post-chaise. He was accompanying me up the stairs, but he retreated. You will surely see him."
"Oh, my lord, no, certainly not."
"What? Not for a moment? Oh, that would be too barbarous." With these words he ran back to the town. Juliet called after him, but in vain. Her heart now beat high. It seemed throbbing through her bosom. But she bent her way towards the beach, to secure her safety by joining her uncle. She perceived him at some distance, in the midst of a small group, conspicuous from his height, his naval air and equipment, and his long spying-glass, which he occasionally brandished, as he seemed questioning or haranguing the people around him. In a minute she was accosted by the old sailor, who was sent by his master to the chaise, in which he supposed his niece to be still waiting, to beg that she would not be impatient, because a boat being just come in, with a small handful of the enemy, his honour was giving a look at the vessel, to see to its being wind and weather-proof, to the end that her ladyship might take a sail in it. Juliet, though she answered,
"Certainly, tell my uncle certainly,"
knew not what she heard, nor what she said, confused by fast-approaching footsteps, which told her that she could not, now, either by going on, or by turning back, escape meeting Harleigh. Lord Mulberry advanced first, and, willing to give Harleigh a moment to press his suit, good-humouredly addressed the sailor, with inquiries of what was going forward upon the beach. Harleigh, having made a bow, which her averted eyes had not seen, drew back, distressed and irresolute, waiting to catch a look that might be his guide. But when, from the discourse of the sailor with Lord Mulberry, he learnt the arrival of a small vessel from the continent, which was destined immediately to return thither, he precipitately took his lordship by the arm, spoke to him a few words apart, and then flew forward to the strand. Juliet, disturbed by new fears, permitted her countenance to make inquiries which her tongue durst not pronounce. And Lord Mulberry, who understood her, frankly said, "He is a man, sister, of 10,000. He will sail a race with you, and strive which shall get in first to save the bishop." Juliet felt thunderstruck. Harleigh seeking a passage in the very vessel which seemed pitched upon by her uncle for her own voyage. That they should go together was not to be thought of, but to suffer him to risk becoming the victim to her promise and her duties was grief and shame and terror united. Her eyes affrightedly pursued him, till he entered into the group upon the strand, and her perturbation then was so extreme that she felt inclined to forfeit, by one dauntless stroke, the delicacy which, as yet, had through life been the prominent feature of her character, by darting on, openly to conjure him to return. But habits which have been formed upon principle, and embellished by self-approbation, withstand, upon the smallest reflection, every wish and every feeling that would excite their violation. The idea, therefore, died in its birth, and she sought to compose her disordered spirits by silent prayers for courage and resignation. With the most fraternal participation in her palpable distress, Lord Mulberry endeavoured to offer her consolation, till the sailor, who had returned to the Admiral, came from him a second time to desire that she would hasten upon the beach. "To help his honour, please your ladyship," said the merry tar, with a significant nod, "to a little French lingo, these monsieurs and their wives, if perhaps they been only their sweethearts, not over and above understanding his honour." Juliet moved slowly on. The Admiral, used to more prompt obedience, came forward to hasten her, calling out, as soon as she was within hearing, "Please to wag a little nimbler, niece, for here are some outlandish gentry come over, that speak so fast, one after t'other, or else all at a time, each telling his own story, or, for aught I can make out, each telling the same thing one as t'other, that though I try my best to understand them, not being willing to dash them, I can't make out above one word in a dozen, if you take it upon an average, of what they say. However, though it is our duty to hold them all as our native enemies, and I shall never, God willing, see them in any other light, yet it would be unchristian not to lend them a hand, when they are chop-fallen and sorrowful, and moreover consumedly out of cash. So if I can help them, I see no reason to the contrary, for my enemy in distress is my friend, because why, I was only his enemy to get the upper hand of him." Then, turning to Lord Mulberry and Harleigh, "I hope," he added, "you won't think me wanting to my country, if, for the honour of old England, I give these poor half-starved souls a hearty meal of good roast beef, with a bumper of Dorchester ale and Devonshire cider, things which I conclude they have never yet tasted from their births to this hour, their own washy diet of soup, meagre, and salad, with which I would not fatten a sparrow, being what they are more naturally born to. And I shan't be sorry, I confess, to show the French we have a little politeness of our own, which by what I have often taken note, I rather surmise they hold to be a merchandise of their own monopoly. And so, if you think well of it, we'll tack about and give them an handsome invitation out of hand. For when a person stops to ponder before he does a good office, 'tis a sign he had full as leave let it alone." Juliet readily complied, though she could not readily speak. But what was her perturbation, The next moment, to see Harleigh vehemently break from the group by which he had been surrounded, rush precipitately forward to meet them, and singling out Lord Melbury, encircle his lordship in his arms, exclaiming,
"My lord, my dear lord, your sister is free! I claim now your suffrage. Her brutal persecutor, convicted of heading a treasonable conspiracy in his own country, has paid the forfeit of his crimes. These passengers bring the tidings. My lord, my dear lord, your sister is free!"
Juliet, who heard, as it was meant that she should hear, this passionate address, felt suspended in all her faculties. Joy, in the first instant, sought precedence, but it was supplanted, in another moment, by tearful incredulity, and she stood motionless, speechless, scarcely conscious whether she were alive. An exclamation of, "What's all this?" from the astonished Admiral, and a juvenile jump of unrestrained rapture from the transported Lord Melbury, brought Harleigh to himself. He felt confounded at the publicity and the abruptness of an address into which his ecstasy had surprised him, yet his satisfaction was too high for repentance, though he forced it to submit to some control. Suspension of sensibility could not, while there was life, be long allowed to Juliet, and the violence of her emotions, at its return, almost burst her bosom. What a change! Her feet tottered. She sustained her shaking frame against the Admiral. She believed herself in some new existence, yet it was not unmixed joy that she experienced. There was something in the nature of her deliverance repulsive to joy, and the perturbed and tumultuous sensations which rushed into her breast seemed overpowering her strength, and almost shattering even her comprehension, till she was brought back painfully to herself by an abrupt recollection of the uncertainty of the fate of the bishop, and shudderingly she exclaimed,
"Oh, if my revered guardian be not safe!"
The wondering Admiral now, addressing Harleigh, gravely begged to be made acquainted, in plainer words, with the news that he reported. Not sorry to repeat what he wished should be fully comprehended, Harleigh, more composedly, recounted his intelligence, dwelling upon details which brought conviction of the seizure, the trial, and the execution of the execrable commissary. Juliet listened with rapt attention, but in proportion as her security in her own safety became confirmed, her poignant solicitude for that of the bishop increased, and again she exclaimed,
"Oh, if my guardian has not escaped!"
The Admiral, turning towards her rather austerely, said, "You must have had but a sad dog of a husband, Niece Granville, to think only of an old priest when you hear of his demise. However, to my seeming, though he might be but a rogue, a husband's a husband, and I don't much uphold a wife's not thinking of that. For if a woman may mutiny against her husband, there's an end of all discipline." Overwhelmed with shame, Juliet could attempt no self-defense, but Lord Melbury warmly assured the Admiral that his niece, Miss Granville, had never really been married, that a forced, interrupted, and unfinished lay ceremony had mockingly been celebrated, accompanied by circumstances atrocious, infamous, and cruel, and that the marriage could never have been valid, either in sight of the Church or of her own conscience. The Admiral, with avidity and rising delight, sucked in this vindication, and then whispered to Juliet, "Pray, if I may make so free, who is this pretty boy that's got so much more insight into your affairs than I have? He's a very pretty boy, but I have no great taste to being put in the rear by him." Juliet was beginning to reply, when the Admiral called out in a tone of some chagrin, "Now we are put off from doing the handsome thing, for here's the outlandish gentry coming among us before we have invited them. And now, you'll see, they'll always stand to it that they have the upper hand of us English in politeness, and I had rather have seen them all at the devil." Juliet, looking forward, perceived that they were approached by some strangers of a foreign appearance. but they detained not her attention. At one side, and somewhat aloof from them, a form caught her eye, reverend, aged, infirm. She started, and with almost agonized earnestness, advanced rapidly a few steps, then stopped abruptly to renew her examination, but presently, advancing again, called out, "Merciful heaven!" and rushing on, with extended arms and uncontrolled rapture, threw herself at the feet of the ancient traveler, and, embracing his knees, sobbed rather than articulated in French, "My guardian, my preserver, my more than father, I have not lost you then." Deeply affected, the man of years bent over and blessed her, mildly yet fondly uttering in the same language, "My child, my Juliet, do I then behold you again, my excellent child?" Then, helping her to rise, he added, "Your willing martyrdom is spared, my dear, my adopted daughter, and I, most mercifully, am spared its bitter infliction. Thanksgiving are all we have to offer, thanksgiving and humble prayers for universal peace." With anxious tenderness, Juliet inquired for her benefactress, the Marchioness, and the bishop for his niece Gabriella. The Marchioness was safe and well, awaiting a general reunion with her family. Gabriella, therefore, Juliet assured the bishop, was now probably in her revered mother's arms. All further detail, whether of her own difficulties and sufferings, or of the perils and escapes of the bishop, during their long separation, they mutually set apart for future communication, every evil, for the present, being sunk in gratitude at their meeting. Harleigh, who witnessed the scene with looks of love and joy, though not wholly unmixed with suffering and patience, forced himself to stand aloof. Lord Melbury, who had no feeling to hide, nor result to fear, gaily capered with unrestrained delight, and the Admiral, impressed with wonder, yet reverence, his hat in his hand, and his head high up in the air, waited patiently for a pause, and then, bowing to the ground, solemnly said, "Mr. Bishop, you are welcome to Old England, heartily welcome, Mr. Bishop. I ought to beg your pardon, perhaps, for speaking to you in English, but I have partly forgot my French, which, not to mince the matter, I never thought it much worth while to study. Little enough devising I should ever meet with a native-born Frenchman who was so honest a man, for it's pretty much our creed aboard, though I don't over and above uphold it myself, except as far as may belong to the sea service, to look upon your nation as little better than a cluster of rogues. However, we of the upper class, knowing that we are all alike in the main of God's workmanship, don't account it our duty to hold you so cheap. Therefore, Mr. Bishop, you are heartily welcome in Old England." The bishop smiled, too wise to be offended, where he saw that no offense was meant. "But for all that," the Admiral continued, "I can't deny but I had as leave to the full, if I had had my choice, that my niece should not have been brought up by the enemy. Yet I have always had a proper respect for a parson, whether he be of the true religion or only a papist. I hold nothing narrower than despising a man for his ignorance, especially when it's only of the apparatus, and not of the solid part. My niece, Mr. Bishop, will tell you the heads of what I say in your own proper dialect." The bishop answered that he perfectly understood English. "I am cordially glad to hear it," cried the Admiral, holding out his hand to him, "for that's an item that gives me at once a good opinion of you. A man can be no common person who has a taste for our sterling sense, after being brought up to frothy compliments. And therefore, Mr. Bishop, I beg you to favor me with your company to eat a bit of roast beef with us at our lodging-house, after our plain old English fashion, which, if I should make free to tell you it passes in my mind, I hold to be far wholesomer than your ragouts and fricandous, made up of oil and grease. But I only drop that as a matter of opinion, every nation having a right to like best what it can get cheapest. and if the rest of the passengers are people of a right way of thinking, I beg you to tell them I shall be glad of the favor of their company too." The bishop bowed with an air of mild satisfaction. "And I heartily wish you would give me an item, Monsieur the Bishop, how I might behave more handsomely. For, by what I can make out, you have been as kind to my niece as if you had been born on this side the Channel, which is no small compliment to make one born on the other side. And if ever I forget it, I wish I may go to the bottom, a thing we seamen, who understand something of those matters," smiling, "had full as lief leave alone." He then recommended to them all to stroll upon the sands for a further whet to their appetite, while he went himself to the lodging-house to see what could be had for a repast. End of chapter 91. Recording by Roxana Nazari. Chapter 92 of The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties, by Fanny Burney, Chapter 92. Happy to second the benevolent scheme of the kind-hearted Admiral, the Bishop hastened to his fellow voyagers with the hospitable invitation. Juliet, in whom every feeling was awake to meet, to embrace, and to share her delight with Lady Aurora, would have followed, but Lord Mulberry, to avoid, upon so interesting an occasion, any interruption from Mrs. Howell, objected to returning to the hotel, and proposed being the messenger to fetch their sister. Juliet joyfully consented, and went to await them in the beautiful verdant recess, between two rocks, overlooking the vast ocean, with which she had already been so much charmed. No sooner, at this favorite spot, was Juliet alone, than, according to her wonted custom, she vented the fullness of her heart in pious acknowledgments. She had scarcely risen, when again, though without Lady Aurora, she saw Lord Mulberry, yet not alone. He was arm in arm with Harleigh. "My dear new sister," he gaily cried, "I go now for Aurora. We shall be here presently, but Mr. Harleigh is so kind as to promise that he will stand without, as sentinel, to see that no one approaches nor disturbs you." He was gone while yet speaking. The immediate impulse of Juliet urged her to remonstrance or flight, but it was the impulse of habit, not of reason. An instant, and a look of Harleigh, represented that the total change of her situation authorized, on all sides, a total change of conduct. Every part of her frame partook of the emotion with which this sudden consciousness beat at her heart, while her silence, her unresisting stay, and the sight of her varying complexion, thrilled to the soul of Harleigh, with an encouragement that he trembled with impatience to exchange for certainty. At last, may I," he cried, "under the sanction of a brother, presume upon obtaining a hearing with some little remittance of reserve, of mistrust?" Juliet dropped her head. "Will not Miss Granville be more gracious than Miss Ellis has been? Miss Granville can have no tie but what is voluntary, no hovering doubts, no chilling scruples, no fancied engagements." A half-sigh of too recent recollection heaved the breast of Juliet. "To plead," he continued, "against all confidence, to freeze every avenue to sympathy, to repel or wound every rising hope. Miss Granville is wholly independent, mistress of her heart, mistress of herself." "No, Mr. Harleigh, no," with quickness, though with gentleness, interrupted Juliet. Harleigh, momentarily startled, ventured to bend his head below her bonnet, and saw then that the blush which had visited, flown, and revisited her face had fixed itself in the deepest tint upon her cheek. He gazed upon her in ecstatic silence, till looking up, and, for the first time, suffering her eyes willingly to meet his,
"No, Mr. Harleigh, no," she softly repeated. "I am not so independent." A smile then beamed over her features, so radiant, so embellishing, that Harleigh wondered he had ever thought her beautiful before, as she added, "Had I 100 hearts, 10,000 times you must have conquered them all." Rapture itself now is too cold a word, or too common a one, to give an adequate idea of the bliss of Harleigh. He took her no longer reluctant hand, and she felt upon it a burning tear as he pressed it to his lips. But his joy was unutterable. The change was so great, so sudden, and so exquisite, from all he most dreaded to all he most desired, that language seemed futile for its expression, and to look at her without fearing to alarm or offend her, to meet with the softest assurance of partial favor those eyes hitherto so coldly averted, to hold unresisted the fair hand that, but the moment before, it seemed sacrilege even to wish to touch. So only could he demonstrate the fullness of his transport, the fervor of his gratitude, the perfection of his felicity. In Juliet, though happiness was not less exalted, pleasure wore the chastened garb of moderation, even in the midst of a frankness that laid open her heart. Yet seeing his suit thus authorized by her brother, and certain of the approbation of the bishop and of her uncle to so equal and honorable an alliance, she indulged her soft propensities in his favor, by gently conceding avowals that rewarded not alone his persevering constancy, but her own long and difficult forbearance. "Many efforts, many conflicts," she cried, "in my cruel trials I have certainly found harder, but none so distasteful as the unremitting necessity of seeming always impenetrable where most I was sensitive." "By sweetness such as this," cried Harleigh, "you would almost persuade me to rejoice at a suspense that has nearly maddened me. Yet, could you have conceived the agony, the despair of my mind at your icy, relentless silence, not once to trust me as a friend, not one moment to confide in my integrity, never to consult, to commune, to speak, nor to hear. You smile. Can it be at the pain you have inflicted?" "Oh, no, no, no. If I smile, 'tis at the greater pain I have, I trust, averted. While conscious that I might eventually be chained to another, every duty admonished me to resist every feeling. Yet with hope always, ultimately, before me, I had not the force to utter a word, a baneful word, that might teach you to renounce me, even though I deemed it indispensable to my honor to exact a total separation. Had I confided to you my fearful secret, had you yourself aided the abolition of my shackles, should I not, in a situation so delicate, so critical, have fixed an eternal barrier between us, or have sacrificed the fame of both to the most wounding of calumnies? Ah, no. From the instant that my heart interfered, that I was conscious of a new motive that urged my wish of liberation, I have held it my duty, I have felt it my future happiness, to avoid, to fear, to fly you." "I was most favored then, it seems," replied Harleigh, with a smile of rapture, "when I thought you most inexorable. I must thank you for your rejections, your avoidance, your implacable, immovable coldness. Reverse else the medal," she cried gaily, "and see whether the impression will be more to your taste. Loveliest Miss Ellis, most beloved Miss Granville, my own, at length, my own sweet Juliet, that and that only can be to my taste, which has brought me to the bliss of this moment." With blushing tenderness, Juliet then confessed that at the moment of his first generous declaration, following the summer-house scene with Elinor, she had felt pierced with an aggravated horror of her nameless ties that had nearly burst her heart asunder.
With minute retrospection, then, enjoying even every evil, and finding motives of congratulation from every pain that was past, they mutually recapitulated their feelings, their conjectures, their rising and progressive partiality, since the opening of their acquaintance. One circumstance alone was tinted with regret.
"Elinor!" cried Juliet. "Oh, how will Elinor bear to hear of this event?"
"Fear her not," he returned. "She has a noble, though perhaps a masculine spirit, and she will soon, probably, think of this affair only with pique and wonder, not against me, for she is truly generous, but against herself, for she is candid and just. She has always internally believed that perseverance in the honor that she is meant to show me must ultimately be victorious. But where partiality is not desired, it can only be repaid, by man to woman as by woman to man, from weakness or vanity. Gratitude is all-powerful in friendship, for friendship may be earned, but love, more willful, more difficult, more capricious, love must be inspired, or must be caught. When Elinor, who possesses many of the finest qualities of the mind, sees the fallacy of her new system, when she finds how vainly she would tread down the barriers of custom and experience, raised by the wisdom of foresight, and established, after trial, for public utility, she will return to the habits of society and common life, as one awakening from a dream in which she has acted some strange and improbable part. A sound quick, but light, of feet here interrupted the tete-a-tete, followed by the words, "My sister! My sister!" And in less than a minute, Lady Aurora was in the arms of Juliet.
"Ah!" she cried, "you are not then gone? Dear, cruel sister, yet you could quit me, and quit me without even a last adieu." "Sweetest, most amiable of sisters," cried the happy Juliet, "can you wonder I could not take leave of you, when that leave was, I feared, to sunder us for life, when I thought myself destined to exile, slavery, and misery? Could I dare imagine I was so soon to be restored to you? Could I presume to hope that from anguish so nearly insupportable, I was destined to be elevated, every way, to the summit of all I can conceive of terrestrial happiness?"
The grateful Harleigh, at these words, came forward to present himself to Lady Aurora, who learnt with enchantment the purposed alliance, not alone from the prospect of permanent happiness which it opened to her sister, but also as a means to overcome all possible opposition, on the part of Lord Denmeath, to a public acknowledgment of relationship. Juliet, who, in the indulgence of sentiments so long and so imperiously curbed, found a charm nearly as fascinating as that which their avowal communicated to Harleigh, began now, with blushing animation, to recount to her delightedly listening Aurora the various events, the unceasing obligations, which had formed and fixed her attachment. A tale which, like this, had equal attraction to the speaker and to the hearers, had little chance to be brief. It was not, therefore, far advanced, when they were joined by Lord Melbury, who, gathering from Lady Aurora the situation of affairs, bounded, wild as a young colt, with joy. The minutes now were lengthening unconsciously to hours, when the various narratives and congratulations were interrupted by a loud "Halloo!" followed by the appearance of the old sailor. "Please, your honours," said the worthy tar, "master begins to be afeard you've as good as forgot him. He's been walking upon the beach alongside the old French parson till one foot is plaguy to put it to wag for the other. Howsomever, he'd scorn to give up to a Frenchman to the longest day he has to live, more especial some to a parson. You may take Jack's word for that." The happy party now hastened to the strand, but there perceived neither the bishop nor the admiral. The sailor, slyly grinning at their surprise, told them, with a merry nod and a significant leer, that he would show them a sight that would make them stare amain, which was no other than an honest Englishman sitting cheek by jowl beside a Frenchman, as lovingly as if they were both a couple of Christians coming off the same shore. He then led them to a bathing machine, in which the Admiral was civilly, though with great perplexity, labouring to hold discourse with the bishop. The impatient Harleigh besought Lord Melbury to be his agent, with the guardian and the uncle of his lovely sister. Lord Melbury joyfully complied. The affair, however momentous, was neither long nor difficult to arrange. The bishop felt an implicit trust in the known judgment and tried discretion of his ward, and the Admiral held that a female, as the weaker vessel, could never properly, nor even honourably, make the voyage of life, but under the safe convoy of a good husband. Harleigh, therefore, was speedily summoned into the machine. His proposals were so munificent that they were applauded rather than approved, and, all descending to the beach, the bishop took one hand, and the Admiral another, of the blushing Juliet, to present, with tenderest blessings, to the happy, indescribably happy Harleigh. Juliet, then, had the unspeakable delight of presenting her brother and her sister to her uncle, and to the bishop. The Admiral, nevertheless, could not resist taking his niece apart, to tell her that, if he had but had an insight into her being in such a hurry for a husband, he should have made free to speak a good word for a young sea-captain of his acquaintance, a lad for whom he had a great ghost, and who would be sure to make his way to the very top, since already he had had the luck, while bravely fighting, in 2 different engagements, to see his 2 senior officers drop by his side, by which means he had arrived at his promotion of first lieutenant and of captain. And if, which was likely enough, God willing, he should meet with such another good turn in a 3rd future engagement, he bid fair for being a commodore in the prime of his days. And then, my dear, he continued, when he had been upon a long-distant station, or when contrary winds or the enemy had stopped his letters, so that you could not guess whether the poor lad were alive or dead, think what would have been your pride to have read, all o' the sudden, news of him in the Gazette. This regret, nevertheless, operated not against his affection, nor his beneficence, for returning with her to the company, he solemnly announced her to be his heiress. "One thing, however, pertaining to this business," he cried, "devilishly works me still whether I will or no. That oldish gentlewoman who is taking upon her to send my niece Granville before the justice. Who is she, pray? I should not be sorry to know her calling, nor moreover what 'tis puts her upon acting in such a sort." Lord Melbury and Lady Aurora endeavoured to offer some excuse, saying that she was a relation of their uncle Denmeath. "Oh, if that be the case," cried he, holding his head high up in the air, "I shall make no scruple to let her a little into my way of thinking. It's a general rule with me, throughout life, to tell people their faults, because why? There are plenty of people to tell them their good qualities, in the proviso they have got any, or in the other case to vamp up some, out of their own heads, that serve just as well for groundwork to a few compliments. But as to their faults, not a soul will give them a hint of one of them. They'll leave them to be ticed straight to the devil, sooner than call out Jack Robinson to save them." Lady Aurora was now advancing with a gentle supplication, but taking off his hat, and making her a low bow, he declined hearing her, saying, "Though it may rather pass for a hint than a compliment, to come out with the plain truth to a young lady, I must make free to observe that I never let my complaisance get the upper hand of my sincerity, because why? My sincerity is for myself, 'tis my honour, and whereby I keep my own good opinion, but my complaisance is for my neighbours, serving only to coax over the good opinion of others, for which reason, though I am as glad as another man of a good word, I don't much fancy turning out of my way for it. I hold it, therefore, my bounden duty to demand a parley with that oldish gentlewoman, and the more so, abundantly, for her being a person of quality, For if she's better born and better bred than her neighbors, she should be better mannered. For who the devil's the better for her birth and breeding, if they only serve to make her fancy she has a right to be impudent? If we don't take care to drop a word or two of advice, now and then, to persons of that sort, you'll see before long they won't let a man sit down in their company under a lord." Then, inquiring her name, he sent his honest sailor to request an audience of her for the uncle of the Honourable Miss Granville, adding, with a significant smile, "Hark ye, my boy, if she says she don't know such a person, tell her one Admiral Powell will have the honour to introduce him to her. And if she says she does not know Admiral Powell neither, tell her to cast an eye upon the Gazette of the month of September this very day 12 years. To tranquillize Lady Aurora, Lord Melbury preceded the sailor to prepare Mrs. Howell for the interview, but he did not return till a summons to the repast was assembling the whole company in the lodging-house. He then related that he had found his Uncle Denmeath already arrived, and that he had acquainted both him and Mrs. Howell with the situation of affairs. The Admiral now ordered the dinner to be kept warm, while he wetted, he said, his goust for it, and then sped to the combat, bent upon fighting as valiantly for the parental fortune of his niece with one antagonist, as for what was due to her wounded dignity with the other. The party, however, was not long separated. Lord Denmeath, confounded by intelligence so easily authenticated of the duplicate codicil, protested that he had never designed that the portion should be withheld, and Mrs. Howell, stung with rage and shame at this positive discovery of the family, the fortune, and the protection to which the young woman, whom she had used so ignominiously, was entitled, received the reprimands and admonitions of the Admiral in mortified silence. Nothing, when once 'tis understood, is so quickly settled as business. Lord Denmeath, having given the name of his lawyer, broke up the conference and quitted Teignmouth. Mrs. Howell, confused, offended, and gloomy, was not less eager to be gone, though the Admiral would gladly have detained her to listen to a few more items of his opinions. Lady Aurora, forced to accompany her uncle, softly whispered Juliet, in an affectionate parting embrace, "My dear sister, ere long will give a new and sweet home to her Aurora." This indeed was a powerful plea to favor the impatience of Harleigh, a plea far more weighty than one urged by the Admiral, that she would be married without further parleying, lest people should be pleased to take it into their heads that she had been the real wife of that scoundrel commissary, and was forced, therefore, to go through the ceremony of being his widow. Called now to the kind and splendid repast, the Admiral insisted that Juliet should preside at his hospitable board, where, seated between her reverend bishop and beloved brother, and facing her generous uncle and the man of her heart, she did the honors of the table to the enchanted strangers, with glowing happiness, though blended with modest confusion. When the dessert was served, the joyous Admiral, filling up a bumper of ale, and rising, said, "Ladies and gentlemen, I shall now make free to propose 2 toasts to you. The first, as in duty bound, is to the King and the Royal Navy. I always put them together, because why? I hold our King to be our pilot, without whom we might soon be all aground. And, in like manner, I hold us tars to be the best part of His Majesty's ship's company, for though old England, to my seeming, is at the top of the world, if we tars were to play it false, it would soon pop to the bottom. So here goes to the King and the Royal Navy." This ceremony passed. "And now, ladies and gentlemen," he resumed, "as I mortally hate a secret, having taken frequent note that what ought not to be said is commonly something that ought not to be done, I shall make bold to propose a second bumper to the happy espousals of the Honourable Miss Granville, who you are to know is my niece, with a very honest gentleman who is at my elbow, and who had the kindness to take a liking to her before he knew that she had a lord on one side, and moreover an admiral on the other for her relations, nor yet that she would have been a lady in her own right, if her father had not taken the long journey before her grandfather." This toast being gaily drunk by everyone, save the blushing Juliet, the Admiral sent out his grinning sailor, with a bottle of port, to repeat it with the postilions. "Monsieur the Bishop," continued the Admiral, "there's one remark which I must beg leave to make, that I hope you won't think unchristian, though I confess it to not be over and above charitable. But I have always in my heart owed a grudge to my Lord Granville, though his lordship was my brother-in-law, for bringing up his daughter in foreign parts, whereby he risked the ruin of her morals both in body and soul. Not that I would condemn a dead man who cannot speak up in his own defense, for I hold nothing to be narrower than that. Therefore, Mr. Bishop, if you have anything to offer in his behalf, it will look very well in you, as a parson, to make the most of it, and moreover give great satisfaction both to my niece, the Honourable Miss Granville, and to this young lord, who is her half-brother. And I also, I hope, as a good Christian, shall sincerely take my share thereof." An irresistible, or rather an unresisted disposition to procrastinate whatever was painful, answered the bishop in French, was the origin and cause of all that you blame. Lord Granville always persuaded himself that the morrow would offer opportunity or inspire courage for a confession of his marriage that the day never presented nor excited. And to avow his daughter while that was concealed would have been a disgrace indelible to his deserving departed lady. This from year to year kept Miss Granville abroad, with the most exalted sentiments, the nicest honour, and the quickest feelings. My noble, however irresolute friend, had an unfortunate indecision of character that made him waste in weighing what should be done, the time and occasion of action. Could he have foreseen the innumerable hardships, the endless distresses, from which neither prudence nor innocence could guard the helpless offspring of an unacknowledged union, he would either, at once and nobly, have conquered his early passion, or courageously have sustained and avowed its object. "It must also be considered," said Harleigh, while tears of filial tenderness rolled down the cheeks of Juliet, and started into the eyes of Lord Melbury, "that when my Lord Granville trusted his daughter to a foreign country, his own premature death was not less foreseen than the political event in which her property and safety, in common with those of the natives, were involved. That event has not operated more wonderfully upon the fate and fortune than upon the minds and characters of those individuals who have borne in it any share, and who, according to their temperaments and dispositions, have received its new doctrines as lessons or as warnings. Its undistinguishing admirers it has emancipated from all rule and order, while its unwilling, yet observant and suffering witnesses have been formed by it to fortitude, prudence, and philosophy. It has taught them to strengthen the mind with the body. It has animated the exercise of reason, the exertion of the faculties, activity in labor, resignation in endurance, and cheerfulness under every privation. It has formed, my Lord Melbury, in the school of refining adversity, your firm yet tender sister. It has formed, noble Admiral, in the trials, perils, and hardships of a struggling existence, your courageous, though so gentle niece. And for me, may I not hope that it has formed—" He stopped. The penetrated Juliet cast upon him a look that supplicated silence. He obeyed its expression, and her mantling cheek, dimpling with grateful smiles, amply recompensed his forbearance. "Gentlemen both," said the Admiral, "I return you my hearty thanks for letting me into this insight of the case, and if I were to give you, in return, a little smattering of what passed in my own mind in those days, I can't deny but I should have been tempted, often enough, to outwit the whole business, if I had not been afraid of being jeered for my pains, a thing for which I never had much taste. Many and many a time I used to muse upon it, and say to myself, my sister was married, honorably married, and I, for I was but a young man then to what I am now, a mere boy, and I, says I to myself, am brother-in-law to a lord. yet I was too proud to publish it of my own accord, because of his being a lord. For, if I had, the whole ship's company in those days might have thought me little better than a puppy. The repast finished, the pleased and grateful guests separated. Harleigh set off post for London and his lawyer, and the bishop and Lord Melbury gladly accepted an invitation from the Admiral to his country seat near Richmond, of which, with the greatest delight, he proclaimed his niece mistress. But short here was her reign. Harleigh was speedily ready, and his cause, seconded by Lady Aurora and the Admiral, could not be pleaded in vain to Juliet, who, in giving her hand where she had given her whole heart, in partaking the name, the mansion, the fortune, and the fate of Harleigh, bestowed and enjoyed such rare felicity, that all she had endured seemed light, all she had performed appeared easy, and even every woe became dear to her remembrance, that gradually and progressively, though painfully and unsuspectedly, had contributed to so exquisite and heartfelt a union. Her own happiness thus fixed, her first solicitude was for her guardian and preserver the bishop, whom, with her sympathizing Harleigh, she attended to the continent. There she was embraced and blessed by her honored benefactress, the Marchioness. There, and not vainly, she strove to console her beloved Gabriella, and there, in the elegant society to which she had owed all her early enjoyments, she prevailed upon Harleigh to remain, till it became necessary to return to their home, to present, upon his birth, a new heir to the enchanted Admiral. A rising family, then, put an end to foreign excursions, but the dearest delight of Harleigh was seeking to assemble around his Juliet her first friends. Lady Aurora had hardly any other home than that of her almost adored sister, till she was installed in one, with an equal and amiable partner, upon the same day that Lord Melbury obtained the willing hand of the lively, natural, and feeling Lady Barbara Frankland. Sir Jasper Harrington, to whom Juliet had such essential obligations, became, now that all false hopes or fanciful wishes were annihilated, her favorite guest. He still saw her with a tenderness which he secretly, though no longer banefully nourished, but transferred to her rapturously attentive children the histories of his nocturnal intercourse with sylphs, fairies, and the destinies, while, ever awake to the wishes of Juliet, he rescued the simple Flora from impending destruction, by portioning her in marriage with an honest, vigilant farmer. Scarcely less welcome than the whimsical baronet to Juliet, nor less happy under her roof, was the guileless and benevolent Mr. Giles Arb, who there enjoyed, unbroken by his restless, adroit, and worldly cousin, his innocent serenity. Juliet sought, too, with her first power, the intuitively virtuous Dame Fairfield, whose incorrigible husband had briefly, with the man of the hut, paid the dread earthly penalty of increased and detected crimes. Harleigh placed a considerable annuity upon the faithful, excellent Ambrose, to whose care, soon afterwards, he committed the meritorious widow and her lovely little ones, by a marriage which ensured to them the protection and endearments of a kind husband and an affectionate father. Even Mr. Tedman, when Harleigh paid him, with high interest, his 3 half-guineas, was invited to Harleigh Hall, where, with no small pride, he received thanks for the first liberality he had ever prevailed with himself to practice. No one to whom Juliet had ever owed any good office was by her forgotten, or by Harleigh neglected. They visited, with gifts and praise, every cottage in which the wanderer had been harbored, and Harleigh bought of the young woodcutters, at a high price, their dog Dash, who became his new master's inseparable companion in his garden, fields, and rides. But Riley, whose spirit of tormenting, springing from bilious ill-humor, operated in producing pain and mischief like the most confirmed malevolence, Ireton, whose unmeaning pursuits, futile changes, and careless insolence were everywhere productive of disorder, save in his own unfeeling breast. And Selina, who, in presence of a higher or richer acquaintance, ventured not to bestow even a smile upon the person whom, in her closet, she treated, trusted, and caressed as her bosom friend. These were excluded from the happy hall, as persons of minds uncongenial to confidence, that basis of peace and cordiality in social intercourse. But while for these simple non-admission was deemed a sufficient mark of disapprobation, the Admiral himself, when apprised of the adventures of his niece, insisted upon being the messenger of positive exile to 3 ladies, whom he nominated the 3 Furies, Mrs. Howell, Mrs. Ireton, and Mrs. Maple, that he might give them, he said, a hint, as it behooved a good Christian to do, for their future amendment, of the reasons of their exclusion. All mankind, he affirmed, would behave better, if the good were not as cowardly as the bad are audacious. To spare at least the pride, though he could not the softer feelings of Elinor, Harleigh thought it right to communicate to her himself, by letter, the news of his marriage. She received it with a consternation that cruelly opened her eyes to the false hopes which, however disclaimed and disowned, had still duped her wishes, and played upon her fancy, with visions that had brought Harleigh ultimately to her feet. Despair, with its grimmest horror, grasped her heart at this self-detection, but pride supported her spirit, and time, the healer of woe, though the destroyer of life, moderated her passions in annihilating her expectations. And when her better qualities found opportunity for exertion, her eccentricities, though always what were most conspicuous in her character, ceased to absorb her whole being. Yet in the anguish of her disappointment, "Alas, alas!" she cried, "must Elinor too, must even Elinor, like the element to which, with the common herd, she owes chiefly her support, find, with that herd, her own level? Find that she has strayed from the beaten road, only to discover that all others are pathless?" Here, and thus felicitously, ended, with the acknowledgment of her name and her family, the difficulties of the wanderer, a being who had been cast upon herself, a female Robinson Crusoe, as unaided and unprotected, though in the midst of the world, as that imaginary hero in his uninhabited island, and reduced either to sink, through inanition, to nonentity, or to be rescued from famine and death by such resources as she could find, independently, in herself. How mightily, thus circumstanced, are the difficulties with which a female has to struggle. Her honor always in danger of being assailed, her delicacy of being offended, her strength of being exhausted, and her virtue of being calumniated. Yet even difficulties such as these are not insurmountable, where mental courage, operating through patience, prudence, and principle, supply physical force, combat disappointment, and keep the untamed spirits superior to failure, and ever alive to hope. End of chapter 92. End of The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties, by Fanny Burney. Recording by Roxana Nazari.